Okay, sirs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Janne Pukkila, and I serve as a team leader at the National Defense University's Russia Research Group. And we are the organizers of this Russia Seminar 2025. On behalf of my team, it's my privilege and pleasure to welcome you all to the 7th International Russia Seminar of the Finnish National Defense University. The main topic of this seminar is Russia's war against Ukraine, trends and lessons. And I'm really happy to have you all here in Helsinki, in Santahamina, and all you through the internet, YouTube, who are participating online today. As you are all aware, our seminar will take 2 days. A lot of topics will be discussed, and personally I'm waiting for very fruitful discussions and hopefully findings and lessons to us all. As a Russia Research Group leader, I would like to express my gratitude to all our speakers who have traveled to Helsinki and are willing to share their research findings and opinions with the other experts and, of course, with us. You are very, very warmly welcome. Also, all the other experts who are participating in the seminar, welcome, and I wish also very fruitful 2 days for you with us. As I've got the privilege to start this seminar with some admin remarks, I will do it. The seminar has been divided in 2 parts, and you can see the sessions from the booklet, like this, which you can find out in the hall. The place where we are right now is the Auditorium Itälinnake, where we'll host part of the sessions. And those sessions have been marked at the booklet and in the program with locations. All the parallel sessions will be organized at the classroom Riviera, which is located in the 2nd floor in the building. And you can find this location by taking the steps or the elevator to the 2nd floor and following the signs to the corridor. And the classroom Riviera is located on the right, almost in the middle of the corridor. In your booklets or behind the auditorium floor, you actually can see the QR code like this. And scanning that, you will find the abstracts and you can find the program. And there's also a Wi-Fi code if you need a Wi-Fi in order to follow the topics or the presentations or the abstracts before or during the presentation. As we are now also within the military area, I would like to remind that everything you need during this seminar is located in this building, and there's no need and also permission to go out and take a walk without a permission or a Finnish escort. During the breaks between the sessions, the coffee will be served in the hall where you came inside this building, and the lunch on each day is also served in the same place. Last but not least, the restrooms you can find close to the guardrobe. We have here our own photographer from the NDU who will take the pictures during the seminar. And if you do not want in those photos, please act accordingly and tell that I'm not willing to take part of this picture. And also, if you are taking your own pictures, it is allowed, but please bear in mind the same procedures, ask for the permission. It is also allowed to post something to the social media if you are willing to do that, and then use, please, the hashtag #RussiaSeminar. Then we all will know and find your posts as well. So we from the Russia Research Group as organizers are willing to help, and you can find our pictures who are the part of the Russia Research Group in the booklet. So please contact with us if you have any questions regarding this seminar. Now, with these words, it's my pleasure to welcome the director of the Finnish National Defence University, Major General Mika Kalliomaa, to officially open this seminar. Sir General, the floor is yours.
Sir, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And it's a pleasure to me to open this 7th International Russia Seminar of the National Defence University, and welcome you all to the Santa Hamina and to the National Defence University. As Janne already mentioned, the main topic of the seminar is Russian war against Ukraine, trends and lessons. So it's the third time when the title of the seminar contains the word Russia's war against Ukraine. Like previous years, the first objective of the seminar is serve as a forum for the discussion between the researchers and experts, focusing on the Russian military and security affairs in larger European scale. The ongoing war in Ukraine and the topic itself reflects the action for the war by Russia not only against Ukraine, but also against common accepted agreements, and as we see it, as means against the defense concept of comprehensive security. In terms of research, this year's seminar will provide excellent possibility to discuss latest research findings from what comes to Russian military thought, art of war, Russian relations, and research including the economic and human factors within the Russian military and society. The core idea in addressing those issues is to promote the fulfillment of the first task of our university, military sciences research. It is of deep importance to concentrate our effort to research on the questions of Russia's military potential and power. Without mention, this is one of the top priorities in our work according to our new strategy of our university in coming years. I'm convinced that we are not alone in working on these questions. The Russia seminar brings together to Santa Hamina more than 30 researchers as speakers from the 20 different establishment and organization which are doing research on this area. And at least 50 experts around the world to discuss and exchange your views on the issue in a very comprehensive program. In this respect, I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers and experts here in Santa Hamina and those via virtual platform for taking your time to contribute to the theme of common interest. In this respect, the growing interest of taking part in our Russia seminar is a positive trend. Especially, I would like to thank and welcome the Ukraine scholars and military researchers, which have possibility to come to Helsinki and National Defence University in current circumstances. This is practical indication of our common interests, not only in terms of research, but also in terms of larger cooperation and value sharing. I see your participation also having an important role in discussion for the lessons learned related to the Russian military and the war in general. The development cooperation between Ukraine military research institutes and our university is crucial, important, and with the positive trend at the same time. As before, Russia seminar is meant to invite speakers and experts with unclassified stamps on the papers. The seminar publication will be available afterward for those interested to expand one's knowledge on the military issues. We are waiting that at least a part of the research result will share this seminar will be evaluated in tested peer review process and also published later. As I have said earlier, as I have said in 3 previous seminars, I would like to repeat and bring forward the key importance of continuing and long-term endurance of Russian military and security studies. Discussing and understanding the fundamentals and patterns in the Russian military and security thinking has a crucial role for developing respective defense for the future. I suggest that despite the fact that war is far being over, in next year's seminar we could focus on the Russian military reconstitutions, the scale of resources available in human, technology and organizational spheres to rebuild a military force, and a strategic insight guiding this process. To conclude, I would like to thank our Russia research group for organizing this seminar and all speakers who are joining us and share your views and research findings. Further, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has taken your time to attend to the seminar. I wish all the informative seminar and hope for the truthful discussion. With these remarks, I wish all fruitful days of debate within our National Defense University. I declare the Russia Seminar 2025 open. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning, and it's time to open the topics and the thematical topic of the day and the whole seminar. So we will have the keynote speech from Dr. Rod Thornton and Dr. Marina Miron. And Rod, please. Rod is here with us, and Marina we should have online, and she was not able to be here at the same time when she has other tasks. And the keynote theme is the Russian military lessons learned from the Ukraine conflict, what should concern NATO. And as Rod is here, he has been studying the Russian military since he was a soldier in British Army during the Cold War. He left the army in 1988 after 9 years to take university degree in Russian studies. Ever since, the Russian military has been a major focus on his research. In the past, he has lived and worked in both Kiev and Moscow. He's currently employed in King's College London at the UK Defence Academy in Shrivenham. At the academy, he teaches on many aspects of modern warfare, with a particular focus on the Russian military. He has several publications related this military and is currently working on a book with Dr. Marina Miron looking at the Russian armed forces. And Dr. Marina Miron is currently a postdoctoral researcher at the War Studies Department and a honorary researcher at the Center for Military Ethics at the Department of Defense Studies. She completed a BA in Politics and American Studies and a MA in War and Contemporary Conflict, both at the University of Nottingham. Dr. Miron was then awarded a PhD scholarship at the University of New South Wales, Australian Defence Force Academy in Canberra, Australia in February 2019. She successfully completed her PhD studies in the area of military strategy with a focus on counterinsurgency campaigns in Peru, Turkey, and Sri Lanka. She has written widely on issues related to the Russian military. So the keynote speech is allowed to take approximately 30 minutes, and then there is a short time, 15-20 minutes, for the questions, and we can discuss about these topics. So with these words, I leave the floor totally to Rod and Marina. You are absolutely welcome, and please, stage is yours.
Thank you, Janne. Thank you, General. And thank you to Pentti for organising all this, and thank you to the Finnish National Defence University for inviting me again. I keep coming back here, and I'm very pleased to do so. Thank you. With my talk, our talk this morning, I think I've changed the subject slightly in terms of lessons learned for NATO. But there are bringing out some sort of lessons learned by the Russian military itself. But we can bring out the lessons learned by the Russian military itself in questions afterwards, if you would like. Now, what I want to focus on here is this idea that the war in Ukraine has re-emphasized the need for mass. For many years, NATO militaries have abjured mass. They don't like mass. Mass was a kind of function of the First and Second World Wars and the Cold War. And after the Cold War, NATO forces were reduced in size, equipment was scrapped or mothballed, the human mass of the armed forces was reduced, conscription was either got rid of entirely in NATO armies or severely curtailed. So mass became almost the enemy of NATO forces. What NATO really liked, and as the concept of network-centric warfare and C4ISR and all these good technologies came on board, the idea came that wars could be won by technology and quickly by technology, using at the end of the kill chain the PGM, the precision guided munition, which is going to win our wars for NATO very quickly. And we saw this played out in Kosovo in 1999, ideally, according to NATO. You get a war over with quickly, 90 days, and you're using PGMs to do it. And it's all good. You win a war very quickly with technology, not with mass. You let air power and PGMs do your fighting for you and not mass. But the harbinger of the problems to come in the future from Kosovo was the fact that, yes, PGMs are being used, but NATO was running out of PGMs after 90 days. And here's the problem with the exquisite technologies. Yes, they're very good at what they do, but if you haven't got enough of them and they run out because they're so expensive, then where do you go? Where's your plan B? Where's your redundancy if stuff like your PGMs runs out? So we saw that in 1999 being played out. And to a degree, we kind of see it being played out in the Ukraine war. So looking at the Ukraine war, I think NATO has to reconsider the subject of mass. Human mass and technological mass as well, however expensive that might be. In the modern war, we've seen from Ukraine, the major lesson, the major takeaway for both Ukrainians and Russians and NATO will be that exquisite technologies can only take you so far. At the end of the day, you have to rely on mass. And not just mass on battlefields, but you need also mass for homeland resilience tasks. The civil defence forces of the Cold War era were all got rid of when the Cold War was over. And so what in sense, when we're in an era of hybrid warfare, sub-threshold warfare, do we really have to think about the mass that goes into civil defence tasks, homeland resilience tasks, So we mustn't forget that when we're talking about warfare itself. Now, war in Ukraine has dragged on. The initial coup de main operation of the Russians to seize hostile airfield and the main administrative centres of Kiev failed. So their quick operation was denied them, and they then had to rely on mass themselves, the mass movement of armoured columns into Ukraine across the borders. But once you start having mass like that, it becomes vulnerable because it can be seen, and if it can be seen on a battlefield, as we know, it can be targeted. Yes, by PGMs, but also by artillery. And this is what caused the major problems for the Russian military moving forward. Yes, command and control issues and all of that we've heard about before, but mostly it was artillery. So one of the aspects of the war we've seen in Ukraine, for the Ukrainians, for the Russians, and for NATO, is the power of artillery. The god of war, as Stalin once called it. It hasn't gone away. Artillery still matters. If you can see on the modern transparent battlefields, reconnaissance assets, be it satellites, be they drones, whatever, if you can see stuff on the ground, equipment, you can bring in ammunition against it. So it's very difficult to hide stuff on a modern battlefield. Now, if it's having situations whereby anything that's visible on a battlefield is becoming targeted, the idea of dispersal becomes a major factor. You have to disperse assets. You have to disperse your artillery batteries, so each gun is separated out from the others, so it doesn't itself become a counter battery fire target. You have to disperse supply dumps so that one supply dump can't be hit by a PGM and you've lost everything. So dispersal of assets has become a major problem for both sides in the war and for NATO itself going forward. Because when you start dispersing stuff, command and control becomes difficult. How do you control it all if everything has to be dispersed because it becomes a target for any types of munitions on the modern battlefield? And also, when we're thinking about mass, when we think about artillery, where do the artillery shells come from? Apparently, the Ukrainians and Russians both are firing 10,000 rounds each per day. So how do you resupply 10,000 shells of various calibers to the front lines every day? That's a problem. Where do these shells come from? Well, we've seen the Russians' problem with the shells getting from North Korea, etc. And where does Ukraine get them from? Well, it gets them from the West. But does the West have the capacity to build that number of shells? And does it then have the capacity to set up the stockpiles for a future potential war in Europe? Artillery shells, how do you build them? How do you get industry to produce artillery shells, which you may not need a year down the line and you have to stop the production runs? Where's the profit motive in building or making artillery shells? CBRN. We've seen more or less a mass use of CBRN, mostly chloropicrine gas, an incapacitating agent by the Russians. Over several thousand times the Russians have used gas in the war. They've used it in mass, en masse. And that's a problem. For NATO armies don't do CBRN. They don't protect themselves against it. The British Army has recently allowed its officers to wear beards. Great, wonderful. But that sends the message to the Russians that the British Army does not train for CBRN tasks, because if you have a beard, you cannot have the seal on the respirator, the gas mask, and you can't use a gas mask if you've got a beard. Therefore, how do you train? So you're sending a message, the Russians hear about, well, the British don't do that, therefore let's use it more often and really scare, in this case, the British or whoever in NATO. NATO has to think more and more about CBRN, the use of poison gas or some other CBRN weapon on modern battlefields. Engineer mass. We've seen the Russians, with their quite skilled engineering capacity, building obstacles, building minefields, digging huge anti-tank trenches, producing really effective engineering defences. And that has proved really quite effective. Ukrainian armour is being canalised, sent down various routes because of these obstacles. And these routes are then covered by artillery fire, or they're sending modern Western. You've seen these pictures of modern Western main battle tanks stuck in marshes, literally sinking because they've been canalized by the Russian obstacles into these areas of marshy ground. So you can have all the really expensive tank you like, but it still sinks when it gets into marshy ground. The landmine. The Russians have used millions of landmines because they have millions of landmines from the Soviet era, and they've proved very effective. And also you marry up the drone to a landmine and you carry the drone behind your front line of forces so that you think you've cleared minefields behind you, but the Russians have dropped another minefield behind you using drones. So marrying up a new technology with an old technology in the mine has really proved quite effective. So we have to think about engineering mass when we think about modern warfare. Logistics. Recently in my Defence Academy where I teach, a lot more students are doing dissertations on logistics. Now, 4 years ago, nobody did logistics. One of the issues that's thrown up by the Ukraine war is the need for logistics capacity. We've heard about, I mentioned artillery shells. How do you supply artillery shells to the front line? How do you supply all the other paraphernalia of warfare to these really quite massive armies on the front line in Ukraine? And previously, as I said, at the end of the Cold War, because mass had been kind of got rid of, well, you didn't need huge logistics chains. Or if you did, you relied on railways to move your tanks, to move your equipment. But we've seen recently, I was talking to a British officer recently, and he said, well, you can't move stuff across Europe by rail anymore, as in armoured vehicles, because the rail system cannot cope with armoured vehicles, hasn't got the flatbed wagons to take tanks and armoured personnel carriers anymore. So how do you move, if you're going to, NATO is going to move to any front line in Eastern Europe, how does it move its stuff if railways are not capable of moving it? And trucks, the humble truck, there are just not enough trucks to move stuff. So again, you have to rethink this idea of logistics. And especially when we're thinking, as I said, more and more about artillery use. Because artillery has created this idea of a war of attrition. You drag out war. Nobody can move. Because one of the things artillery does is, as I said, prevent this concentration of forces. So it doesn't allow attacking forces, in this case the Ukrainians, to really form up, as NATO doctrine would tell you, form up with your kind of concentration of forces, your armoured thrust, go forward. But as soon as you concentrate forces of any sort on a battlefield in Ukraine, it gets subject to artillery fire. And the Ukrainians are saying that NATO combined arms manoeuvre warfare doctrine is, quote, obsolete, because it doesn't take into account the fact you can't concentrate forces for the assault, because artillery takes out your kind of basically your forming up point. So again, this idea of attrition, if no attacks can take place, it all becomes a war of attrition, like the First World War, all about who can bring to bear the most artillery fire to gain effect. So again, solid fixed front lines now, more or less, and you do need logistics to back up those front lines. Electronic warfare, I mean, I could talk all day about electronic warfare use in Ukraine, but I won't. But it does so that you need a mass of electronic warfare assets, both for jamming and counter-jamming. Because as we've seen in many instances, jamming is kind of king. You have an exquisite technology like the Excalibur artillery shell NATO provides to Ukraine, but it gets jammed. So it's supposed to be very, very targetable, an artillery shell, using satellite guidance, but it's just jammed and is no longer effective. So things like that, jamming is making a massive difference on battlefields, and NATO militaries need to think more about EW, human mass. Where do we get the forces that are going to do the fighting for us? We've seen both the Ukrainians and the Russians have problems getting forces, recruiting, conscripting, mobilizing, whatever word you want to use. It's a warfare of human mass. We've seen the North Koreans being used. And so if human mass is the way forward for modern battlefields, then where does NATO get its human mass from? How does it conscript people in a modern democracy? How do you tell people, sorry, you've got to join the military for 2 years and do some actual fighting? It's problematic. In most countries in Europe, there was some vestige of conscription maintained, especially in the Baltics and the Nordic countries. But in further west, in the UK and US especially, conscription is anathema. You can't tell people to join the military anymore. They won't accept it, or will they? Societies have changed. How do you get people to join the military when they don't want to? And provide that human mass that seems to be inevitable in both the war in Ukraine and in any future warfare involving NATO and, say, Russia or China. So, conscription. Quick word about warfare in the maritime domain. Yes, we've seen the sinking of the Moskva, and that was indicative of a lesson that any surface vessel that appears on an open ocean or an open sea is going to be targeted by some sort of missile, be it kind of sea skimming, be it hypersonic, be it whatever. The lesson there is that if you put vessels out to sea on the surface, they will be struck sooner or later. So the Russian Navy has gone to extraordinary lengths to try and hide its naval vessels, including its naval vessels are in dry dock in Sevastopol. You've seen the Kilo destroyed, Kilo-class submarine destroyed on the stocks in Sevastopol. And the Russian Navy is trying to get its navy out of Crimea to Novorossiysk, and also to try and get it further away to Ochamchyre in Abkhazia, which is a large step to try and station a bit of your navy in a very small port in Abkhazia. Difficult. But naval drones are perhaps a way forward in maritime thinking. Naval drones, swarming of naval drones. Is that the way forward? It's something to think about there. Sea mines. Again, very effective sea mines. Is the sea, are the oceans going to be subject to really sophisticated mining technologies which will prevent the movement of not just surface vessels but also subsurface vessels as well? So on that idea, are we moving away from major surface vessels to far smaller, larger numbers of drones to do the fighting for us in the maritime domain? Something to think about, a lesson from the Ukraine war. Now I'll pass over to Marina. Hopefully she's there to cover perhaps one of the most important aspects of the air domain. Marina?
Good morning to Helsinki, and thank you, Rod. Yes, I will talk about the air domain. Also, it cuts across different domains, so it's very difficult to detangle. But let's start with the classical air power and the lessons we have learned from the Russians from the very beginning of the war. What we have to take into account from the very beginning of the war, the Russians, despite their successful employment of air power, of massive air power in the Syrian campaign, didn't manage to gain air superiority, even less air supremacy in Ukraine, on the Ukrainian battlefield. And at the very beginning, we have seen a lot of aircraft losses to Ukrainian ground-based air defenses. So the Russians had to learn and adjust in terms of how they use air power. And there we see a problem because the Russians have focused more on the land domain, and Rod has covered it very well, with the Navy and the Air Force being, in a sense, an extension of firepower. And this is what we have been observing, specifically since the Ukrainians started employing drones and medium altitude, long endurance drones specifically. The Russians, sometime in summer 2022, realized very quickly that they have a huge deficiency when it comes to drones. Of course, they had their drones like the Orlan 10 and the Orlan 30 and Forepost, but these drones were expensive, and the loss of those drones was felt across the spectrum because you have to readjust your production. And despite the fact that Russian economy was already on the war footing, it is difficult for the Russians to keep up this kind of mass. We were talking about the mass, about the concentration of force. So that is when August 22, the first Shahed drones from Iran started appearing on the battlefield. And this is something that the Russians have adopted, one might say, with great success for their combined strike. So we're going back to classical Air Force. what is the Air Force used for primarily in this domain? It's used sparingly in a supporting role for combined strikes on Ukrainian civil infrastructure, on critical infrastructure such as the electric power grid, on logistical nodes such as railway stations, and just on the starting on the 10th, on the 9th of February, 10th of February, we have seen a huge combined strike using a combination of cruise missiles and Shahed drones, which essentially became the Russian Geranian-2 Geranium-2 drones. They are now being produced partially in Russia with a lot of modifications, because the Russians would say, same as the Ukrainian side, have shown at later stages of the war a degree of adaptability. So you cannot say that they are not learning. The beginning of aircraft lost to Ukrainian GBAD has taught them a lesson to use aircraft more sparingly, in especially fixed wing aircraft, which is expensive. Pilots are difficult to train. The Russians had to resort to using civilian pilots and retraining them for military purposes. That's what Rod said. How do you get people to fight? With infantry, it's much easier. With pilots, having to learn to fly a very complex piece of machinery, which is expensive in itself, and of which Russia doesn't have a lot, or doesn't have the capacity to reproduce some of the airframes lost in Ukraine, such as Su-26, for instance, despite the fact that official numbers show that the production at the moment, at least until the end of 2024, could level out the losses of fixed-wing aircraft in Ukraine. That being said, it still doesn't mean that the Russians can go all out, especially given the fact that Western allies have been supporting Ukraine with air defenses, with Patriot and IRIS-T air defenses. So it's not safe for the Russians to operate. And so we have the Navy in being, which has some asymmetric vulnerabilities, as Rod has pointed out earlier. Now we have the Air Force, which has also been pushed back by the Ukrainians, and specifically also by the Ukrainian use of drones, because a lot of Russian aircraft, they have not been shot down in the air, they have been damaged on the airfields. So that has led the Russians to think about how do you protect airfields from drones. Drones are cheap, so you use a cheap drone and you can damage a very expensive piece of machinery, which is difficult to reproduce, if possible at all, such as the Russian AVAX aircraft, of which the Russians had under 10. And we don't know if they will be able to reproduce it. So that has an effect on the battlefield, of course, on the network-centric way of conducting warfare. Even so, we're seeing a lot of positional warfare. So the next kind of big thing in the air domain, and this is not strictly air and space force, we're talking about drones, and Rod has mentioned the Ukrainian side using naval drones quite successfully to push away the Black Sea fleet. Now we're talking more about smaller first-person view drones on the one hand, and of course loitering munitions, kamikaze drones. And I mentioned Shahed Geran being used for combined airstrikes. So those started when General Sergei Surovikin took charge of the Ukrainian operation on October 17, 2022. Those combined airstrikes started, and that is one way for the Russians to achieve critical mass through these combined strikes. And there were a lot of reports questioning how many missiles does Russia have, is it able to reproduce its Iskander caliber, and so forth. And we can see that up till now, they have not run out of missiles. In conjunction to that, they're using these geranium drones in order to overwhelm the sparse Ukrainian air defenses. So they are trying to take advantage of that vulnerability without risking a fixed-wing aircraft. So they conduct those strikes together with the Navy in order to obviously leave Ukraine without power. And leaving Ukraine without power doesn't only affect civilians, as pointed out in many outlets, that it's something that's being used to terrorize civilians, but we also have to think about the military. We also have to think about Ukraine's ability to produce military equipment, and specifically to produce drones to match the Russians. We have here a technological race. And one important aspect of that technological race are FPV drones, which are used for many things, including reconnaissance, including as loitering munitions if they're modified with an explosive charge. They are being used to correct artillery fire. So they have come to fulfill a number of functions on the battlefield, which gives this war a very distinct character, and which is why the Western defense industry is looking at lessons, how to incorporate drones, how do you use drones, how do you integrate them into the maritime doctrine, how do you integrate them into the land doctrine. So this extensive use of drones, first, the Ukrainian side has started using drones extensively, specifically FPV drones, and the Russians were kind of slow to catch up, and now their military-industrial complex claims to be able to produce up to 4,000 FPV drones a month. So you can see the attempt to create mass here. And the key issue with drones is that they're susceptible to jamming. And Rod mentioned electronic warfare, and perhaps it's beyond the limits of this keynote speech to discuss this huge topic, but it should be mentioned that there has been this constant technological race between the Russian and the Ukrainian side in terms of innovating drones using different frequencies to be unjammable. And that has, of course, the Russians have the upper hand in electronic warfare, just because Western countries cannot export EW equipment to Ukraine because it's considered as sensitive technology. So Ukraine is essentially left to work on their own EW equipment in order to jam drones. And the latest iteration in this battle of drones and electronic warfare are fiber optic cable drones, which are unjammable. And so now the Russian side first started using those. Of course, they have limitations because they have the fiber optic cable on board, meaning that they're heavier and that they cannot take as much payload as a drone, which doesn't have a fiber optic cable. That being said, also physical limitations in terms of range. The cable can get caught up in trees, so you have all sorts of limitations. That being said, the Ukrainian side thought it's a good idea and is trying to replicate this type of drone to be used on the battlefield. So we have here in the air domain, we have aircraft, fixed wing aircraft, to being limited to combined strikes. And we have the prevalence of drones of different classes, but specifically small quadcopters being used on the tactical and operational level, where both sides are competing and both sides are innovating. And the last point about electronic warfare and about the use of aircraft from the Russian side is the not reinventing the wheel, but using the technologies that the Russians already had available. And I'm referring to FABs, to the glide bombs, to the Soviet glide bombs, of which the Russians have many. I mentioned the issue with the missiles, so the missile production. Will the Russians run out? Now, they have a huge stockpile of FABs, 250, 500, which are relatively cheap, maybe $5,000 to $10,000. Some estimates, we don't know the exact number, but they're cheap compared to a Kalibr missile or an Iskander missile, which is up to $1 million or more, depending on the variant. And so you have those glide bombs. So what do you do with those glide bombs? You upgrade them to make guided glide bombs. And so there is this conversion kit, which has an EW protection element, pop-up wings, and guidance system in order to increase the precision of these bombs, in order to increase the range of these bombs. And that is why they have become key. They have been discussed in military articles. How do you counter them? Because you cannot jam them. Because of the extended range, there is much less risk to Su-34s, which are dropping those glide bombs. And essentially, you have very cheap long-range precision munitions, of which Russia has a lot and is capable to make a lot on the cheap. So that is another way how the Russians have been able to create mass on the battlefield, specifically when it comes to those areas where the ground forces would come and attack later on, so conduct offensive operations. So essentially, these glide bombs have helped to shape the battlefield. And just for those who don't know, the range is about 80 kilometers, which essentially puts the Russian aircraft outside of the operational area of Ukrainian ground-based air defenses. And then you have the Kometa M kit on the fab itself, which prevents it from being jammed so it can get to its target. So overall, we see that this war, in terms of concentration of mass, is conducted on land, with other domains being supporting, at least from the Russian side. With the drones cutting across all domains, we have maritime domain, we have air, in order to help that land mass as a supporting element. So we have these two important components, with the other branches being sort of in the background, being more of an extension of the fire and concentration of Russian firepower. Thank you.
Thanks, Marina. Thank you. Right, so very quickly, summing up, we are in the era of the Long War. Surprisingly, we're not supposed to be. We're supposed to be in the era of 90-day wars. And the Russians thought the same thing. Russian military thought wars would be over very quickly, future wars, but they're not. They are wars of attrition. They are wars of mass. They are wars that suck up manpower. They are wars that mean you have to redesign your whole military-industrial complex, as Marina was saying. Are NATO states prepared to do that, like Russia has done? And wars are also very, very expensive, as the Russian economy has found out. If they drag on, they are a drag on your actual industrial capacity and your whole GDP. But also societies. Societies have to be prepared to engage in long wars and to be part of long wars. But how do you get societies, people, to do that? People either to defend their countries abroad in the military, or at home in civil defense, or in doing any other task. You have to bring in societies as well. Mass. All about mass, future war. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you, Marina. Very, very detailed and interesting keynote speech from you. And I noticed that you pointed out many times the battle between mass and technology, and that was of course one of the findings we here in National Defense University in Finland we have done as well. So we totally agree your observation. But what comes to the, let's say, overall bigger picture, we are talking about the threat. One thing that you didn't mention is the nuclear threat. So basically my question for you is from the bigger picture, that do you see that the threat picture or the threat perception has changed somehow? And is there any difference between the conventional or the nuclear threat perception in current circumstances?
Well, as I would see it, the Russian military, in its use of CBRN, including nuclear weapons, when it comes to tactical nuclear weapons, does not see a kind of major fundamental step between using a large fab large bomb or using a small nuclear weapon. It's just a gradation on a spectrum. There's no philosophical boundary for the Russian military, from my readings of the Russian military over the last 20 odd years, between using a big bomb or using a big or a small nuclear bomb. It's part of the big difference is in terms of strategic nuclear war that the Russian military really does not perceive happening, because it perceives that nobody's going to win. So from that point of view, at the strategic level, nuclear weapons will be off the table for the Russians, but the smaller tactical nuclear weapons are very much on the military's table just as a weapon of war. But whether they will use them or not is obviously down to Putin. But what does he want to see happen? And especially if Russian forces start to be pushed back in any great degree, then we might see tactical nuclear weapons used on the battlefield. Marina, do you want to say anything about that?
Yes, I have quite a bit to say about that. It's good that Rod mentioned the tactical level. I think we need to look at the strategic level and at the idea of nuclear deterrence. And in the early 2000s onwards, the Russians have pondered about the usefulness of nuclear weapons. Yes, they preserved their nuclear program, of course, and they kept on working on it. But as the war in Ukraine unfolded, before the war in Ukraine, there was the idea of a strategic non-nuclear containment in the military doctrine, because the nuclear weapons, one thought, had lost their deterrent power. And now we're seeing a shift. We're seeing a shift specifically with the advent of Oreshnik. We're seeing a shift to that thinking. We have seen that cross-domain coercion has failed at the very beginning of the war in Ukraine. And it seems that now the Russians have figured that no, nuclear weapons on the strategic level still play a role. And they're still investing into their nuclear capabilities, as we have seen again with Oreshnik, with a hypersonic missile, which is able to strike according to official Russian information and technical specifications 36 targets. And Putin has claimed that this weapon cannot be intercepted, this missile. So he would warn a couple of hours ahead for the civilians to evacuate when the Russians would be employing this. And I think it's very important in terms of strategic messaging and in terms of Russia's effort to shift the balance of nuclear power in its favor. We should be reminded that the Russians are afraid of non-nuclear precision strike by NATO and the United States. They want to preserve at least the second strike capability. And of course, further investment and development in this area should give us a bit of a pause, because if we think about Russian capabilities, Russia is heavily sanctioned. Russia is lacking Western components. Russia is using semiconductors from Swedish street cameras for its missiles. But apparently, it still has enough capabilities which we don't know about. Because the worrying part about this Oreshnik missile is that everybody missed it. Nobody has seen it coming. Yes, it is not something new. Again, it's a combination of the Rubesh and the Pioneer missiles, but so be it. We don't know Russia's capability of mass produce this kind of missile. And what else is it producing is a big question that we don't know about and that might catch us by surprise one day. And therefore, I think we should think about strategic nuclear deterrence very carefully and the return of the importance of a nuclear strategic deterrent.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your replies and oversights. Now I think we have something like 15 minutes left for the audience. So please clearly announce who you are, what's your question, and then we are trying to, with Marina and Rod, answer to your questions for next 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Stefan de Spiegelere. I'm from the Hague Center for Strategic Studies. You gave us a very firm narrative about a certain way in which war has been developing, mass is back, attrition. It's a narrative that's, of course, very congenial to our military establishments because it's what they know. And I think that particular view is probably a majority view right now in the West. But there is another view, of course, which is sort of network centrist warfare number .2, which also makes a fairly convincing case that there may still be smarter ways of dealing with a Russian-type threat, which does not take us back into the era of attrition, but which is much more about really intelligent swarming that we haven't seen yet, that we're working on, but we haven't seen yet. All these FPV, the first-person view things are still very much, operated by humans. So how do you respond to that very vocal minority, admittedly, especially in the United States, I would say, around Silicon Valley, that is still saying we don't want to go there, and you suggest that too. It's very hard for democracies to go back in that direction. So how do you respond to people who are saying there is another way, it is still a technologically superior way and feasible way, and that is much more promising as a route than just sort of admitting defeat and saying, yes, we are going back to mass and attrition, and we better get used to it again?
Yeah, it's a gamble to kind of concentrate totally on technology as a war-winning tool. And I think I used this word redundancy before. Yes, there needs to be your exquisite weapons and exquisite technologies and all the rest of it, but there has to be a plan B. And if you haven't got a plan B, you lose wars. And so there's another element, yes, all these things are being developed in Silicon Valley or whatever, but also what are the Russians developing? What are the Russians not committing to this Ukraine war because they need to keep them back for any future war with NATO? Capabilities that they do not want to reveal to NATO, and they see this Ukrainian war as a kind of minor thing that's just going to suck up a few troops, but they don't want to really commit their best weapons technologies to. There is that argument. There is the argument about AI. Who's going to get... It's a first mover advantage, AI. Who's going to get there first, basically, with the type of weapon systems, lethal autonomous weapon systems that can do their own... Well, we've seen it already with Harpy and other loitering drones as, the harbinger of perhaps the future. So what kind of technology with the Lancet 2 drone? It's basically, the Russian one it's basically almost fully autonomous. So I think whatever Silicon Valley develops, and remember there's a lot of Russians working in Silicon Valley. Most of the computers we use today were designed originally by Russians in the early 1990s in Silicon Valley after they'd left Russia after the Cold War. So the Russians do have capabilities. They have clever people, and they can develop technologies of their own that can, in the future, match those. But it comes back to AI. Who's going to get there first? And we've seen this argument played out in the last couple of days about kind of abandoning all kind of ethical principles and just going hell for leather to develop these things, which is what the Russians and the Chinese are doing. So we're yet to see what might develop downstream. Marina, add any?
Yep. Just briefly to review the history of warfare, if we look at technological advantage, it has been fleeting at best. So it's not a static concept, and it is not necessarily something that will lead to a strategic victory. And it's very difficult to maintain, as Rod and I have mentioned, in Ukraine, there is a constant innovation cycle going on between the Russians and the Ukrainians, changing the tech of drones. The Western defense industry presenting drones now at different defense forums. Those drones are already outdated. So how do you go about this? And therefore, we should be very, very careful when we're talking about overestimating technology, because the enemy has a say, and the enemy will be always looking, or one would think, at least from historical experience, sooner or later looking to exploit your asymmetries. And the best example is the jamming of the Excalibur. You have very expensive NATO missiles, basically degraded in terms of their function using $30 equipment, which is easy to build. And a lot of the building for the Russians and for the Ukrainians is also taking place on the battlefield. So it's a completely different approach to solutions when it comes to that. What we have in the West, it has to meet specific standards, it has to pass testing, and so on and so forth. So by the time it actually gets approved for battlefield use, by the time the procurement starts working, it might be completely irrelevant.
All right, audience. I would like to continue and proceed a little bit about the bigger picture. So one thing which, of course, most of us we have been talking to and analyzing more or less widely is that is there any possibility, of course there's a possibility, but do you see that in the near future the war in Ukraine as a local conflict, as the Russians keep saying, might escalate as a war between NATO and Russia? And what are those key findings and key elements of art of war that we should take care and discuss and prepare for ourselves in the near future?
Marina, do you want to take that one first?
Well, in terms of escalation between NATO and Russia, it depends on where, because a lot of talk has been about the possibility of Russia invading the Baltics, but does it have any strategic meaning for the Russia, or at least the same strategic meaning as Ukraine has, or Ukraine and Georgia, shall we say? And if you carefully look at the cultural history, at the history of economic relations, and all those other non-tangible aspects, it would lead one to believe that Russia is not very interested in the Baltics. And I know the colleagues in the Baltics strongly disagree with this assessment. But if we even look at Russian strategic thinkers who have been urging the Kremlin to look east, to look to Asia, and this fits with the Russian idea of creating a so-called macro-region in order to counterbalance the West and specifically the American dominance. And so the geopolitical orientation of the Russian Federation is very different from that which would dictate an inevitable encounter, an armed encounter with NATO. Especially with NATO in Europe. And I think the Russians understand that they don't want this kind of war. They are seeing that the war, as it has been envisaged in Ukraine, is not quite turning out, or didn't turn out the way that it has been planned, like the Georgian war in 2008. And so it will suck up a lot of resources. Yes, the Russians had the ability to test their weapons against NATO weapons, find countermeasures, and so on and so forth. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Russia, especially now with Donald Trump being president, wants to go to war with NATO, specifically because it can bring us a step closer to a nuclear exchange. And there is also this added risk. So instead, it makes much more sense to reorient the resources elsewhere, because the greater picture is not to conquer territories by force, but to tie them economically and in terms of defense to Russia, which makes much more sense. And this is much more of a long-term project that the Russians have.
Yeah, quickly, again, I would reiterate Marina's point about the Baltic states. When I lived in the Soviet Union and in Russia, you talk to Russians and they'd say the Baltic states, even though they were part of the Soviet Union then, they were considered to be abroad, somewhere different, something not part of the Soviet Union stroke Russia. When you talk about Ukraine, way back 20, 30 years ago, they use the word nashi, it's ours. It's part of Russia. There's a totally different mindset about Ukraine than there is about, say, the Baltic states. It's not, I don't believe, it's on Russia's radar to move into the Baltic states. Why? And if you look at Russian military documentation, that one of the, even before the Ukraine war, one of their issues was we haven't got enough troops. If we do occupy any particular place abroad, how do we occupy it? We haven't got the troop numbers to do it. So, they would also push the idea that if we're going to occupy anywhere beyond our borders, the Russian military, then we'd have to let either the National Guard do it or invade somewhere where we would go in and they'd be on our side. They'd be giving us salt and flowers as we moved in and welcome us as liberating forces. So you wouldn't need any occupying troops. So the Russian mentality about places like abroad, like the Baltic states, is how do we occupy it when we haven't got enough troops to do that. But it's not really, as I see it, ever been in 20, 30 years, going back to that the Baltic states were ever on the Russian military's radar. The Russian military has never been based facing the Baltic states. It's always been based last 20 years facing Ukraine, either facing west or facing south. Okay, so it's again, I would caution anybody to think that Russia's going to invade the Baltic states anytime soon. This is not to say that it might not happen, but I'm saying it's not really on their radar as I see it and as Marina sees it. In terms of future warfare and the art of war, for the Russians, the art of war is trying to collapse your adversary states from within. Your major NATO adversary states are not going to be defeated, say the Russian military. They're not going to be defeated on a battlefield. We know that. We know we can't take on NATO. We can't take on NATO forces. We will lose. And they've said that openly. You see, if you read Military Thought, the main magazine of the General Staff, it's all about cautioning war against NATO because they know they will lose. The Russian military pushes the idea, yes, we can defeat NATO states from within. We're trying to collapse their societies using what used to be called hybrid warfare techniques, sub-threshold warfare techniques, cyber warfare, societal warfare, using social media, the hyperpolarization we have in our societies in the West, play on that, cause disruption, pull states apart, pull NATO states apart from between each other, and therefore collapse NATO in that way. So the future art of war, if you look at the Russian military's main thing, it is to not so much what we can do on a battlefield, but what we can do beyond the battlefield in the home states of our NATO adversaries.
Thank you, Rod, and thank you, Marina. As a moderator, I'm trying to conclude somehow your findings and the discussion is that according to my assessment, based on your presentation, is that the threat perception itself hasn't changed. We still need to focus what is happening before the war, during the war, also behind the front lines. And of course, we have to prepare ourselves from all specters so that, I mean, it's not only the land warfare, land domain, it's not only the air domain, even though in the current circumstances and the ongoing war, as you pointed out, it's mainly the land domain which is supported by the air and the naval assets and air domains. So everything is crucial, everything is important, and I think we should prepare for everything like that. So thank you again for your keynote speech and a good presentation. So please, short applause.
Thank you.
So after the keynote speech, we will proceed in two sessions. We will proceed at 9:55 here in the main auditorium with the Military Strategy and Operational Art by Stefan Spiegler and Adam Stuhlberg. And in upstairs, in the second floor, Classroom Riviera, there will be Russian Relations in Contemporary World, led by Michael Rowland and Nina Andrianova and Sergei Melgunyan. Please have a rest, and we'll proceed in 10-15 minutes. Thank you.
So welcome everyone to this first panel of to this year's Russia seminar, or first panel session that goes parallel in two places. Please take your seats and welcome also everyone online. My name is Katri Pynnöniemi. I'm a Mannerheim Chair of Russian Security Studies at the National Defense University and University of Helsinki, and it's my pleasure to be the chair of this session today. We have one change in the program, so unfortunately Alexander Hryb is not able to attend to present his work today, so we have extra time. But we plan to still go along the program, which means basically that you have more time for coffee break. In the keynote session, we had a wonderful start, I think, for our seminar today. Very insightful presentations on how the technology is changing the battlefield and this race to keep up in this technology change. In this session, we will hear how Russians think that they are managing, how they are doing, what are their strengths and weaknesses in this race and in this war. But we are doing this with the twist, in a way, that at the same time we learn more about the Russian thinking about their strengths and how they are reconstituting their forces. We also learn how to do this kind of research in a new way, using new technologies and new tools. And for that we have here a really pioneering work of Adam Stulberg and Stefan Spiegelere. And I have had a pleasure to attend workshops that they are been doing, and it's sort of really challenging to challenge yourself to use new technologies that you really don't understand. But at the same time, I really see benefit from it, and I hope that this after this session you see those benefits as well. So if I may very shortly present Stefan and Adam. So Stefan Spiegelere has started as a Soviet specialist, worked for years for RAND Corporation and also in several European security think tanks. Currently, he is a principal scientist at the Hague Center for Strategic Studies and focuses on strategic defense management, security reliance and transformation of defense planning from many of the topics that you are doing. And also Dr. Adam Stulberg is a Samnon School Chair and Professor in the Samnon School of International Affairs, Georgia Institute of Technology. And his current research focuses on geopolitics of oil and gas networks, security dilemmas, new energy security dilemmas, new approaches to strategic stability. And Professor Stulberg also has a very long experience of Soviet and Russian studies. He was closely working with the former Senator Sam Nunn on future of US policy on Russia, also as a consultant at the Office of Net Assessment at the Office of the US Secretary of Defense. So you can see and hear that we have two very experienced presentators to discuss this very important topic. And
knowledge from new data analytic architectures so that we can refine or potentially generate new hypotheses to make sense out of some of the key points that were raised in the keynoters about Russian military effectiveness. And so we start from a dilemma that we as researchers on Russian military affairs face, which is eroded in the wake of the collapse of the Soviet Union. So we have both a waning expertise and a real challenge to using our traditional. We're seeing this explosion of data. We're seeing this explosion of data. And so how do we reconcile this when we try to look at Russian military affairs? Well, for the last almost 10 years now, my colleague Stefan and I have been trying to build knowledge architectures to sort of rebuild our understanding of Russian foreign security and defense policies to leverage some of these new tools. And I will just preface our comments and our paper as well by saying that we are not proselytizers of these new tools, certainly for extracting causal inference, but they do provide a tremendous opportunity to get a better understanding, at least, of what the landscape is, and again, some of the patterns of behavior that we may want to dig deeper, may test some of our hypotheses, or generate new hypotheses that we will use our tried and true methods, whatever our discipline may be or otherwise, to validate some of those things. So what we're trying to do today in our paper is really offer insight into the potential value added of using new tools to basically paint the meta landscape of how Russia in particular self-assesses its military behavior in this war. And what we're going to do then in the few minutes that we have left is to sort of explain how to conduct some of these this meta-analysis by using some of the new tools to build very transparent and robust taxonomies, leveraging those taxonomies to conduct searches and build corpora, to extract summaries from those corpora, to dig deeper in those summaries, to understand how Russians across vast bodies of periodicals assess their military effectiveness at different levels of analysis across a variety of different categories. And then to generate some of those key themes, how some of those themes have changed over time, and what they see as some of their strengths and weaknesses, and then some of the implications for NATO. And so Stefan will walk you through the architecture and how we're building that and give you some of the highlighted summaries that comes from this data extraction. And then we'll close with an example of digging deep into some of the points that were actually made by our keynoter about the importance of the fusion of electronic warfare with drones and some of the lessons learned on that front. But let me just mention that where we're coming from is looking at the literature, and from our vantage point, we see, on the one hand, there are very sweeping analyses of Russia's understanding of its lessons learned that tend to be very comprehensive, tend to be very broad, but not deep. Alternatively, there are analyses that are very deep, take a particular domain or a particular issue area, but don't then look at that issue area relative to other domains or other issue areas, and so lack that comparative analysis. There is an emergence of using LLMs to generate summaries, but a lot of those LLMs are used on data sources that are not directly relevant to understanding Russian military effectiveness. So where we're coming from is trying to show how experts can build expert corpora and then apply some of these tools to extract insights. So with that, let me turn it over to Stefan, who will walk you through that process and then some of the insights from it.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Let me skip this. All right, so our two keynoters, I think, represented excellent examples of how research is done now. Two very accomplished individuals who have studied Russian military for a long time. They've read a lot. They've been there. They've talked to people when that was still possible, which is no longer the case, as Adam mentioned. And so basically, the knowledge that they have is between their ears, as they say. And we rely a lot on experts. What we have tried to do is to replicate some of these, all the elements that a normal researcher does in their research programs, but we try to look at how artificial intelligence and especially LLMs, large language models, which I'm sure all of you have played with in the guise of ChatGPT. But of course, there's a lot more that can be done with these things, and we'll show you some of that. So when they presented their keynote speech, they had a certain taxonomy in their mind. By taxonomy, we just mean the way you structure a certain problem area. You know, they went through a couple of issues. Mass in the land domain, mass more generally, mass technologically. So they had this structure in their mind, which they then built their narrative around. Our work now increasingly starts with building a rich taxonomy of the kinds of issues that people might be interested in. So what you see here is our 3-layered taxonomy, which I will give you access to. I mean, it's not, we really use it as a tool. So if all of you would go onto it now, it would probably crash, which is why I'm not giving you the URL right now. But any of you who are interested, please reach out and we'll give you access to it. The reason we're doing this is we want to help all of you, and we have funding to do so, in trying to at least explore how some of these tools might be useful for you. So what you see here is some higher level taxonomic elements. Well, we'll see it here in live. This is the actual app as it works. It works, it's fine, yeah. So you see, what you see here is about 250,000 articles, documents, books on the topic of the Russian-Ukrainian war that we have broken down by these different taxonomic elements. So and this is both the Russian literature and the English literature, and a little bit also Ukrainian literature. And so you see that the biggest chunk of writings on the Russian-Ukrainian war is on operational concepts, tactics, and approaches. If you look at somewhere here, for instance, there's one, I can't go into it immediately, that's like about here, legal and ethical issues. If you just sort it, and you can do that, once you have access to the app, you can do that. If you sort that onto, for instance, only the Russian sources, you click on Russian, and then you click on Apply Filter, you will see that there's about, here you have them, that there are about 2,000 chunks that deal with that issue in the Russian one, which is a small percentage of the overall thing. It's about 1%. And if you look at the English literature, we of course put much more emphasis on this particular topic. It's about 3.5%. So at an eyes glance, you can already get an overview of the main issues that Russians are writing about when they write on the Russian-Ukrainian war versus what the West tends to write about, which is already a fascinating piece of information in of itself. Because what are the topics that we may have understudied or that they may have overstudied? And when you click on it then, you see on any topic that you click on, you will see the trend over time. So how important was that topic over time? So we're talking here about the topic of strategic deterrence and escalation management. That's one of the topics. So you see in the beginning of the war, not much emphasis, and in the last few months, a lot more emphasis on these issues. And what you see here are the actual pieces of text, which is what you see on the left. I will show you in a second what the corpus consists of, but it's a very broad corpus with a lot of sources that you probably use as well. And on the right, you see the summary that the LLM made of that particular chunk. So we ask it first, because a chunk is only a part of a document. A document may be on strategic doctrine, but it may only have a few paragraphs that deal with this particular topic. So here you can just immediately zoom in on the chunks of text in all these documents that deal with whatever topic that you're interested in. And so it first puts that chunk in the context. So maybe there's only one paragraph on this particular topic, but it tells you this document overall is on this topic. Just a few months ago, we first had to translate everything we use in other languages from, for instance, Russian into English, because the LLMs were not that good at Russian. This has, the approach, I mean, the competencies of these LLMs has exploded. So we now just feed it Russian text, Chinese text, and we tell it to give us the analysis in English, and it does so without a glitch. And for those of us who are Russian speakers, we can still check. And bear in mind, just like an expert may have a different interpretation of a certain chunk, so too might you agree or not agree with the interpretation of the LLM. But it will we also ask it, how confident are you about whether this is the right essence? And it'll say, on a scale from 0 to 1, I'm 0.8 confident. And it will explain to you why it is confident. So not only do we see its judgment call, which is what we all do when we work on a certain topic, their claim was, mass is back, right? It's a firm claim. You can back it up with all sorts of evidence. There may be other claims. And here you can sort of try to find out, what the different confidence levels are, the reasoning behind that. So Rod, for instance, went through some of these elements, and he tried to explain why he thinks that that's his reading of that particular topic, but here we can actually get much richer. Let me go back to my PowerPoint. So that's the taxonomy, a multi-layered taxonomy, which basically comes out of a discussion of multiple days between a couple of subject matter experts and large language models, in which you start with a very generic taxonomy and you keep digging deeper and deeper, and you ask, why didn't you add this thing? And then it tells you, well, because I don't think it's interesting. And then we are like, well, but so there's basically a discussion between the LLM and the expert to build the sunburst chart. That's the name of these types of charts. And they're interactive. You can drill down, you can drill up. The corpus itself consists of 250,000 documents from a variety of different sources. So as you see, the biggest source are Voyenkory, so the military bloggers in Russia, of which we selected a certain subset. So every day we download the latest Telegram posts on a number of different channels. We put into our database. We have an LLM classified, which I'll show you in a second, into this particular text or this chunk is about this particular topic, and bam, that's part of your database. So that's a very big source. We have Integram, which is one of the larger collections of Russian newspaper. Of course, they write a lot about the war. It's an incredibly rich source as well. Here we use a search query, so we just look for a Russian-Ukrainian war, and every article that has those terms in them will be stored in our database. It goes from Google Scholar also, scholarly publications, of which there are at least 33,000, much more than most of us cite. If we look in our database, the average amount of bibliographical entries of a piece is about 32. Those are 32 pieces of text that we choose out of 250,000 as a figure of speech. Why those 32 and why not others? So this now gives us a chance to look at a much broader literature on these types of issues. So first we look at the document. Then we ask the LLM to look at every document individually and to sort them by the ones that are relevant or the ones that are not relevant. That is, it's not because the term Russian-Ukrainian war occurs in the text that it's necessarily a useful piece of information. So that's the first layer that we do with a sort of a relatively powerful LLM, which is OpenAI's GPT-4o Mini. And so we send the text to the API. The API sends us back whether it's relevant or not, 1 or 0. So that's the first layer. And so we get about 135,000 chunks. So first we chunk the documents in these little pieces, and then we ask, is this chunk relevant or not? So you end up with about 135,000 chunks on the topics that we're interested in. Most of it comes from War on the Rocks in the English one, which we download every day. And the interesting things, most of you have probably looked at some of their podcasts, which they don't transcribe. We also transcribe them with LLMs. And so we also have the actual text of the podcast where Michael Kaufman is discussing with whoever else around there. So the next step is that we have all these chunks, and so we ask the LLMs, what taxonomic elements are these chunks really about? And this is on the breakdown. You already saw that in the sunburst chart, that the operational concepts, tactics, and approaches is a dominant field. And so then we flip it around. Let me skip this one here. So we now have text chunks with the topics that they're interested in. We flip it around and we say, this is the topic, and these are the chunks that are relevant for this particular topic. And they range from a few hundreds to a few thousands. Yeah, I don't know whether I have those slides in, but let me finish. So once we have that, we ask the LLM to cluster all these chunks. To give you an example, manpower is one of the high-level taxonomic elements. Within that, you have recruitment and retention. And within that, you have, for instance, PMCs, voluntary units, voluntary battalions, foreign fighters, which are indeed a way in which Russia has tried to make sure that it gets enough mass manpower to be able to send to the field. And so once we have that, within that topic, there are, of course, subtopics. So here the LLM tells us, well, some chunks paint the landscape of PMCs in Russia. Many people thought that after Wagner, that thing had disappeared. It has not disappeared at all. They're just much smarter. There's more of them. They're still very active outside of Russia too, by the way. So you have different subtopics within the topic of PMC. And that's one of thousands. So for every topic, you can then see what the LLM makes of the thousands of chunks that have actually been talking about those things. And then the next step, what we do, is we ask LLMs to write reports about this. So you generate on a daily basis, so this stuff is updated on a daily or weekly basis, depending on the source. And we can regenerate analyses almost on the fly. It still will take a day or so. And we then, as human experts, will still try to either validate these things or at least try to double check them, whether they make any sense. We drill down to the actual chunks, which we can now do. This is not a citation of Adam Stolberg, 2019, page 50 in this journal, whereby you still have to go look for the actual citation on that page, whatever it is that goes about it. No, here you can drill down to the actual chunk of text of a scholarly document, of a primary source, like the Kremlin we download regularly, all the Telegram channels of Patrushev, of Medvedev, of a whole bunch of people we download. And so you can drill down to the actual thing that's out there, and it starts making a narrative about that, about a certain, in a certain structure, which Adam will show you in a second. But some of the high-level findings of this analysis is that once we had done our whole analysis, we loaded it all into Gemini 2 of Google, which is a fantastic thing because it had a much larger context window. So you can literally load tens of thousands of chunks in there, and it will be able to sort of try to make a sense out of this. And so here are some of the self-perceived strengths that the LLMs, after a check with us, to be frank, we asked for about 10 top-level findings of strengths and weaknesses, and then we selected 3 of them so that they would fit on a PowerPoint in a way that you can still read them. So a lot of manpower flexibility, I already mentioned that they really found clever, by our norms, despicable ways, right? These voluntary units get 7 to 2 weeks of training, and then they're basically sent to the front. So it's not something that we would want to emulate, but it has been a sort of band-aid on the manpower mass problem that they've had. But so they see it themselves as one of their great strengths, that they have found creative ways to actually remedy that particular problem. Their industrial resilience, I think few, even military economic experts would have thought prior to the war that Russia would be able to retool a lot of its civilian production capabilities into military ones, again, at extraordinary cost, both to the budget and to the Russian economy, right? Because the competitiveness of the Russian economy is, of course, plummeted by only focusing on those issues. But they were able to do it, and they see it as a strong strength. Doctrinal adaptation. If you look at the literature on Russian doctrine, that's not always the case. There was a lot of intellectual effervescence in the 20s and the 30s. But afterwards, it was sort of thought that it was relatively slow, with some exceptions like Agarkov and some other ones, but that they were not doctrinally very flexible. Well, here they have shown some, at least they think that they've shown quite a bit of doctrinal adaptation. Self-perceived weaknesses, first of all, morale and discipline gaps. Because you have so many, Rod already mentioned that too, because of dispersion, command and control becomes a big issue. But if you also have these volunteer battalions and these other paramilitary entities also in the front, sometimes in the chain of command, sometimes not, that poses tremendous difficulties, which the mill bloggers write a lot about a lot. That's one of the beautiful things about the mill bloggers, that they really, some of them are very candid and do offer some concrete evidence for these things. It is very hard for us to know what is ground truth. Marina mentioned that too. There are just certain issues that we don't have really the data for. What are they doing behind closed doors? But at least that's one thing. Logistical fragility. So they were able to rejig their railway system to become more effective in the early stages of the war, but they still see a lot of problems there. And the other one is the command complexities. We then also did a SWOT analysis where we asked the LLM, okay, now you're a NATO analyst. You're looking at these Russian self-described weaknesses and strengths. Where do you see chances or opportunities or threats for NATO? And again, you get a few things. And now Adam will just pick one of these elements, of which we have thousands, and we'll show you what the LLMs with our supervision. This is still not purely LLM. This is still humans very much in the loop. And we would like to get more and more humans involved in this loop so that many people like you could actually look at it from different points of view as well. But so one example of the thousands that we have.
From this particular topic's discussion is that while we all know when Russians talk about information warfare, there's a distinction between information, the technology domain, and the information psychological domain. And what's interesting in this conversation is that when they talk about their overall strengths, they point to the information technology domain, which I think underscores the points that Marina was making about this combination of electronic warfare and drones, both for protecting Russian drones, as she elaborated, but also for jamming Ukrainian drones. And that is seen as one of the not only strengths of Russia's cyber defense operations, but is seen to have been one that's growing over time. And you can see in these different, in one of the key themes. But what's fascinating also is that when it turns to the information psychological domain, they see that that is actually one of their weaknesses, and it's grown at the tactical, operational, and strategic level, where they see more vulnerabilities to the narratives that are inserted by the West that cause those command and control problems, those manpower problems that Stefan noted. So a sort of a twist on the Western narratives about the strength of the Russian information psychological campaigns and their offensive campaigns, where Russia, their own discussion is about their vulnerabilities in that space. And by using these tools, you can sort of hone in to distinguish some of these things. So you can disaggregate what they see as their strengths and weaknesses, and this has sort of resonated in their key themes, how they see these weaknesses persisting over time. And while they also see the strengths, as was articulated by Marina with respect to the EW drone campaigns for both offensive and defensive actions playing to their advantage. And so this is just one way of really, for a researcher to quickly gain an understanding of the broad landscape, and then to sort of go in and test and ask some questions. Why do they feel that there's a weakness here versus a strength there? Which areas do we want to zoom in on? What are the Russian self-perceptions of their strengths and weaknesses consistent with our perceptions of their strengths and weaknesses? How can we have more of a nuanced picture, right? It's not just at the macro level that Stefan was showing you, but you can drill down into specific areas. And this is based on, hundreds of those chunks. It's not just sort of one or two reports. So again, this is a way of trying to disaggregate, trying to map the landscape of what is written, and then zoom in on a particular set of domains based on our taxonomies. So let me turn it to Stefan to close it out.
Yes, while the slide is still up, please note that you can ask it questions like, how has the debate evolved over time? And they will tell you, well, in the beginning of the war, this was what most Russians seem to think. And then when Surovikin comes in, which was also mentioned by Marina, a lot of these things change. So we'll actually do the analysis based on the timestamps of the chunks that you're analyzing. It will be able to give you a story, which you can then, as a human analyst, double check to see whether it makes sense or not. If you ask, what are the main schools of thought on this particular topic? And there are thousands of these topics, right? It will tell you, well, most authors seem to argue this, but there are also authors that argue something else. And it will then give you the chunks if you ask it. I mean, the report right now is already almost 300 pages, which Pentti is not going to be very happy about. But of course, so we didn't ask it to put like maybe 100 citations here, but you can ask those up. So if you're interested in one of these chunks, you can just drill down again to the exact thing there that's done. So if you look at the way in which humans have done research, also in the field of Russian military, the defense and security policy, it is still very human-centric, which has a lot of strengths, right? We tend to trust humans more. Humans can devote a large part of their time and their life to one particular topic. But we all know that we are cognitively limited in how much we can read. Even the biggest experts can probably only read a few thousands of documents, not the 200,000 that we're talking about here. We are limited in our cognitive bandwidth to analyze these things. It is extraordinarily hard. There's a huge amount of evidence that we have a very hard time remembering what we read a year ago, let alone last week. So things we already know in our brain will pick up on, and that's what we'll remember. But that's only a subset that is very vulnerable to your own priors. And we all share a lot of these priors, right? We have such a hard time reading Russia because our priors are different. And even a Russia expert who's maybe more tuned to these Russian priors will still have a hard time to divorce herself from those types of issues. So we have then moved in the past few years, especially in the work that we've done, to humans plus natural language processing, which was things like sentiment analysis. So when they talk about a certain topic, do they tend to be more positive or more negative? We saw some nice presentations yesterday from the Ukrainian National Defense University, in which, no, is that what it's called? Yeah, in which they also do something similar. But now LLMs are cannibalizing all fields. All the documentation, all the stuff we do. So we have a grant from the Carnegie Corporation of New York. By the way, the bulk of the money here is from the US Defense Department, the Minerva Research Initiative, which is basic defense research. But we also have money from the Carnegie Corporation of New York to actually show scholars to share this stuff with you. So we've been spending 4 or 5 years documenting all sorts of tools that have been totally overtaken by LLMs. It really makes no more sense to use all these. So for us now, the Stone Age is November 2024. Everything prior to November 2024, you probably shouldn't even look at, because these new models are so much more advanced. So we are now in a junction of time where we can still we play a large role in the creation of these taxonomies, for instance. That is still us humans using our knowledge to try to structure the problem that we're dealing with. But increasingly, of course, we tend to not rely upon entirely yet, but at least leverage the capabilities of these LLMs that are really exploding quite significantly. We may be going to the right here, whereby the actual value added of human analysis may become so small that people may question. Just to give you a feeling for what this cost, the entire work that we've done here will have cost us about $150 in cost of the API calls that you make. So the costs have plummeted. DeepSeek, which was all over the newspapers a couple of weeks ago, basically the price that OpenAI charged, DeepSeek charged 1/30 of that. And of course, as soon as that happens, all the other ones lower their prices as well. So the affordability of this stuff, again, combined with what Adam said at the beginning, right? There's a lot of stuff we can't do anymore. But this is like a godsend that we can actually try working with. So we're now at this stage where it's still very much humans, human intelligence, and machine intelligence that can team up to provide better analyses. So this was, we did some of this work also for the Dutch army, with whom, and this is another thing that I want to emphasize. Actually, I'll come back to that. But this was sort of a proof of concept. It's already a massive proof of concept. And so I really very much invite all of you to take a look at it, to let us know what you think makes no sense, what might be useful, to also tell us what you'd want to work on, and we'd be happy to share more of the stuff with you. So this is actually already quite promising. And these LLMs are only getting started. And their capabilities, like the latest generation of so-called reasoning LLMs, and for those of you who have worked with, or at least played with, DeepSeek R1, or with OpenAI's O3 Mini, or O1 even, with Gemini 2.0 Flash Experimental, you will get a sense of how even the reasoning of these LLMs has really taken off tremendously. So it's just starting. Most of our colleagues and our stakeholders, like our customers, are barely even aware of what can be done now. Our field has been so slow. Adam and I sort of started as, we were trained as Soviet specialists at RAND, and then Adam went sort of the academic route, and I went the think tank route. And I was doing a lot of work on defense planning. And we come back to the field around 2014, and what do we see? The same people often, older people like us, as gray as us, some of us as big as I am, doing the same type of research with the same type of tools. Well, in an environment as today, also we have to retool ourselves. And I think this is a great opportunity that we should at least share with our colleagues and with stakeholders. We now have very generous funding from a variety of different sources to keep doing this. So this effort will continue also in the Russia-Ukrainian war. And even if it's finished, we'll continue to study Russian thinking about the lessons of the Russian-Ukrainian war for at least the next 2 years. And like I told you, we have money to also share some of this thing with others. So please reach out to us and we'll be able to do that. We are also now working closely with the Dutch army. See, the main model of transmitting knowledge from the academic world and even the think tank world to the customers is we write a report, we throw it over the transom, and then maybe they do something with it or not. This, ladies and gentlemen, I would suggest is no longer the right approach to these things. We really have to find much closer ways in which we can learn from the kind of questions that they may have so that we can actually provide useful information much more quickly, huddle around a new set of data, for instance, to try to make sense of these things. So we will be doing this. Any of you is interested, so if the Finnish, any service within Finland is interested in doing something similar, we can easily find a Finnish institution that will do that with you and maybe also with us in the way we do it with the Dutch Armed Forces. By the way, Michael Rowland, who is not here anymore, from the United States EUCOM, so the combatant commander who's responsible for the area of responsibility of Europe, is here. And he's also part of the Russia Strategic Initiative. And they also fund institutions to start doing more of that stuff. And he's also very eager to find new ways, not only to have us generate better knowledge, but also to find better ways to transmit that knowledge to the actual stakeholders. So Russia's back. We are not back yet. If you look at the modes of research that we do now and you would compare it with what we did 30 years ago, it bears remarkably much resemblance to what that did. I haven't, like Adam said, I mean, I'm maybe more proselytizing than he is, but that's not our point here. We just want all of you to at least take a look at it and to see to what extent this is something that might be useful for you as well, or not, and that's perfectly fine. Let there be, 1,000 flowers blooming, that kind of thing. But I do think we will all have to look at this because it's coming. It's not going anywhere, it's here. and we can already use it. We are doing this now on Russia, but the same thing can be done for China, can be done for Iran, can also be done for the Arctic, can be done for all sorts of functional issues, just logistics. So basically on any topic that research has to be done on, we can start building corpora, build taxonomies, and then use LLMs to generate a layer of knowledge that we as human analysts can then tap into to use in the way we want. So our submission is that we as a community really do have to up our game. That's the same pitch we gave 2 years ago when we came to the conference and we did our epistemic MRI, sort of a big picture overview of the entire literature on deterrence. And it is astonishing. For those of you who haven't seen it, I would still recommend you to take a look. How many holes there are in that literature. So the more you look at the entire literature, you also see where the holes are. So we have to up our game, and at least we are trying to do that. Rubis will be happy to help you out. If you want to reach out, please do. We're easy to find. We still have the documentation. We have a whole bunch of videos. One of the interesting developments is that some of the largest 3 programs in the transatlantic area that deal with Russia, which is one, the George Washington University's Russia program, that tries to have multiple Russia experts produce papers and stuff on their website that are more written towards policymakers and not just to academics. So that's a sizable effort. Then there's a sizable effort in Europe, which is at Paris 8 in Paris. Kevin Limonier is using a lot of digital tools, fascinating stuff on social media, on geospatial stuff, all AI-based. So these 3 programs are now teaming up. Everything we have in terms of digital methods, we post there. So if you go on there now, you will already find a lot of videos in which we talk about some of these old school tools, like how to use bibliometrics, how to use topic modeling, how to use sentiment analysis, and we will keep doing that. So all of the code, and code may scare you, right? But I have never taken a Python course in my life, and I now spend 4 or 5 hours per day writing code, because I know what I want. I tell the LLM what I want, the LLM gives me code. So all of this stuff here is mostly prompts. You have to tell the LLM what you want. That's something every qualitative researcher can look at and can find holes in. If you don't ask this, you're not going to get the right question. Or why don't you add this? So these prompts that we are now using and that have led to these results, you can use, you can modify. We will have discussions about this. So we as a community will also have to learn an awful lot, because every week a new model comes out. Which ones are useful, which ones are not useful. So this is basically what our presentation was. Adam already told you that we wanted to do, and Katri told you that we wanted to do both some substantive stuff, but also some method stuff. We've tried to do both. There's a lot more. There's only so much you can do in the time allotted. But we're very open to comments, criticisms, suggestions from you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful and scary at the same time. I know I already told you that we've been interacting with Adam and Stefan for a couple of workshops, and I've been resisting of trying to learn any of these tools, but I think after this week I really have to find time to do that. So, but let's go to the questions, and while you are thinking about your questions, I would like to start with the one on this data and set, and one on the content. So what I like with the data set that you have compiled is the opening question that it has. So what the Russians are in a way thinking, what is their self-perception about these things. And then the data set includes important aspects like the journals through the Intercrum, and then the Western sources. But what seems to be missing there is the Russian military journals. Did I understand it correctly? Well, so so I wanted to ask, because it's in a way good that these journals are not there, because then you could create a parallel corpus and to see what are the differences, because as an analyst reading these journals, I've got this impression that when you look at the strategic level discussion over the last 3 years in this, like Vestnik Academy now, Guiana Missile, there is this tendency that there's less critical, they are more doctrinal, more ideological in content, what the Russians write there. So that's my impression. That is also shared by many other analysts. But in a way, this tool allows to test that hypothesis. And I'm sure that in the technical or tactical operational level articles, there might be something else. So that's my first sort of starting point of discussion, that how we could test the results of this big corpus with corpus that focuses on military literature and Russia and what could come out of it. And then the other one was about this content, really, that you very quickly went through the main findings. So maybe we could have a discussion on these strengths and weaknesses as they are represented, and maybe a couple of words also on this mill bloggers side, and if there are differences, what they say. I think again there is a perception that there is this critical kind of debate, and what comes out of the intergroup, and does it help us to understand better the scope of the debate? So if we start with these two questions, and then we open the floor to everybody. Thank you.
You want to start? You can. Yeah, of course.
Well, thank you, Katri. Thanks on both accounts. And let me just preface this by saying that our work is data agnostic. You have better data, you can use these tools. In fact, we are in the process now of scraping articles from Eastview Press that get into the more technical journals, military technical journals, as well as economic journals and other things. So again, I think that is something that people have their preferred, sources. You can always add them in. The beauty of this is that rather than keeping these things separate, you can put them all together and then use the tools to separate them out and visualize the different patterns, just as you said, so that you could test whether or not the discourse in the Voyna missile is different at a certain point in time than the mill bloggers or whatever, or the Western literature. So your points are exact. That's the direction we go in analyzing it. We're just showing you where we are right now in terms of the corpora that we're building. And then we can talk more about the findings, but I know Stefan wants to talk about the data.
Well, just that specifically on military periodicals, it was purely a pragmatic thing that we didn't have the money to renew Eastview Press. Now we do have the money, we'll definitely do that. And the beauty of it is what you're saying, right? Comparing these things. And by the way, we still don't know how accessible these things are going to remain, right? So right now, I'm sort of positively surprised that we still have access to everything I think that we've ever had on the Russian side. On the Chinese side, it's a bit more difficult. But sorry.
I think Voyna missile is no longer electronically available.
So then we'll have to get it separately. But you can still pay for it, you can still buy it, or? Right, so it's still accessible in that way. But what you said, I mean, yes, it's true. It would be interesting to compare what you get out of military periodicals with some of the subsets that we have. But that applies to everything we do. So because it's labeled, you can just take out one mill blogger. You can cluster the mill bloggers, and not us humans thinking, okay, I've read a lot of mill bloggers, and there are 3 different types. That's a clustering effort that we have done based on our, again, limited reading of whatever we can read from mill bloggers. You're not going to read, these 100,000 things. But we can ask the LLMs to cluster these things, and then it would be fascinating to see if our true and tested categories are the same that they come up with. And then it starts to become really interesting, because then it's like humans over the past 30 years who have been, no, mill bloggers don't exist that much, but for some topics you can go back much further, have come up with these categorizations. How robust are those? What I find fascinating is that in many disciplines where AI comes up, some of the established working hypotheses that people had that were supposedly validated get blown out of the water because, and for very good reasons. So the slicing and dicing, we call it, we can do all sorts of things. Even with newspapers, we can classify newspapers into more pro-West, or not pro-Western, but less anti-Western and virulently anti-Western. We can classify by regions, we can classify by professions, even of the authors, where the authors actually have a profession. So there's all sorts of ways in which we can slice and dice these things, which I think also for research is fascinating. We can now start doing things that we'd never been able to do before. And so that also answers your question on the mill bloggers. Yes, they are different, but I would certainly, like, one of the things we will be doing is to look at the differences between the mill bloggers and the military military publications, whether strategic or at any other level. And there's still quite a few of those. Again, it's too much. I think we underestimated how fragmented our knowledge actually is. If you're a Navy person, you may be very familiar with that literature, but you may miss some of the interconnections with some other aspects. That's how we are, right? We specialize in things. We sort of miss, to me, strategy is about the interconnection of all these things. And we as humans have a very hard time wrapping our mind around all these intricate interconnections between all these topics. But at least LLMs are giving us a fighting chance to start doing some of that stuff. And I, for one, am definitely eager to at least explore how far that can take us.
Yeah. What about then the strengths and weaknesses that you found now about the?
Oh, well, we can go back through them if you want. Yeah, if anybody, let's put them back on the screen and ask if people have any comments on them, because I did indeed go through them very quickly. Let's skip this one here. Let's look here. Okay, so we have a lot of Russia experts in the room, and bear in mind this is again 3, right? I could have given you a lot more, and we all make those choices. When you usually ask, like, people like the top 7 lessons learned or the top 10 lessons learned. So whatever number you pick, you're going to leave some things out. But what do you find of these 3 top-level findings by the LLMs from the corpora that we built in terms of both strengths and weaknesses?
Yes, please, audience, the floor is yours now, and there's a microphone if you want to share your ideas.
If you can...
Yeah.
I'm Juha-Matti Lehtinen.
Aha, our critical thinker.
Juha-Matti Lehtinen from Defense, National Defense University. I was kind of interested. I understood that some of the material might not be open source that you use there as a database, and I got an impression that even I could use this, and this would be provided by you. So I was wondering how you solve the possible copyright issues in providing me an access of this somewhat perhaps copyrighted database.
Right. It's not the question we asked, but it's a good question nevertheless. So for everything we do, we always try to make an open access version of it as well. So you're right, some of the things here are copyrighted. But so first of all, we can give you the subset that's open access. And bear in mind, the open access movement is really gaining ground in academia. So some of the top journals are still behind paywalls, but there's a variety of ways in which you can get access to a lot of stuff out there. And usually, since we have the metadata, we know what's open access and what's not, so we could give you just access to the open access stuff. But the second part, even on the proprietary stuff, if you look like at Google Scholar, right, you get snippets. What we've done in the past few weeks, so actually this presentation was very different 10 days ago, and my team went nuts because I asked them to redo the whole thing, to have smaller chunks. And so it's very hard to find out, even from lawyers, what the maximum size is. So one of the main principles is that you should not be able to reconstruct the entire article from our chunks. But you would not be able to do so, because we select certain parts of an article, and then, because it is now somewhere between maybe 100 words and 300 words, I'm not quite sure to what extent that falls under the fair use law on these issues, but we'll definitely look into that. So we can already make the subset available today, and for the other issues, we're still trying to work out what we can and what we cannot do. Adam?
I think the other thing there's one thing about sharing the data, and as he just mentioned, we're primarily just sharing the open source data, but what we are doing is sharing our search queries, we're sharing our algorithms, we're sharing everything so that if you have access to the, like Integrum, or you have access to Scopus, or whatever the proprietary data set, you can replicate what we've done. and we have videos on how to actually do that. So when we can't share the data, we can share the method. So that's how we'd be able to help you.
But like our Kremlin corpus, like that's readily available. The Telegram channels are that's used by many people. We're not the only ones doing that. The Google Scholar metadata is just openly available. There's all these other new tools like OpenAlex, which is called Alex because of the Library of Alexandria. So it's an attempt to make as much abstracts available. So in terms of abstracts, you can actually do a lot already. So then you don't have the full text. So it's not the same resolution, but at least you get some of the big picture. So there's actually quite a bit of stuff. I haven't really looked at what percentage of our full database we can make available, but the really impossible ones would be Integrum, the newspapers, ECU Press. But of the other ones, I mean, there's really there's a wide range of things that we can make available. Bear in mind, when you cite somebody, right, and you cite 2 or 3 lines, you're doing exactly the same thing that we do. If you want one of your articles, you cite it, we cite it, we trace it back. That sentence is open for everybody. They don't have to pay access to the article to read whatever quotation that you've taken out of a text. So in some sense, ours is not that different from this, except for its more industrial strength.
Okay, now I see a question there.
Hi, Kacper Wańczyk, War Studies Academy, Warsaw. So kind of trying to feed into the discussion on the limits of the research. Not on that slide, but when you were talking about examples, there was a part when you discussed the psychological effect of the Western propaganda on the performance of
This one here?
I think that was the second one. On the, that effective asymmetric warfare. Yeah, I'm a layman, so apologies for any stupid questions. But what I was thinking is that when you, as I understand, when you use large language models, they are trained within a particular mindset, right? So because they are trained by particular people speaking in particular language and living in particular culture, right? So example from my field, from economy, we've seen economy. Yeah. So we've seen, in my opinion, a failure of understanding of Russian economy, particularly after 2020. Because macroeconomic models fail to predict how this economy will behave, because these models were based on institutional setups that we have in our minds in the Western capitalism, right? So my question here is, do you have the same problem with LLMs, since, GD Vance just said that all the AI things will be built in the US, so they will have U.S. mindset when analyzing data. So my question is, how do you plan to tackle this problem? I'm sorry for being chaotic. Thank you.
No. I mean, yes. So there are still problems with these models from that point of view, but much fewer than we have as humans. Bear in mind, so even if they are American outfits that are generating some of the frontier models, which is what they're called now, the data that they're trained on is extraordinarily multilingual. There's a huge amount of, not all of the models make all of their training data publicly available, but those that do, and like DeepSeek, this Chinese one that came out recently, has shown us everything they've trained on. So there are huge amounts of Russian sources in there. There are a huge amount of Chinese sources in there. And so when you talk to DeepSeek, you do get a sense that there is sort of a Chinese, whatever you want to call it, in there, just like you do with the American ones. If you ask the American LLM or American companies' LLMs something about defense, you immediately sense that they were trained on the DTIC, so the Defense Technical Information Center in the United States is the outfit that publishes all defense commissioned research. So it's a huge source for us all. And so immediately you get things back like .mlpf, like American constructs that they use, Like the Brits use tepid oil, Americans use .mlpf, we all have these acronyms. So you find back the American acronyms surprisingly often, and you have a bit of the same feeling when you work with DeepSeek. But bear in mind, we have not read all those languages. We don't know all those languages. The large language models do. So of course, I mean, I'm often intrigued by the criticism. Homo sapiens is such a pretentious species, you know. We've called ourselves sapiens, the knowing ape. We're not that sapiens, you know. It turns out now that these LLMs come up. So we are very sort of pretentious about some of these things. And so we say, oh, these LLMs hallucinate. Well, I can assure you, I can only speak for myself, right? Whenever I go to conferences a lot. You're often asked about things that you sort of know, but you know, you don't know everything about. You just wing it, right? You try to wreck your brain to find those pieces of information that you know. You learn very quickly to build a convincing narrative around that, whereby you can actually convince yourself that you're saying the truth. But if we're really honest, right, it's really hard for us to do these types of things. So yes, there are still a lot of weaknesses in LLMs. It's not us who are trying to improve that, because we couldn't, but the companies themselves are trying to improve that. So a lot of the gender biases, ethnic slurs, those are gone. Grammatical mistakes, you will not find you'll find much more mistakes in the writings of this community than you will find in the text generated by LLMs. So they're working very hard on it. They know the problems, they're working on them. And so for us, we just try to be aware of those things. We also ground our sources, so we don't just ask LLM, tell me what you think about Russian strengths and weaknesses. No, we feed it actual sources written by humans, and we ask them, can you help us in making sense out of this?
The other thing that is, of course, we can't read 200,000 documents, but we can read a couple hundred chunks. And so when we get to the points that are on the slide here, we as humans go in and validate and look at those chunks to see, in fact, if they are capturing, and going to the sources to see if they are the case. So this is a way, again, you know, this is not about drawing the definitive conclusions. This is about mapping in this case, mapping the landscape of the Russian discourse about their own assessment of what's going on. Now, why they're reaching those conclusions, you know, that's up for us as analysts. But what we're trying to do is sort of paint the picture of the landscape. And the humans are very much in the loop, because there are a tremendous number of prompts to navigate those 200,000 documents, to get to the several hundred chunks that you can then go back overhand and spend your time making sense out of, and think, well, you know, is this correct? Is the LLM actually importing an English or an American understanding on this document? And what we found actually is that's generally not been the case. It's been pretty accurate at picking up these elements.
I have actually a continuation of your question. There is this self-perceived strength. So there is this industrial resilience, and the outcome of the analysis says that despite technological bottlenecks, official messaging underscores the capacity to maintain or increase output. So we have here an example, perhaps, and this is my question, of the sort of, this is a kind of shows how the discourse in all these, all your data that in the corpus is actually presenting that there is no problem, that there is kind of a bit resilience there, an ability to maintain this. But it is about the official messaging. So there might be this unofficial, you know, the basis of things that we still can't access with this kind of a database. But when we see this sort of a thing, it at least for me, trained to look at the strategic deception, it's kind of a red flag that there is something interesting here. Right. So are they really able to kind of create the total manipulated discourse over such a wide range? So how do you think? Are we having some interesting detail here, or?
Sure, Katri, but the same applies. So whenever we read these things, like these mill bloggers are a great example. A lot of them are so-called patriots, right? So there's an incredible ideological veneer, sort of self-congratulatory veneer of some of the bloggers. But then we as humans try to find which ones seem to be more evidence-based, which ones are entirely out in cuckoo land. And so we try to filter, and that's what we do when we do regular research too, right? We read the same things, and then we try to cite things that we think are sort of reliable. One of the questions you could ask the LLM, and I would not ask the question straight out, like which one is propaganda, which one is like misinformation and disinformation, but I would ask, what kind of indicators would you use to discriminate between like misinformation versus legitimate claims about something? And then they would probably come up with a list. We would go through that list. We would think, yeah, well, this is something that I would have thought of too. This maybe not. And maybe the LLM did not think about something that we would think of. And then I would ask it to train a model. Okay, if we have these 15 indicators that we as humans would feel comfortable with, because if they exaggerate, if it's only positive news about the war, then it's not very reliable. So the sort of balance between positive and negative could be one indicator. But even if it's a nice balance, it could still be sort of cloaking some other underlying issues. So here is where the LLMs will, so the fact that it's not in here is due to the fact that we cannot show a slide with 6,000 bullets, right? So you try to abbreviate it and then you miss things. But you cannot say that you can't ask LLMs to do that because they would do it. They would, if you ask it, find powerful, semantically coherent counter arguments and find me 15 of them, it will go out and will give you 15 counter arguments, which you as a human can then once again try to do with that. So there are a lot of ways. So the main problem remains the same. How do we filter reliable versus non-reliable? How do we filter interesting or not interesting? And that depends on every single one of us. We all make those judgment calls whenever we write a piece of research, but we don't document it, right? We cannot go back and trace why we did that. Here, you have the traceability is there. There are very few disciplines in which the lack of transparency would be accepted that we commit every day. Which works have we read and have we not read? Why? Even when you quote somebody, why do you interpret this particular citation like this? Are there alternative interpretations of this particular citation? Those are all things that we struggle with ourselves when we do our daily work. Well, with the LLMs, it's entirely transparent. Every step of the way, you can go back in. You're not going to torture a person by asking 6,000 questions about one paper they wrote and every single judgment call they made in that. But you make judgment calls. Like here in these LLMs, one of the things you do is temperature. And you can either set it on 0, where it is very matter of fact, and 10, where it will really try to be creative in interpreting something. So the judgment call you make on it, first of all, we're all like that. I'm probably more of a 7, and there's probably more of a 5 or something, and we of course vary across this. But whatever modality you use matters to the output that the LLM generates. So that's only one choice out of the hundreds of choices we make, which are entirely non-transparent in our way of working.
Well, not entirely. Let's not forget methodology and the theories and the discourse analysis. I still believe that that's important. So, but what is the kind of what you do really bring is the ability to see the scale of debates that we don't have. And so, Jyrki, please, you have a floor now, and if there are. We have like around 5-10 minutes. If you have questions, please ask.
Thank you, Jyrki Terva from the Finnish MFA. I was interested, like when you feed the language model a lot of like materials from the Russian Telegram or from the Russian sources. Have you observed that is the language model itself changing? Like the thinking of the language model, does the material change its thinking towards more like what is the Russian concept of war or the Russian understanding of the conflict? Thank you.
I mean, this would be like the equivalent of going native, where diplomats who go to Russia sort of tend to adjust their. Well, this is very hard to test. So I think validation, which is a huge problem for our field in general, but especially also for LLMs, because we will be more critical of LLMs than we would be of human beings to do that. So how do you validate that a model, for instance, is primed by peers? So it does learn. The more Russian stuff it reads, the more it will sort of hone in on that Russian way of thinking. And indeed, the last chunks that it classified may be coded somewhat differently than the early ones, because it has learned a lot. But how do we test that? At this volume, right, it is so, and it is very hard for us humans to do. Right? We can maybe get some interpretation of whether that's happening or not, but it would be a very hard research task to perform. Basically, my personal take, and maybe Adam thinks differently, is that these models really have gone through tremendous testing and so these outfits are in a much better position to validate these things, and they want to get. It's a very competitive market, right? There's multiple players all around the world. Europe is trying to get into the game as well now, so it's a very competitive market where getting the better model really has huge impact on your income, but also on your visibility and stuff. So my personal take is that it would be very pretentious of us to try to do. So we do try to test it on our material, and so we can take a look at that. But it is very hard to test that in the kind of detail that you suggest.
So you were asking a question about the model, about using LLMs and how LLMs learn. But another way to think about this, and it kind of gets to Katri's point about theories and concepts, and another research effort, we tried to look at the question that was asked earlier to the keynoters about escalation. And what does Putin's red lines mean? And so we applied some of these tools to not just sort of map when he uses those terms or when he uses proxies for those terms and do they correlate with anything, but we actually were able to use these tools. And again, this is where the humans are important, to structure profiles. So what would a threat that leaves something to chance kind of deterrence model look like in terms of a red line? Well, you'd have to have a clear line and maybe some ambiguous consequence, right? As opposed to a classic deterrent model where you would have a very clear set of red lines and then a clear set of consequences. But then, as those of us who are in the Russian field know that, well, the Russians may think differently about strategic deterrence, and the principles may be reflexive control. And there, you're going to be ambiguous about the line and ambiguous about the consequences. So you can structure something along those lines, and then look at have the LLMs go after it and see whether or not there's ambiguity or clarity on a variety of taxonomical elements that are related to, in this case, red line threats. And what you can do is basically take an MRI of the threat space through the lenses of our understanding of different theories to see if there's a logic to what's going on there. So it's not the LLMs that are generating that. That is us structuring something and then letting the LLMs loose on it. So your question is valid, and I think Stefan addressed the technical issue. But I think there's a lot of creativity for us in how we use these tools, structured by actually our theories, to see if how these can actually get at something is difficult to measure as reflexive control. I mean, that's a very hard, it's a concept that we understand, but it's very difficult to measure. And these tools can maybe get us partially that way to test whether or not these concepts actually exist and where and when.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good reminder as well of the work that you've done. So let's take the last question now and then.
Thank you. While I was listening to you, I got...
Please present yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Daivis Petraitis from Baltic Defense College. While I was listening to you, I got very strong impression that you are designing a perfect, fantastic tool to get what you want. Depending on what you put on the system, you could get any statement or any fact approved, and this means that it might be used as a tool to manipulate the decision makers. In such a case, being as example of a Russian agent, I would not concentrate anymore spending my efforts on distorting the information. I would spend my efforts on recruiting you as a manipulator for the decision making. How are you going to solve that problem? Thank you.
I'll use the bolder one, so I'll go first. Look, don't we all do everything we can do to get what we want, even if we do traditional research? We also have a certain idea, we write our papers, we then try to influence people or not. So we are, of course, influencers, and we do it with the means that we have. And this is indeed that same model on steroids. And so can it be misused? There is no doubt in my mind that it's already being abused massively. That's one of the things that I hate so much about AI, right? We are so transfixed with going back to mass and going back to the old days that a lot of bad guys, both state actors and non-state actors, are being much more creative in using these tools to do bad things than we, who think of ourselves as the good guys, are using to use it for positive things. Well, since, of course, Russians may have different views, I see myself as somebody who's trying to improve the situation, not like weaken others or kill them or do whatever. I still think that this offers a credible opportunity. So just like through our writings, we have always tried to get it right? And we have missed the ball so many times as Russia specialists. When we were at the RAND Corporation in 1989, there were 200 Soviet specialists. We did not see the fall of the Soviet Union. I wrote a paper for UCOM in which I listed like 40 colossal strategic mistakes that the West has made about Eastern Europe. From the 14th century, where we all thought that Kiev was going to be the thing, and it was the thing, and that wasn't necessarily what would happen soon thereafter, to every week now, where we make wrong assumptions about what Russia is doing. So I have a strong feeling that we who are on the side of liberal democracies, we should be better at this stuff. How have we allowed to have brutal authoritarian regimes abuse these tools for their purposes? And it's our companies, in our countries. And we have different values and norms and interests also. And how come we are not jumping on this in the way in which we should do? So if you can say all this sort of attempt to influence decision-making by pinheads from outside of government, that's bad, then I'll agree with you. But if you think there is a good raison d'etre for these people, serious analysts, who devote their lives to studying a certain topic to help improve decision-making in maybe just for the sake of academia, but sometimes also for the sake of improving policy, well, I think we owe it to ourselves to at least explore to what extent we can get better at this and can maybe find good solutions as the good guys. Anyway, that would be my flippant, quick response to your...
So I would say two things. One is, again, we're sort of data agnostic. And so, as you pointed out, this data is not complete. You would want to have some more, military technical journals. But let's say if you're in the government context, you have your own sources. You can, therefore, it's your own data. Because one of the big questions, in using these automated systems is that people are using data that they don't know what the data is when you go online to some of these things. So we're not using that. We're trying to take a step forward by curating data from sources that we all use to do open source research. So we're not as vulnerable to that kind of critique that, you don't know what's under the hood kind of thing. And of course, those who are working in much more controlled environments with controlled data, well, then you have your own validation about that data. So that's one way that that I think we can protect ourselves as researchers. The other way is being very transparent about the different taxonomies. So we haven't just developed these taxonomies by ourselves or with the LLMs. We've engaged subject matter experts so that we are very transparent about those taxonomies. Again, we have multiple prompts. There's a log of all those prompts. You can see how the training was going back and forth. And then finally, as I mentioned at the end, you get chunks that you can actually go back to the sources and see in a manageable way. So you've gone from 200,000 to the cited, several hundred documents with the relevant chunks there. So I think there are validation checks along the way that are very transparent, that people can replicate, which is what I think we do in the open source area. But I think as you become in a more, for policymakers that are dealing with, more controlled information, the same procedures would go, just your information would be more trusted in that regard. So I don't see, what we're trying to get away from is just using the things that are online where you don't know what the data sources are, and that could just be, for a variety of reasons, give you distorted types of outcomes. So that's how I guess we would tackle it. And of course, I can be a pawn in everybody's hand, so I don't pretend that I know all of the things that are going on around me, but I think that's something that we always have as a researcher, and how people use our research.
Yeah. I think we'll stop here. I think that was a really good ending for this session, thinking about the ethical issues as well in relation to this, using this big data. Now you have a 1 hour almost time to discuss with our experts, and coffee break, and we'll be back here in 12:15. So let me thank our speakers and audience. Thank you.
Welcome and good afternoon. I am Professor Juha-Matti Lehtonen of Defense Acquisition in English, but you could translate it directly as a war economy, the title. And I have a great pleasure to introduce our first speaker in this session. He is Mr. Iikka Korhonen from the Bank of Finland. He's, among other things, head of research, including Russia and China, the economies of Russia and China from the Bank of Finland. So, Ilkka, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's my great pleasure to present the paper or the report, which was co-authored with Yuri Koronichenko from University of California, Berkeley, and Elina Rybakova, among other things, at Peterson Institute of International Economics in Washington and Bruegel in Brussels. So basically the idea here is to give an overview of where the Russian economy is at the moment, what has happened since the start of the full-scale invasion, and then some speculation about what might happen next, what are Russia's resources, what is its ability to continue waging war in Ukraine, and if and when the war ends, the likelihood of sort of continuing the present course of armament in the economy. So here is the outline. Sorry, some of the things are here actually from the older version. So I will not talk about regional convergence, but I will talk about the trade-off or lack of it between guns and butter, or the fact that the Russian economy seems to be, if you just look at the GDP numbers, it seems to be doing okay, and clearly the military production and so on is at that very high level or sufficiently high level. But we would argue that the likelihood of actually continuing to grow as Russia has now done during this year or next year is actually very unlikely. Well, of course, there's a lot of debate about Russia. There's actually very little economic research currently being done on Russia, at least outside Russia. Currently, there are a lot of voices in media, among other things, European ministers saying that Russian economy is, if not collapsing, is actually very close to a collapse or something similar, that if we just sort of push on a little harder, then things will be okay, and there will be a full-blown crisis, banking crisis, whatever. But then there is other view, and I think me and my colleagues are more on the latter camp, is saying that there are a lot of problems in Russian economy, and many of the pre-existing problems have been made worse by the war, but there's no imminent collapse coming. The Russian economy can continue to churn out military equipment, armaments, ammunition, at least at the current rate, for quite some time, and as long as oil keeps flowing out of Russia, then Russian economy will have, or Russian government will have only small difficulties in financing the deficits it is currently experiencing. So this is the question, glass half full, half empty. If you look at the official statistics, and before anybody asks, we mostly still do trust the official statistics. There are many statistics that are not published anymore. There are some questions about GDP numbers in 22 and so on. But by and large, I would argue, and we actually have analysis more or less proving this, saying that Russian economic statistics are as good or bad as they were before the invasion. They have just stopped publishing a lot of stuff on foreign trade, on finances, on government finances, banking, and so on. So when Russian Rosstat says that GDP is now, level of GDP is now higher than it was 21, I would tend to agree with that. But GDP now is very different from what it was before invasion. And then, as I said, we are clearly seeing a Russian economy hitting a lot of supply constraints. So during summer last year, the growth decelerated. Some activities are actually even contracting. And then, as I said, a lot of vulnerabilities are building up or have been building up. I mean, there are still fiscal buffers, but the mere fact that central bank policy rate is at 21%, at the same time as official inflation is between 9 and 10, should tell you that something is actually seriously wrong in the sort of macroeconomic policy mix in the Russian economy. And then at the same time, Russia has become increasingly more dependent, I would say very dependent on China. And this relationship is very asymmetrical. Okay, so this is from the latest GDP publication of Rosstat up to third quarter of last year. They already, Rosstat has announced that last year Russia's GDP increased by 4.1%. And it was especially private consumption that really drove the growth, private consumption and investment. So here you can see the red line is the trend, so seasonally adjusted GDP, clearly above the pre-invasion trend. One should note that in spring of 22, when Russia invaded Ukraine, full-scale war began, there were sanctions and a lot of uncertainty in Russian economy. Russian GDP actually dropped by roughly 5%. Is that a lot? Well, in spring of 2020, when COVID hit, Russian GDP dropped by 7%. So clearly that the onset of war was also a big shock for the Russian economy. But then, and I will, as I will argue later, Russian authorities have been then using all the tools of sort of macroeconomic policy management to make sure that the wheels keep turning. And I would say that in the summer of 22, when ordinary Russians realized that war is not in Russia, banking sector is not collapsing, even though at some point it looked like it might, then they sort of started to behave as everything was normal. And then we have seen the fact that public procurement, public spending has increased a lot. That has led to very tight labor market, higher salaries, and so on, and all that has then fed into higher private consumption. This is not sustainable forever, but now in the sort of very early spring of 25, I mean, we are clearly seeing that this is still viable, at least for the moment. So here, the idea that GDP in 24 is not the same as 21. So here we don't have the full year numbers from last year, but just the change from 21 to 23 in the sectoral composition and the change in value added in different sectors is actually very drastic. So here from the Russian national accounts, we have the different sectors. And then in the parentheses, you can see their share in 21 GDP. And then the horizontal axis shows you the change in value added. So public administration, including defense, value added has increased almost 17% in 2 years. I mean, that's a huge jump in public administration. Then we have some sort of interesting things, or widely interesting things like restaurants and hotels. Many Russians are unable to travel abroad as they once did, so they are traveling more home, more demand for restaurants and hotels. Construction has been going up a lot. So basically one of the ways Russian government kept wheels turning, especially in 22, but also in 23, was subsidized lending related to housing and other construction. So basically at the end of 23, more than 80% of new housing loans were subsidized. Now Russian government has discontinued this because it just became too expensive. But this was one of the ways in which the activity was kept up. Then on the other hand, say retail and wholesale trade, other service activities, big drop in the value added of that sector. So more resources to military, more resources under the command of government, less resources in services that are directly related to household consumption. We can look at this war sort of step towards war economy in other ways as well. A colleague of mine wrote a paper, and then she has updated the series ever since, looking at the manufacturing industry in Russia. So if we take subsectors that are most certainly are directly related to war, say manufacturing of fabricated metals, arms and ammunition are part of this, or other transport equipment, so military fighting vehicles are in this category. And then we take everything else. The greenish line is the war-related production in these war-related industries. So it is now perhaps 80% higher than it was in the summer of 22. So big increase in everything that is related to war. Whereas manufacturing in other sectors is essentially the same as it was in spring 22. So clearly the big increase in public spending has gone to war effort. Now the procurement of military or other equipment in metal industry and so on, of course, feeds into companies' order books. They hire more people, or at least they try to hire more people. People work overtime, wages go up, and then this has been one of the ways in which the military and war effort has translated into higher consumption by ordinary Russians. And the regional aspect of this is that actually, if you look at the increase in incomes, it's been highest in those regions that used to be actually quite poor, where the old Soviet military industries were situated, and then those regions which have recruited a lot of people to the front. I was telling that the public expenditures have been going up, and they really have been going up quite a bit. After big sort of stagnation in 23, also incomes have gone up. So tax revenues and other revenues of government have gone up. Last year, the federal government deficit was slightly less than 2% of GDP, which is, of course, say in international, at least in the European context or US context, is actually fairly small. But if you look at Russia's own history, at least since 2000s, it's quite high, and it's been the same. The level of the deficit has been about the same now for 3 years. So this is one big departure from the old sort of economic policy orthodoxy that Russia used to have. This is the consolidated budget. So this is the federal budget, regions, social security funds and so on. If you just look at the federal funds, federal government, there was a huge jump in expenditures in December and January. And there's always a big increase in deficits in December, but in January, this big jump in expenditure and deficit is actually quite unusual. So either it's just coincidence, or they are really trying to make sure that whenever Mr. Trump and Putin sit down at the table, Russia will be also at military advantage at the front. But this big increase in spending, very tight labor market. So Russian working age population has been decreasing since 2010, more or less. In 22, when the partial mobilization was announced, perhaps 1 million people left, mostly men, left Russia. Some of them have gone back, but at least 500,000, perhaps even more, are still outside Russia. Net flow of migrant workers from Central Asia is much lower than it used to be. So labor market is very, very tight. And on top of that, you are trying to recruit 30,000 men a month to the front. So this shows up in wages, and then that shows up in prices. So inflation has been creeping up, especially since the first half of last year. So as I said, currently we are between 9 and 10%. What is perhaps more worrying for Russian policymakers is that the food inflation has been fairly high, fairly fast in the past weeks, weeks and months. And many staples, beef, chicken, butter, eggs, their prices have actually gone up a lot. And that clearly causes some sort of social unrest, let's put it that way. To fight this, central bank, as I said, has raised the interest rate to 21%, which means that any investment that is trying to sort of, when it just assessed on the sort of market conditions, if your inflation is roughly 10% and interest rates are starting from 21%, housing loans at the market rates are between 25 and 30% at the moment. So clearly, I mean, there are no viable private investments in Russia in that sense. But of course, government is currently subsidizing also a lot of investments in the priority sectors. So everything related to military procurement, or say transportation infrastructure to China is getting loans at preferential rates. But that doesn't change the fact, or actually it's contributing to these imbalances. At some point, this has to turn around. But then to try to predict the timing of that, it's almost by definition impossible. There's this dependency on China. So China currently provides Russia with roughly 50% of Russia's imports. What does China export to Russia? Well, almost everything, like to every other country. I mean, roughly 1/3 of global industrial production is in China. So a lot of machinery, electrical equipment. Big change has been in vehicles, and especially passenger cars. So currently, Russian market has 14 car brands, and 3 of them are Russian, 11 Chinese. And within a few years, I mean, all the taxis and so on in Moscow and St. Petersburg will be Chinese. And these are not EVs, these are internal combustion engine cars. China is also, in most months, the most important customer for Russian crude oil. So crude oil or hydrocarbons together are 2/3 of exports. They are at least 1/3 of federal tax revenue as well. So whatever happens to price of hydrocarbons is very, very important. So currently, as I said, China is buying most of is the most important customer for Russian crude oil, and then India is number two. I'll almost finish here. Just on long-term growth. I mean, most of the countries that are represented in this auditorium, I mean, we have problems with our demographics. But obviously, Russia's problems have been sort of brewing longer. And if you look at this, well, this is not population pyramid. It's not a pyramid, but we still call them population pyramids. The cohorts now growing up, I mean, young adults and those coming into school and university age will be smaller and smaller. And there's basically no change in this trajectory. This is the official Rostat population forecast. They're very optimistic about net migration, but even they are saying basically that Russian population will continue to decline, basically from now onwards. And this is the UN prediction for the same. Here we can see the big difference migration makes for these assumptions. So if there are no or very few migrant workers coming from Central Asia, then in the next 20-25 years, then the actual population or the decline in the working age population will be very fast indeed. Then we did some back of the envelope calculations, and I have done some of these before, on what would be Russia's long-term growth potential. Long-term here means 20-25 years. So basically, to produce something, you need people, you need labor, you need machines, factories, auditoriums like this, so capital, and then you need some skill in putting those together, and that's what economists call total factor productivity. In many countries, including Russia, but also Finland, a lot of European countries, all growth in total factor productivity, in how good we are in making more out of the same inputs. The growth has been actually quite weak in recent years. In Russia, it's been even weaker. If we look at sort of fairly benign scenario, sort of pre-war scenario where labor inputs are constant, there is some investment and some productivity growth, then the long-term growth potential of Russia would be 0.5% a year. In Finland, we are roughly at 1%. Now, in this new reality, if we think that the Russian economy becomes even less integrated with the global economy, there's even less investment, we would actually be in a situation where the potential growth rate is negative. And then the last line is what actually happened between 2014 and 2019. So we are stopping here. Before COVID, average GDP growth was less than 0.5%. So almost no matter how one looks at it, growth potential of Russian economy is not high. It can be actually very, very low. So the share of Russia in the global economy continues to decline. But at the moment, the Russian elite and those who are making decisions don't care about this. They just want to make sure that the resources that they have are used mostly to fight the war, and then eventually to sort of force us to the negotiating table. And then if there are problems because of that later, then so be it. Okay, I mostly spoke about this already. I'll stop here, and then I guess we'll have questions at the end. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you.
We do have some time to take some questions. I think here is time for one or two questions. From the audience, if the audience can have a file. Okay, Miss Mr. Spiegler, do you have a question? Microphone there.
I mean, thank you. Just a small question. Could you elaborate a bit more about the February 2025 spike in investment? And you tied it to some extent to Trump and Putin's anticipation of what will happen.
Well, I mean, this is we can observe that the public expenditure jumped a lot in December and January. December last year and January this year. We cannot say where it went, but usually in January the public expenditure actually contracts quite a bit. So something unusual. Either it's a coincidence, some big things sort of were pushed from December to January, or then they are really trying to ramp up, say, procurement in the military sector and try to recruit more people to the front to make perhaps one big final push. Yeah.
And then a more fundamental question. I mean, given the role of hydrocarbons in Russia's economy and the changes that are likely to occur in that market because of the changed American position, like, is there any modeling being done about what the impact will be of the changes of hydrocarbon markets on Russian income?
Well, obviously, I mean, a lot of people have been we are constantly calculating how much Russia is getting and in different scenarios, what would be the tax revenue for Russia if price of, say, crude oil goes down to 40. I mean, it would be very, very bad for Russian public finances. It would not show up just in crude oil, but also coal, natural gas, and so on. Yeah.
But it wouldn't affect the basic analysis, which is that Russia can basically still continue like this for quite some time.
Well,
so the drop would not be so big that analysis would have to be reduced, or could it?
Well, it depends on your time horizon. I mean, if the price of oil today would drop to $40 a barrel, and then it would stay there for, say, a year. I mean, they still have reserves, roughly 2% of GDP. They can borrow domestically. I mean, public debt is very low, less than 20%. That would have its own problems, and then that would create more imbalances. But at the moment, I don't think they would care.
Okay, there's two questions. Maybe we'll take both because
Yeah, sure.
You started a little late. There was one, and then there.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. Tia Lehto-Bihler, working at NATO. I wanted to ask you about Russian central bank independence. There's been increasing attacks, especially kind of personal attacks against Elvira Nabiullina and the raising of rates. And then in the end of December, I think most people expected for rates, the key policy rate to be raised even more, but then it wasn't. Do you think this is a potential sign that there could be more political pressure on the central bank? Thank you.
Well, I mean, obviously there has been a lot of political pressure, but the fact that the interest rates still are at 21% tells me that there's still at least some vestige of independence. I mean, they are still able to at least do that. So this is not like Turkey, where Erdogan was able to overrule the Central Bank of Turkey. But then going forward, I mean, what happens on Friday, that will be actually very interesting. If you look at any indicators related to inflation and inflation expectations, they have been now trending up. So the central bank actually should raise interest rates. Yeah.
So thank you, Mark DeVore, University of St. Andrews and British Foreign Office. I had two questions that are interrelated. The first is very much piggybacking on that one, and that is, what do we think real Russian inflation is? I mean, do we think that the 9% that's the official rate is actually the official rate, or is there a different way of calculating it based on other indices? I guess the second question is what do we know about the supply elasticity of volunteers for Russia's war effort? It seems as though the anecdotal data points I'm hearing about in terms of November, 2 million rubles for enlistment bonuses in Moscow, St. Petersburg, recently 5 million in Samara, and all of this starting from a baseline of that I think the official rate changed from 195,000 to 400,000 in July of 2024. It seems as though we have a very inelastic supply of volunteers at this point, and is that going to be a problem for them?
Well, first on overall inflation, I do think that the overall inflation is roughly at 10%. I mean, we have some foodstuffs where the price increases have been higher or much higher, I mean, between 20 and 40%. And actually there's a lot of research showing that people's inflation perceptions and expectations are basically shaped by the things they buy every day. So if TV sets are now and computers are cheaper than last year, people don't really take notice. Then on the elasticity of volunteers, yeah, it does seem that they are running out of sort of willing and able-bodied people to really go to the front. And that's why perhaps why we are seeing these desperate attempts to recruit Indians and whatever. I mean, the local authorities need to fill their quotas. Even if they raise the sign-up bonuses, it's not enough, so they do these crazy things. Yeah. That will be a problem for the Russian military. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
And we'll give applause to. And I have an equally great pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Mr. Vadim Pahalchuk from Kyiv School of Economics. He has a PhD in finance, and interestingly, at least to me, he served as a chief financial officer in several military units, and will give his speech now. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for such a great presentation, but I suppose this could be a very big problem to continue this topic after such an exhaustive report and speech, but at least I give it a try. So my topic is how Russian economy fools its military capabilities. And we know that Russian full-scale invasion in 2022 was only a continuation of its expansionist policy in its most radical form. However, Ukrainians' existential struggle with the invader began much earlier. It can be assumed that the first manifestations were territorial disputes over coastal territories, also Crimea Peninsula annexation, occupation of our eastern regions, and the quintessence of this is also hybrid warfare with special services. But the 2022 invasion intensified the redistribution of state budget revenues and the use of natural rent. Statistics show that today Russian Federation is following the path of the USSR, significantly increasing defense spending not only directly through the budget of its security and defense sector, but also indirectly and covertly through the budgets of other ministries and departments. The cumulative effect will be as a tectonic shift for its economy. In 2025, the state's expenditure is expected to increase to 41.5 trillion rubles, representing a 5% rise compared to 2024 spending as estimated by the government. Notably, this year's spending has already been increased twice, in July and October, and it's expected to reach almost 40 trillion rubles, which is almost 3 trillion more than the amount defined in the budget initially in November 2023. This means that this year's budget outlays will be as much as almost 18% higher than last year's expenditures. Most likely, the majority of the additional funds will be allocated to military. Following Russian usual practice, real spending can be significantly adjusted during the given fiscal year, depending on the Kremlin's current priorities. Thus, the government plans for the 2025 and 27 budget should be regarded as general concepts rather than specific tasks. In 2025, war-related spending will increase. The largest rise in expenditures planned to the national defense section, reaching 30.2 trillion rubles compared to just slightly more than 10 trillion allocated for this purpose in the 2024. a 22% increase, as you can see. This sum is also more than 55% higher than the planned spending on this category in 2023. According to the budget law for 2024 and 25, which was adopted in November 2023, national defense expenditure had been expected to decrease to 8.5 trillion, but it will increase. It should be noted that the funds also allocated to national defense will not only represent the largest item, almost 33% of total expenditures, but also the most confidential one in the 25 budget. As much as 85% of these funds have not been earmarked for specific tasks. The document merely outlines the general purpose as equipment for armed forces, financial allowance payments, etc. But also internal security chapter is also expected to increase by almost 2% year on year, within the item accounting for 10% of the budget. It funds various institutions, including those directly involved in war, such as National Guard and Federal Security Service, as well as those responsible for repression, societal control, such as police and prison service. Spending on national economy is likewise expected to rise by approximately 30% year on year, but this aims is to support business, including state-controlled companies, as well as fund import substitution programs for military-industrial complex. In parallel, spending on social welfare policy seems to be very interesting too. Why? Because nearly 16% year-on-year increase in 2024, 2025, 25% of the planned funds, almost $70 billion, will be allocated to military pensions and housing, while $14 billion will be designated for social welfare benefits for newborns and their upbringings. And starting from 2024, this spending category no longer represents the largest item in the federal budget. Moreover, the funds allocated to it are expected to be more than 50% smaller than the amount assigned to the military. Funding for healthcare and education will increase only nominally, remaining significantly below the rate of inflation. The government is also gradually withdrawing from several costly social programs. For instance, in July 2024, it cancelled the widely available preferential mortgage loans, retaining this lending option solely for families with children. Additionally, it has shifted and increased share of spending on human capital and social welfare policy to the regions, while reducing the transfers they receive from the federal budget. The rising costs of war have compelled the Kremlin to continue shifting the burden onto society and business. According to government plans for next year, the state's budget revenues are expected to increase, but this is only based on the current exchange rate. The government anticipates receiving an additional almost 3 trillion rubles through higher taxes. Nearly 65% of this amount will be result from an increase in the corporate tax rate to 25%, up from 20%, while further 20% will come from personal income tax, following the reintroduction of a progressive tax scale. Excise duties on petrol, alcohol, cigarettes will also rise. Furthermore, the government plans to increase the prices of utility services, including communal housing, water, gas, transport, beyond the official inflation rate. Consequently, the share of non-oil and gas revenues in the budget will rise to 73% from 69%. In 2025, oil and gas revenues are projected to decline by approximately 3% year-on-year. But the government has assumed an average annual price roughly approximately almost $70 per barrel of exported oil, compared to exactly $70 in 2024. However, due to change in methods used to estimate the average export price of oil, which serves as the basis for calculation corporate tax rate, the actual price may exceed the revenues effectively earned from oil exports. Inflation and depreciation of ruble are also expected to benefit the revenue side of the budget. According to government socio-economic development scenario for Russia in the next year, which form the basics for the next year budget, prices are forecast to rise on a very slow rate, as the ruble is projected to depreciate by approximately 6% against the dollar. A big role here plays a big substitution of European Union export to India and China. And at the same time, if you can observe, the European Union countries are in various shades of blue, decomposed by region, and have largely ceased imports of Russian oil following the embargo. But ship-to-ship transfers are a part of undetermined category. For another consecutive year, the government plans to reduce the deficit, which is in 2025 is expected to approximately 1 trillion rubles. Also, according to the budget law adopted in November 2023, the deficit for the previous year was projected to be much more, 1.6 trillion rubles. It more than doubled due to the need to finance the war. It's unlikely the deficit will be reduced in the next year. Will be primarily financed through debt financing on the domestic market. But by the end of the previous year, the total debt was just almost 60% of the GDP, and further to slightly more than this percentage in the next year, with government bonds being predominantly purchased by state-controlled banks, and sanctions have to cut Russia off from foreign markets. Meanwhile, the rising basic interest rate is causing a dynamic increase in debt service costs. In the previous year, budget expenditure was allocated for this purpose, rising to almost 8% in the next year. The liquid assets of the National Welfare Fund are forecast to decline by 10% in 2024. This reduction will result from the depreciation of the ruble. The liquid assets held in the central bank's account have been invested in yuan and gold, and the consistent rise in the average price of export oil above the burden. This was as for introduction part. This gave us, our team, some of the idea, should we compare the direct impact of oil export and gas export on the share of military expenditure from the GDP. We incorporate in our methodology part different Python packages, primarily the stats model package to use the error correction models and vector error correction models. And first of all, the Granger causality test was conducted. The results obtained indicate the presence of such a cointegration process between the two time series. However, since it is characteristic of the error correction model that both variables can be cointegrated if they are not stationary or integrated of order 1, we additionally perform augmented Dickey-Fuller tests to check the stationarity. And as table shows, there is a weak evidence to reject the null hypothesis. Both time series was non-stationary and need to be differentiated. The Kaike and Bayesian information criteria test was used to identify the log orders. The minimum values for both tails corresponds to log of order 5. Johansen cointegration tests using trace and eigenvalues test statistics within 5% level indicates the existence of two cointegration relationships. The estimated vector error correction model shows that for both oil and military expenditures, we have significant constant terms. As for the short-term dynamics, the adjustment coefficients indicate quickly deviation from the long equilibrium. For example, for the first integration equation, the adjustment coefficient indicating just marginal significance. However, the adjustment coefficient for military expenditure was highly significant. For the second integration equation, both adjustments were highly significant, both for oil and for military expenditure. As for the locked effect, value of oil exhibited a consistent and significant influence on both oil and military expenditure, and similarly, the locked military expenditure had a statistically significant influence on oil. The impulse response analysis, not shown here, but also confirmed the dynamic interplay between oil and military expenditure share of GDP, with oil exhibit persistent response to shocks in military expenditure share of GDP. Why so? In the discussion sector, we deep dive into the dynamic of military expenditure. We could observe a sharp increase in 2003 after the Chechnya. The Russian Federation decided to return to the proposed Pavel-Grachev reforms, but the biggest reforms was introduced after the Georgia invasion, after the 2018. Organizational changes in the army were accompanied by a sharp increase in the rate of growth of military expenditures, which increased from less than 1 trillion rubles in 2008 to more than 2 trillion rubles in 2013. This, as well as several other measures, made it possible to force the rearmament of troops, significantly increase the intensity of combat training, and increase the monetary allowance of servicemen. From this year, the arsenal of long-range cruise missiles and disposal of Russian armed forces increased in several times. contrary, what were the main sources? You can observe a huge increase of an introduction of new oil facilities starting from 2000, the effect of first sanctions due to the Russian annexation of Crimea Peninsula, and the influence of restriction output due to the OPEC Plus agreement between Russia and other countries. And today we could observe the price limits introduction and its effect on oil export of Russian Federation. But what's next? Could we win just by undermining the economy? There are three possible scenarios for us. First of all, is overrun. Just to seize its territory, productive resources, and fix critical military capabilities. It will be a very difficult task, especially from the current frontline positions. And maybe the most plausible scenarios will be the second and the third. Especially the second, the functional collapse. A nation is no longer able to fight. As a result, is either sued for peace or overrun. Its loss of critical productive input or output, a complete lack of ammunition could cause this, for example. Although it may not have to green down the entire economy if you find the critical piece of resources you need to enhance your military-industrial complex. Or alternatively, we could paralyze the entire economy, making it clear the attritional war is impossible to win. For the third scenario, some kind of capitulation or revolution which was performed in different scenarios in previous years, in previous wars, we could make nation unable to fight, but rather unwilling to fight. One or more common reason for war terminations throughout the history. Because staving off collapse requires progressively more unpleasant choices. Eventually, one is arrived at the government or civilians are unwilling to stomach. At that point, collapse may be social or governmental well before it becomes economic. For example, Russia in 1917 had high levels of production in military goods, but little to no desire to go on. At this point, Russia implemented a range of measures intended to hold up the economy. It's a forced currency conversion, capital control, interest rate manipulation, stimulus spending and monetary expansion. It's massive focus on Eastern economic pivot from oil export. It's profiting from taking during the energy disruption period of European Union. And even these measures will pushing it that growth of Russian Federation could become a contraction in the 2025. But at this moment, still, Russia has a huge range of options to fight or even under hard economic conditions. The country is not under full embargo, so sanctions increase costs but don't make things impossible. The nation has access to most strategic resources internally, and also financially, the government has numerous options to prolong the war and conflict. The economy is bleeding, but it's bleeding very slowly. But what level of decrease in living standards will the people accept in order to achieve the imaginary victory? And I want to say that we are here, I'm here thanks to our heroes who are sacrificing their lives on the front line, but also a special thanks for our partners and partner countries who help us in our collaborative efforts to achieve our desired end state. By the main conclusion of this report is we are not going to stop after the end state, because as you could see from the time series dynamics, the biggest investments into military industrial complex and into the reforms on the armed forces of Russian federations were introduced after the drastically increasing in export of oil and not after the first year. So this is the existential war, not only on the short or medium term, but over the very long period of time for our country and I suppose for all European Union and NATO partners. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, now we do have plenty of time to questions before we have more time for more questions in the panel. Do we have any, well, thank you, we have questions from the audience.
Thank you for your presentation. So you outlined the three possible failures for the war economy. Specifically, I'm interested to ask about the functional collapse. I know it's not a very easy question, but how do we get there? Or how could we get there?
I suppose that the biggest example of this functional collapse could be the collapse of the USSR economy. And unfortunately, it took almost 10 years to achieve that goal. And this is such a very long period of time to disrupt the oil sector of Russian Federation, for example, in this case. And it could be achieved as from the experience of the special services of the United States and collaborative force of the NATO countries, only just by extensively applying different instruments of secondary sanctions to targeting those companies, to targeting those our enemy allies who is trying to help him. Because secondary sanctions also works, and works very good. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I'm trying to get a better grip of one of the fissures in Russian society, which is, of course, the regional one. I mean, we haven't been paying as much attention to that for a long time now. And so I was fascinated that both of the presentations actually talked a little bit about that. But on the one hand, I hear that there's more convergence between regions in the first presentation. And then you're saying that the transfers from the federal, so fiscal federalism is going to change because there's going to be less money going from the federal budget to the regional budgets. What is behind all of this? I mean, you know, are regions converging and therefore Russia may have an easier time managing this huge country, or are there some other strictures that mean that, you know, it's going to get actually worse because they're going to get less money? So is fiscal federalism, if you're a Russian ruler, is the problem becoming easier or becoming worse? Because on the one hand, this convergence seems to suggest there's going to be less fissures, but if less money is going to the regions, then, you know, the regions that are hurting may again get more reasons to rebel against the center.
Thank you for your question. As I understood, the federal budget system is quite complicated, but the main question is to shifting the problem from your head to the head of the other people. And in this case, you are incorporating different instruments. You are trying to combine the reduction of social welfare for different unsecured people and increasing the support of military pensions through the introduction of different federal programs not supported by the federal budget directly. This is because of the redistribution of those funds and disseminating it among the different federal budgets into the country. So the primary goal, as you could see, they increase taxes, yes? So they try to take more from the people and to cut social welfare. Meanwhile, at the same time, they cut the social welfare. This is the point. How could people suffer from such cuts? How could they stomach from these problems? Because at the same time, they understood they are fighting for something. They're spending almost all their money on the war, but they are still able to sacrifice themselves. And even the federal budgets are going to sacrifice themselves because it's a big part of the expenditures part. To introduce the sign bonus, to manage the recruiting process, and the other parts that are necessary to sustain the war.
Okay, well, this is actually not a question. I'm sort of continuing on your
Thanks.
To his question. Up to sometime at least last year, I mean, incomes, real disposable incomes were actually converging, but this has little to do with actual sort of transfers from the center. I mean, if you just look at the budget, it was mostly about this military procurement going to some of the regions that used to be sort of poor, that used to have Soviet military factories, basically. And then in many of the poorer regions, basically, they had so much money coming in from the salaries of those who were at the front fighting, sign-up bonuses, and then these payments that are made to people who are killed. And that actually shows up in the regional incomes, and it shows up in the regional banking statistics. And a colleague of mine published a paper about a year ago showing that the household deposits had been growing fastest in those regions that had most people being drafted. Thanks.
I could add one interesting thing. A couple of weeks ago, I read an interesting article, and it highlights and emphasizes a very crucial and interesting idea. Because meanwhile, the private deposits increasing, the people receive a lot of money, especially in the regions. The total perception of situation is that everything could be good, and good when the war is continuing. So they are fighting for their prosperity, so they are developing in the regions. And could we compare this drastic shift in consumption, in investment, and the people's attitude in the regions before war and during the war? So the war is not connected in their mind and with the bad life, with the bad things. So this narrative is very crucial. Could the Kremlin figure out and concrete the idea that everything we are fighting for a good life, and you are living very good during this period, but before this period, it was much more worse. And if we stop at this point, it could be worse. And what do we need to live a better life again? The solution will be very easy to find for an ordinary people and for a lot of people.
Okay, thank you. Let's give one more time now time to sort of continue this panel in a more formal setting that we almost started. So please, you join us as you two other presenters, and I assume you will be the panelists. And now we have 29 minutes for a panel. I had the presentation, so I guess it's now time to ask questions for the panelists and have perhaps longer issues to discuss and have some back and forth. So there's a person who wishes to start. Please, you can microphone.
Thank you. Julian Waller, CNA and George Washington University. I wanted to follow up on this last round of conversation on sort of social support and stability and the idea of real incomes growing, especially in poorer regions, part of that coming from war deaths, casualty payments, things like that. Do you have data? Are you able to disaggregate the data on these improvements, not only by region, but by ethnic minority group or by class structure? So vis-a-vis where inflation is hitting. So when we think about social stability and social support for the regime, legitimacy, things like that, we notice that lower classes are actually quite pro-regime right now, and in fact there's been upticks on most of the polling on that count. Are lower classes experiencing relatively less inflation? That is, are their incomes able to basically counteract it? Is it the Russian middle class that's getting squeezed more? Where is the pain? Can we disaggregate that, and how has that changed over the last 3 years? Thank you.
That's a very sort of good question, extremely good question. Well, obviously, this is always the sort of where then the person answering says, we don't know, we cannot know. As far as I know, we don't have access, at least not sort of on a running basis, on those kind of consumption baskets by income classes. But obviously, we do know that the poorer households usually spend more of their money on food and housing than the richer ones. There, as I said, the food inflation has actually been accelerating quite a bit in the recent months. So that works against the poorer households. At the same time, especially sort of social housing, the government has been trying to keep housing prices and gasoline prices, for example, and domestic energy prices very stable or increasing only a bit, basically to make sure that the pain is not too harsh. I would think in terms of consumption basket, the most hard hit have been, at least so far, those in bigger cities who used to buy foreign cars, travel abroad, and so on. I mean, if you look at the disaggregated price level data from Rostad, say the price of what they call foreign brand cars has gone up roughly 60%, 60, since the end of 21. And I mean, it's not Mercedes or BMWs anymore, it's Chinese cars. I mean, they might be good cars, and many of them are, but it's a very different kind of product that they are now buying, but the prices are still much higher, actually. So to sum up, there's no simple answer to your question. There are countervailing forces working in both directions. But clearly, the fact that the government is also imposing these, say, export restrictions on certain foodstuff, increasing import quotas of eggs and vegetables and so on, it tells me that they are aware that the food prices are a major issue for many households. Yeah.
Actually, we had some ideas to some kind of measurement of a level of deprivation in different regions, but initially it's very difficult tasks. First of all, as for us researchers, because of the lack of data, and you could find it maybe by running the independent surveys specifically in different regions, but just imagine how difficult it to run an independent survey in Russian Federation. Maybe some kind of impossible tasks. But as for comparison, not among the different ethical groups, but more in different income groups, for example, low income, middle income families, high income families, just imagine a situation when you substitute all of the good quality imports from European Union countries and United States with some kind of low or middle quality goods from China. And this could become a new normal. So just imagine the USSR, or just imagine the North Korean. When new people don't know the normal and you even not showing it, they could compare, they could extrapolate their experience on their other way of life, on the other way of surrounding environment they are living in. Maybe this will not reveal some causality for middle income class in the middle or long run. Because, as the head of the Russian Federation said, they are going to decrease the level of import dependency, especially from the Western countries, and to build some kind of modern closed economy, to substitute at least more than he could from his partners. So it's very questionable whether it will influence such income groups within the country.
Well, maybe I'll take my own question first, because it's hard for me to raise a hand and indicate I would like to.
Maybe I could add.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I'm so sorry. But we had one interesting question from the previous years. It's very a good example for Ukraine and maybe for other countries. If you're just walking through the Kyiv or other cities and just asking somebody during the walk about the exchange rate, you almost always find an answer. But in Russian Federation, it's not a big problem. Because why? They don't care. They don't care about the exchange rate of ruble. They are living with rubles, so the dollar, the euro, or yuan, it doesn't matter. All prices are in rubles, all goods are in rubles. Why do they care? And this is a question for low and especially for middle income people in those countries.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I would like to ask a question of my own from mainly Mr. Korhonen. You about the long-term growth prospects of Russia. They were rather bleak, and to some extent of the population pyramid issue. I think I've seen Bank of Finland growth projections, I don't know, maybe 5-7 years ago for Finland, and my rough recollection was that they were about as bleak, maybe slightly better, and I would have certainly wanted even those bleak projections to come true from then to now. But at least Finland, I guess most northern Western countries, the population pyramid looks to what I've called population parachute. It's more like that, and then there is the capital and the rather hard to explain technology. How would you compare the long-term growth prospects of Europe, that is European Union? Maybe UK, maybe not, compared to Russia. And here I'm thinking, what will be the change in the relative economic power in the long run between Europe or European Union and Russia?
Okay. As you noted, we did, the Bank of Finland, I think 7 years ago, we published a sort of assessment of Finland's long-term growth potential, and actually now last December we did the exercise again. In most of the scenarios, we are contemplating for the Finnish economy, growth would be between 1.2% a year, which is perhaps not so bad when you're already fairly rich. I mean, the productivity is already very high and very close to the global frontier. In the case of Finland, I think and actually also in Europe, population growth and especially inward net migration is the key variable in that sense. That if, for example, in Finland, if we are able to maintain net migration at the level we have seen the past 2 or 3 years, many of our problems in fiscal, so long-term fiscal problems, pension system and so on, will be almost solved. I mean, not completely, but almost. Then the question of productivity still remains. But if I try to compare, say, EU and Russia, in terms of productivity or in terms of population growth, I think in almost all the scenarios, say UN published last July, the change in the working age population in Europe is more favorable than that in Russia. Productivity growth has been actually surprisingly similar. So our productivity growth has been low, but so has Russia's. Russia's productivity growth should be faster because they're so much poorer, and the level of productivity in a lot of the manufacturing sectors and also services is lower. So they have room to catch up, but they are not catching up. And I do think the fact that they have now decoupled from a big part of global economy, and they have decoupled from a lot of the global value chains, say in car manufacturing, that used to work, where Russian manufacturing plants would receive components from abroad, from Russia, and then cars would roll out from the assembly line. That has basically stopped. And I think this is just one example of how the foreign influence, foreign FDI and technology transfers had been beneficial for Russian economy, but all that is now gone. And that's why I think the productivity growth in Russia going forward, basically in the current setup, will be low as well. I mean, you have less foreign companies, you have less competition, less productivity growth. Investment, investment ratios have been around 20% or slightly below, both in Europe and Russia. And I don't see any big investment boom in Russia. I don't see one in Europe either. But taking all this together, I do think for the next 20 years, the expected growth of GDP will be higher in the EU than in Russia. It will be not very high, not very fast here either, but Russia's will be even lower.
Okay, thank you. And we have a question in the first row.
Kacper Wańczyk, Warsaw Studies Academy, Warsaw. Question about the influence of sanction on the macroeconomic situation, but a bit with a twist, so on the trade sanctions. Do you assess that they are economically valuable? What I mean is circumventing sanctions is costly. For example, if you have the shadow oil tankers that were mentioned by Mr. Pakalchuk, you have to pay for that. You have different companies that you need to set up. So is the whole procedure of circumventing of trade sanctions bring the same income for the Russian budget, to make it simpler, or is it only a symbol politically important? Thank you.
I can start. Well, first of all, on the tax revenue, Russia is getting less tax revenue from crude oil than it would without the sanctions. I mean, clearly the sanctions are eating up some of the money that the Russian oil companies are otherwise are getting for the crude oil. The G7 oil price cap did work fairly well in the first half of 23, but then, as you said, basically they found ways to circumvent the cap. They bought a lot of tankers and so on. And actually, during that time, even the average price of Chinese imports of Russian crude oil, they had a discount of between 5 to 7%. So even the Chinese were benefiting from this oil price cap. Now, as I said, basically over time, they learned to circumvent the sanctions. Now with the latest both US, UK and EU actions, I do think they will be getting less money again for their crude oil. There will be less tankers available for shipping the crude oil. There will be less ports, say in China and perhaps also in India, that are actually willing to take the risk of receiving these Russian or the tankers that are shipping oil from Russia. But obviously, it is a constant game of cat and mouse. That I mean, you have to keep running to stay where you are. Then on the other sanctions on our export controls or export restrictions, we have actually data and analysis coming out looking at the Chinese and Turkish exports of the goods that the EU have sanctioned, to Russia. And the unit prices in most of those goods have gone up, and in some cases they have gone up a lot. So whoever is selling those goods from Turkey or from China to Russia, they are taking advantage of the fact that Russians have nowhere else to go. So they are really getting a good deal out of that. And that, again, is one way that the sanctions are supposed to work. They are supposed to limit their access to those goods. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. I also want to highlight more about the export of dual-use goods, because they are critically important. You couldn't just determine the center of gravity of UR, because every chip is matter. But the history shows us an example that secret services of USSR always worked with critical import. So they are very good at it. And with the help of a good lawyer, they just set up a different number of companies in just a few weeks, or maybe in a few hours, in different countries all over the world. So the question is not to create the blacklist. The question may be to create the white list of proved and trusted companies who are not able to sacrifice their reputation and economical valuable revenues in order to work with such intermediators who are working with the Russian Federation. It could be much more easier to relicense all companies that are involved in exporting of dual-use goods in different countries, because it's very difficult and almost impossible task to tail all of the companies in Turkey, in Emirates, in China, in Malaysia. The chains became more and more complex, and it's very difficult to find the persons who are involved. And sometimes it's very easy just to substitute the one seal for the other, one sanction company for the other, to evade those instruments of secondary sanctions. But it works, and we see it. The biggest problem is that China is involved in the process directly, and we need more help from our Western partners in order to fight with the dual-use good export. The other interesting point is maybe financial sanctions, especially the cut-off from the international financial system of the Russian Federation, because it was a great deal in the recent years, but they are very flexible and resilient these days, and adopting the halal in different regions, using their export-import companies and partners just to exchange the foreign currency for the rubles in different regions and working with dollars, yuan, etc. currencies. So we need some new instruments, for example, secondary sanctions, not as a political instrument, but also as an economical instrument to enhance the pressure on the Russian economy in this way. Let's say use the gold to sell the oil.
Okay, and now we have the question from Mr. We have really hard. Steven, yeah, that's easier.
Yeah. So basically, both of your stories are fairly sober, balanced, evidence-based stories that say, Russia's not doing well, but it's also not going to collapse tomorrow or anything like that. But I wanted to ask you a few questions about the data on which that is based. First, let me make a suggestion. So we had a question there about the sort of elasticity of supply for manpower. I don't know whether we have a database of this stuff, but this would, to go back to the first presentation that we had, this is something that would lend itself very well to LLMs scraping a whole bunch of regional newspapers to try to look for those data. What you mentioned about deprivation, the sense of deprivation, that's another thing. We could try to come up with indicators and then try to build a corpus and see if we can find somehow evidence for those different indicators across different regions. So it seems to me that there may be additional data sets that we could generate to circumvene some of the problems that we have in that field. But connected to that, my basic question to you is, given that you're both sort of sober, not positive, but also not that negative, are there certain aspects that you think we may be missing right now that could still change that balanced view of Russia's prospects? And I'm reminded of sort of the late Soviet period, where Soviet economists had spent decades trying to explain why that system that was so obviously inefficient was still working. And so we found all sorts of rationalizations about why it was still doing better than we thought, until then the collapse came. So it seems to, is it possible that we're in a similar juncture where we might just be looking at the wrong indicators, or that we might not be, is there something that we might be missing that would change the sort of balanced nature of the stories, the evidence-based stories that you hold now? So that's sort of a more general question.
Well, on data, I mean, we have, for example, I was talking about the fact that a lot of regions where we have a lot of debts. In Ukraine, the household deposits have gone up. So basically, the data on debt, on the military debts, comes from basically from researchers who are just going through V-contact and so on with the help of some algorithms, calculating the number of death notices of certain age males, and then just calculating that. So I mean, people are doing things like this. Yeah, but I think this is mostly, at least so far, perhaps somebody is collecting, but we all are seeing just social media posts and anecdotal in that sense. Yeah. And then, are we missing something? We might be. I mean, well, first of all, I do think the collapse of Soviet Union was mostly political. I mean, Gorbachev basically let the genie out of the bottle, and then a lot of republics just ran away. I don't think that's happening now. I think if they had kept the repression at the early 80s level, they could go on for some time, especially if the price of oil would have gone up. But I mean, there are so many things we don't know about sort of inter and intra-elite struggles. I mean, if you look at what happened with Prigozhin, suddenly we had this warlord marching towards Moscow, and everyone was just sort of standing back. I mean, trying to see what happens. I mean, we could see something like that, but that's almost by definition completely impossible to actually forecast, at least the timing. I mean, I can say that Russian economy is not doing well. They cannot continue at this current level of military expenditure for 5 or 10 years. They can continue perhaps for 3, but where does the sort of inflection point come? I don't know. Yeah.
That's a great question. And some time ago, I found a very interesting idiom about the economy is more about the way of thinking. And there are no good or bad instruments for the central banks or for the economists. All are good and all are bad. And just to extrapolate the situation with the Russian Federation of the German in the Second World War, before the Second World War, the German, based on the assessment of allies, was not able to start a war because there was not enough resources. They have no technology to produce the weapon. But in that case, they reinvented the economy. They grinned all over the countries and their allies found the necessary resources. They built the capacities, reconversion, the industries, and started. And this gives a very good insights and extrapolates the Russian or the German Nazis that even when everything is against you and you are doing very bad, you could still find the resources if you have the will to find the resources. So We have a lot of examples all over the world. Some economies are prosperity, good, very rich, and some are in very poor condition. But even in a poor condition, they are still functioning. So I could assume perhaps they even in a bad condition, even if there will be a lot of problems like with the North Korean, they still could find a room to move on and to find additional resources. The main question is to break the will. And one of the good instruments in this case is economy, because its will is heavily dependent from the rich political, military, and economic establishment of this country. They will be able to continue this war?
So I think we have, we don't have much time, but one last question. One last question. I wouldn't like to take any time for your lunch. So one last question and brief answers. We have, well, 1 minute, I guess.
Yeah, thanks. Good brief. Aaron from Joint Force Command Brunsum. You pointed out, do we look the right way? I'm not sure about that, but Russia, China, how much even we can look Russia now in isolation? What will be the China's interest to lose that market, to lose that oil? India the same. Even broader, 20, 30 years horizon. Currently we have a US dollar-based economy across the globe. And we have in NATO and our partners across the globe 1 billion. That goes as well to our Korean, Japanese and Australian friends and etc. We have a BRICS, more than 4 billion within candidates as well in Africa, Southern America. What if these decide expand dollar-based approach and do their own based on gold? So my question is, should we look how the Russia might collapse, or what we can do in order to avoid collapse because of the Russia or China or the future big markets?
So could you, Mr. Korhonen, give a brief answer and then
I'll... brief. I mean, I was going to give a 30-minute lecture on this because this is a topic I've thought about quite a bit. Well, I'll try to be brief. But first of all, for Russia, as I said, China is of utmost importance. Roughly one half of imports come from China, and China is the most important customer of Russian crude oil. For China, Russia is roughly 3% of exports. Russia is currently the most important provider of crude oil, but that has only happened during the past 3 years. So China has been taking advantage of Russia's position, where Russia is not able to sell the oil elsewhere. And the similar thing applies to India. I mean, previously India didn't buy any Russian crude oil. Now they buy quite a bit. They refine it, and some of it they actually sell back to us, I mean, in Europe. And of course, that's the sort of elephant in the room, that if we really want to hurt Russian economy, we would just embargo Russian crude oil. But that would mean much higher oil prices and much higher gasoline and diesel prices, and we don't want that. Then on, well, I mean, clearly China has an interest in trying to sort of weaken US and US role in global economy in many ways. But at the same time, China is not willing to open up its own capital markets and its own currency markets in a similar way that US has done. So renminbi is not a global currency. It's used in 4% of global trade transactions. But China is very happy to keep it like that. They don't want to give up control. So as long as Chinese Communist Party insists on keeping control, or the ultimate control of their economy, renminbi will not be a global currency, even in the degree that the euro is a global currency. BRICS is, in my opinion, a marketing exercise. It doesn't have rules. It's There's no secretariat. It has a development bank in Shanghai, which actually the balance sheet is much smaller than the Nordic Baltic Development Bank here in Helsinki, owned by 8 small countries in Northern Europe. So it's a PR show. But obviously the interests of Russia and China are in many ways aligned. So they will do many things together. Roughly 1/3 of their trade is now in Chinese yuan. I mean, and I think that trend will continue. But China doesn't want to give up control, and that's why US dollar will be the sort of dominant currency. I mean, 10 years from now and 20 years from now.
Okay, thank you. We're already over time, so I'll wrap this up really briefly. We have now lunch, and here in this room we will continue at 14:30. That is 2:30 on Russian resources, and I'd like you all to give, before you leave, applause to our great panelists. Thank you. So welcome to the afternoon session of Russia's resources. I'm, as I was in the morning session, I'm Juha-Matti Lehtonen, a professor of defense acquisition in National Defense University. I'm the session chairman. And I have, again, a great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Jalonen, Mr. Jussi Jalonen, and he has a doctoral degree from about 10 years ago. He's published several publics, including articles and books, been a visiting scholar at the Warsaw University, is an adjunct professor at University of Oulu since 2020, by the way, where I'm also an adjunct professor in the same university. And he currently works as a researcher for the Finnish Navy Command in Turku. So please, floor is yours, Jussi.
Yes, thank you kindly. I'm probably mostly appearing here as an adjunct professor and military historian. Long before I actually started working for the Navy, I was 15 years an academic at several universities working as a military historian, and even though I work for the Navy, I will continue to be a military historian. I'm focusing on war economics, and I wish to thank you, mainly the two last presentators, for giving a very good run-up to this topic. Before the lunch, we heard about two important matters, mainly the state of the Russian economy at now, and second, how this Russian economy is used to funnel resources to sustain the war effort in Ukraine. Now, I'm talking about the consequences which can be defined as the emergence of Russian military-industrial complex, and further, how the very existence of military-industrial complex actually narrows the Russian political options. What exactly are the full social, economic, and political consequences posed by the very fact that so much of the nation's resources are channeled to war? Now, a good place to start, of course, it's actually what's the definition of military-industrial complex. We have traditionally been accustomed to think of military-industrial complexes as self-sustaining entities by great powers, but in matter of fact, complete self-sustainability and actual autarky has never really been fulfilled. Even Great Britain, which was arguably in the First World War one of the leading industrial powers and definitely possessed a military-industrial complex with shipyards and machinery works, found it necessary to purchase ready-made equipment from the United States. So even in the case of Russia, we have seen the old Soviet military-industrial complex breaking up at first between several CIS states. For example, Ukraine inherited quite a bit of Soviet avionics industries, and also, for example, shipyard industries, ships' turbines, machinery was built traditionally in Ukraine. Nonetheless, Russian Federation still continues to possess design bureaus, research and development agencies, and manufacturing facilities inherited from the Soviet times. And even though in the 21st century, Russia also opted for interdependence and imported technology until the sanctions, we can say that the cornerstones of military-industrial complex were firmly in place. And with the isolation resulting from the sanctions, Russia has found it necessary to further cement this complex and build it further, even in times of war. And at the moment, as you heard, my apologies, as you heard, the Russian share of military spending is 40% of the federal budget, and it's up to 8% of the gross domestic product, as usually measured. Now, this is the highest level so far in post-Soviet history, and it's indeed approaching the 10% threshold, which was broken in Soviet times, I believe, in 1970s. Now, most of this spending is going on what was described in the keynote lecture in the morning as mass. Russia is seeking to churn out masses of ready-made equipment, tanks, arms, missiles, all of these for the battlefields of Ukraine. But at the moment, they are also spending heavily on the Navy, which, of course, obviously has also suffered losses in the Black Sea War. Now, what's relevant here is this 8%, I would like to call it cold 8%, which is devoted solely to military. Obviously, quite a bit of the civilian spending is, I would say it's hidden military spending, logistics, infrastructure construction, and all sorts of civilian equipment directly or indirectly also serves the military. And as we heard, even rare resources are extensively devoted to military spending. The idea here is that draft law for 2024, which was the watershed, it seeks to decrease the military budget by 2026 and 27, presumably based on the idea that some kind of a political solution is reached to the conflict in Ukraine by then, but even still, the level will be higher than what was projected at the beginning of the full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. Now, this is merely stating the obvious. This is one proof that Russia is preparing for long-term game, facing also the militaries of NATO, and because of this, obviously, increased military spending is necessary. I shan't dwell too much on these fine details on, for example, inflationary pressure and macroeconomic imbalances, mainly because our Bank of Finland colleague already illustrated them quite nicely. I would like to emphasize what he already mentioned before, that in many media analysis and, shall we say, off-the-cuff commentary, Russian military spending has been consistently considered unsustainable. Indeed, already in 2022, it was considered unsustainable, yet it wasn't. Now, in my opinion, economists are completely right when they make tentative, careful predictions. And the consensus, as we heard, is that eventually, at some point, it will become economically unsustainable for Russia to continue the war. For example, in these last presentations, we heard about the potential of systemic collapse and possibly some kind of implosion from within. Now, the thing is that Russian economy has nonetheless been remarkably resilient. And at the moment, it's also something more than that. Military spending has become the main driver of economic growth. What GDP growth we are seeing, it's basically because of the military spending. And military expenditure, when it drives growth, it cannot be simply shut down. It's difficult to hit the brakes because after that, it's too late. You're facing the brick wall eventually. And many of these imbalances, which have been mentioned, such as overheating Russian economy, inflationary pressures, I would say that they are contributing to a wider picture, which is the main imbalance between civilian economy and the military economy. There is indeed distributional crisis in the making in the present-day Russia. We already heard about, for example, labor shortages, and how mobilization and spending, investing mainly on military industries is in fact depleting the already rather constrained labor market. And this is a problem. It's indeed a time bomb which cannot be diffused. I would also like to point out the fact that when we are speaking about potential economic collapse somewhere down the line, we should keep in mind that the present-day leadership in Kremlin should be also aware of this possibility. They must know this. They are direct heirs of the late Soviet-era nomenclatura. They know the full consequences, what might happen if military spending actually gets out of hand. It played its own role in the Soviet collapse, Indeed, you could say that the arms limitations treaties in the 1980s were in many ways welcome opportunity for Gorbachev's USSR to scale down military spending. But the present-day Russian Federation doesn't really have that kind of an opportunity. International isolation and mainly self-imposed constraints, such as alienating yourself from the West and trying to build up some kind of a massive complex intended to challenge Western hegemony. These are not really kind of factors which would suggest any kind of arms limitations treaties as any kind of an option, especially since Russia has, under Putin, mainly ripped those papers to shreds already. Now, as I said, there is indeed time bomb in the structures, military-civilian imbalance, how actually diffuse it. Because at the end of the day, the military spending will have an impact on civilian economy. Social spending will suffer, labor shortages will be felt, and whatever resilience there is in Russian people at large, those cannot be simply counted upon indefinitely. Now, one way to deal with a time bomb is that you don't actually have to defuse it. You can explode it, if necessary. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that even after any kind of potential resolution to the current war of aggression against Ukraine, which is still merely a potential outcome, the alternative to scale back military spending in Russia is increasingly difficult for the reasons which I already outlined. There is the alternative of simply maintaining the high military spending still after the conflict, namely keeping up a new kind of an arms race in the new Cold War style confrontation against the West, which is also not really any kind of an option, because as I mentioned, Russian leadership should be quite aware how that actually ended the last time around. And it also risks a further aggravated permanent distributional crisis. Russia has lost quite a bit human capital, both as a result of outmigration and also in the form of casualties in the war. So there is no doubt that the military expenditure and militarization of society is unsustainable. Now, on occasion, regimes paint themselves in the corner. They may have aggressive intentions, indeed aggressive policy, but by channeling this policy to economic reality, they further limit their options, and eventually they are left with precious few political choices. Now, I would argue for the possibility that with the trajectory we're seeing right now, the Russian regime today may be left with only one option. They will have to make use of the rearmament, of the military-industrial complex, of any kind of military advantage which they have, and simply launch new military aggression, both to justify the military spending by now, and also with the aim for a victory which would allow political rewards, for example, overturning the sanctions, facilitating trade, inflicting some kind of defeat on international coalition assembled against Russia, and hoping that this would facilitate a more favorable post-war economic transition. Now, this is of course a gamble, but as I mentioned, we're at the situation where it's possible that rolling the dice will be the only simple option. And what we're seeing, in my opinion, is the risk, I wish to emphasize, the risk of self-perpetuating cycle. I'm not making fundamental prediction, but merely pointing out the potential existing right now. Material losses incurred in the war against Ukraine, which are very significant, they necessitate rearmament, they necessitate high military spending, also because of the confrontation against the West. This high military spending results in economic imbalance and it creates structural risks which pose a potential for economic collapse or any kind of a meltdown, and consequently, before these risks are realized, launching a new military campaign becomes a necessity. You have to use the advantage which you have built, because if you don't, it will drag you down. Now, I like to use historical examples. As I mentioned, that's my main trade. That's my profession. And we do have, from the 20th century, actually examples of two rather aggressive states which, apart from their aggressive ideology, also ended up painting themselves in the corner economic-wise. Now, Nazi Germany in the 1930s, as we indeed heard before the lunch, managed to build a complete military-industrial complex from the scratch. And by 1936, at the beginning of Hermann Göring's four-year plan, the head of the Army Weapons Office at Wehrmacht stated that the level of rearmament going on in Germany would actually be unsustainable unless you launched the war already in 1939. At this point, there was still open question whether to launch the war, for example, in 1941, 1943, but eventually, because of the economic realities, 1939 became the date. I should note that this interpretation has been challenged, and my understanding is that, for example, Richard Overy doesn't really subscribe to it. So this is definitely open for criticism. Imperial Japan, which might be maybe better example if you wish to compare to today's Russia, which is already waging a war in Ukraine, much like Japan was already waging war in China. Now, fiscal discipline in Imperial Japan was pretty much abandoned by the late 1930s, and Finance Minister Takahashi, who was the father of Japanese New Deal, so to speak, was indeed assassinated. There was also the risk of military spending simply getting out of hand. The fiscal policy couldn't be effectively governed, and the entire economy was basically sustaining the ongoing military effort in China and preparing for battle also against UK and United States. The only way to resolve embargoes, for example, American-placed oil embargo, was simply to use military force. Now, keeping in mind differences, for example, in today's Russia, military-industrial complex, both when it comes to companies, corporations, and also the military itself, it's completely subservient to the regime, to the civilian political regime in Kremlin. So military is not an independent actor, neither really are the entrepreneurs who are feeding the military machine. For example, in Japan in 1930s, military was the government de facto. But we have also similarities, and namely, labor shortages were quite inherent both in Third Reich and also Japan, but this relative labor shortage in 1938 did not prevent these states from launching new military adventures. So there is definitely the risk that we are seeing a cycle of new military campaigns playing out in the future before actually these economic risks are realized. Now, we may have to also devote some thought to the fact that the present-day Russian military spending, whether it's actually rearmament or it's new armament, and whether it takes place in width, which means basically the mass production, the models and weapons which have been tested and relied upon, or is it taking place in depth with new technological innovations and completely new weaponry, new systems? I would say that most of the Russian rearmament is taking place in width, and it is definitely at the moment intended to recovery from material losses in Ukraine, but you're already seeing, even in times of war, rearmament which is not directly related to Ukraine. For example, we have seen long-term industrial investments which have paid off. In the case of, for example, one of Putin's favorite childs, Gorshkov-class frigates, which continue to be on the production line. And the last ship was actually launched just the last year. But it's difficult to assess, actually, how much long-term industrial investment is going for truly further high-tech armaments production or modernization. But even this in-width armament most certainly leaves Russia with a strong, well-equipped and battle-tested army. Now, I have mentioned labor shortages several times, so it's probably only appropriate to devote some thought also to this matter. It's right now the main impediment for Russia to actually harness the entire civil society for military purposes because they are running out of hands and brains. And we already heard that because of the labor shortages, namely because military businesses are also hiring whatever brain power there is left, quite a bit of high-paid workforce is working in military industries. So Russia has become, relatively speaking, high-income country. And one example also of how this building of military-industrial complex is proceeding, even in wartime, are these centralized new structures which Kremlin is erecting. For example, in the naval field, the new Marine Collegium, which seeks to facilitate the expansion of shipyard industries, which arguably are a keystone industry for any nation, and which also play their importance if you're preparing to challenge, for example, the Western hegemony, which is also maritime hegemony. And the Technology Collegium of the Defense Ministry has also established a network which utilizes civilian volunteers. And they seem to be consciously emulating Ukrainian example, namely how civilian networks and independent contractors are used in the design and production of drones. Basically, simple, ready-made drones ready to be used in the front lines. So even though the Russian labor shortages are quite real, what's left is being made use of. And as a consequence, the remaining workforce, you could say that it's becoming thoroughly militarized, and the lines are blurring. They are indeed blurring from both directions, because at the same time, selected military conscripts are also increasingly being used for production. Russian media has recently mentioned that the traditional research and production troops provided for naval shipyards, this practice has actually been expanded. They have been in existence already before in selected shipyards, but now even more shipyards are in the future relying on conscripts for production tasks. So military can also directly help with its engineering know-how in industrial design and production. Now, as I already mentioned, this military spending is solid. I hesitate to say that we're seeing any kind of a direction of high and rising military spending. I would right now think that it's unlikely. But even this sustained cold 8% would mark a degree of militarization which makes further conflict inevitable. Now the question is actually when. I hesitate to say where. But to repeat, the continuous Russian military spending will reach beyond any resolution in Ukraine, and any likely ceasefire would be used for reallocation and more thorough mobilization of existing economic resources. The time would by necessity be short because of the inherent structural disbalances I have outlined. I would say that the recent Western belief in the difficulties of Russian economy is not incorrect, but the belief, which we have also occasionally seen, that the economy could be placed on peaceful footing soon after the end of the war, that's misplaced. and the military-industrial complex and the risks posed by its existence, they are here to stay. Everybody knows what Clausewitz said about war being a continuation of politics. Now, I would say that war is also a continuation of economics. And in many ways also, when you decide to start the war, it's dictated by economics. I would close this presentation with Jan Gottlieb Bloch, title Future War, which he wrote over 100 years ago before the outbreak of the First World War. He predicted that the existence of militarized economies would eventually cause a great war in Europe. It would be simply unavoidable. Now, I would also say that with the trajectory we're on right now, the potential for an assembly line creating more death and destruction is sadly very likely. Thank you.
And we have a few minutes for questions from the audience. A very interesting presentation, and I'm sure it will raise many questions. Anybody with even a single one? Okay. Here we have one. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Tobias Kolakowski from the GIDS in Hamburg. For someone who's not well versed with economics, could you please explain briefly why is it impossible, according to your interpretation, that Russia can get back to the peace track? Let's take, for example, the example of the Soviet Union, which also had a highly mobilized war economy during World War II, but after the war they were also capable of transitioning back to a peacetime economy. Why is this a path dependency?
The thing is that immediately after the Second World War, there was this brief opportunity before the eventual freezing of relations and the emergence of Cold War to actually demobilize. And also the USSR was able to make use of the resources of the occupied countries. For example, they transported the entire Polish rail system with the electric wires included directly the Soviet Union, and quite a bit of it was harnessed also for reconstruction. So it was in many ways an orderly post-war transition after a major conflict. But in this case, we would have a situation where conflict would result in limited victory, and the post-war situation would remain volatile, and Russia would have to keep up their level of military spending in case of Western threat, as they see it. So I would say that in this case it's politics, the international situation, which is by definition also driving the economics.
Okay, and then we have a next question there. I think we probably don't have time for an additional question. So please, over there.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm Davis Petraitis from Baltic Defense College. Even though there are some your statements, I would be ready to not to agree, but my question is different. While dealing with the industries, military industries in the West during the Ukrainian war, we noticed that the price of the production is very important. It's risen in a number of times. What is the situation in Russia? I took a look at that and I got very interesting results, but I would like to hear your explanation. Are they able to deal with this question of rising prices?
That's a very good question, and I would say that the production costs, by definition, they would have to be going up right now, simply because of the high-paid workforce, high-paid professionals. Even though, as I said, most of the spending is done basically to contribute the mass in with the existing models, that doesn't really change the fact that skilled labor is scarce and, as a definition, high paid. So, yeah, we may actually be seeing rising production costs, which, of course, is one other factor contributing to unsustainability. I suppose more in the panel.
Yeah, more questions are.
Thank you.
And now I have the great honor to introduce our very distinguished speakers, Mr. Professor Mark Duvor and Associate Professor Mark Duvor and Professor Kristen Harkness, who both come from University of St. Andrews in United Kingdom. Mark Duvor is a research fellow at UK's Foreign Office, providing advice on military and defense industrial aspects of Russia-Ukraine war, and he has published extensively in top strategic and political journals, including Security Studies and many others, while Kristen Harkness is director of St. Andrews Institute for the Study of War and Strategy, and she has interesting things in his CV, like she was seconded in the UK Parliament for 2023 to 24, where she advised on foreign and defense committees, and she also has published in many prestigious journals. So please, the floor is yours, and come forward.
Well, thank you so much for that kind introduction and for inviting us to this seminar this year. And we really look forward to engaging with all of you on what is a project in early stages of development on comparing the Russian and Ukrainian war economies as they've been transforming since 2014, but in an accelerated way since 2022. So the driving questions of this project are really about some of the challenges we began contemplating this morning with the keynote introduction, and how this prolonged conventional warfare generates this pressure of mass. How do you produce mass? But also other challenges such as innovation, right? How do you be technologically innovative while producing mass? And both of these countries have encountered that set of challenges, and we're interested in thinking about how they have begun transforming or continue transforming their defense industrial production to meet those challenges. What are the consequences and trade-offs of those transformations? And are there lessons learned for NATO countries if we think about getting involved in a prolonged conventional war and the need to scale up defense industrial production? So we're going to look a bit about the, what this conflict between Russia and Ukraine, the relative uniqueness of it, and how it can contribute to our knowledge around these things, given kind of a paucity of contemporary literature. Look back a little bit at that literature and what it has to tell us about how you organize an economy to produce at scale for war, and then go into the case studies and where Russia and Ukraine start, where they're at in 2014, and then the transformations that have been occurring since then, and we'll wrap up with some very preliminary conclusions. So that ability to produce scale, to produce at mass, that's very important in prolonged, conventional, high-intensity conflict. We're seeing it again today. We saw it in the World Wars almost 80 to 100 years ago. But one of the drawbacks about the knowledge we have and the literature we have is that it is actually largely about those world wars. There are reasons for that. There haven't been a lot of sustained conventional combat since then. There have been about 4 of them post-World War II. The Korean War, the Iran-Iraq War, the Ethiopian-Eritrean War, and now the Russo-Ukrainian War. And so in many ways, the scholarship over this atrophied, and our knowledge of how to mobilize an economy for sustained conventional warfare atrophied. There's a bit of it on the Cold War, but most of what we know is actually coming out of World War I and World War II. And so the Russo-Ukrainian War does present this base of knowledge of what these two countries are doing, where we can potentially look in and understand more about this topic, and particularly maybe if the lessons learned have changed since World War II. We do, if we look into that historical literature, there are key debates about organizing defense industry in wartime, and we pulled out kind of 3 dimensions, which leaders are making choices about. And these, we've sort of put ideal points, but these are scales, right? So you can be very centralized to very decentralized. And we think there are potentially advantages or disadvantages to each. Centralization is argued to increase potentially the efficiency of resource allocation by vesting procurement authority in a single body or centralized point. While decentralization is claimed to boost innovation, right, and to boost the speed at which you can innovate new weaponry, because you have multiple procurement authorities that may be in competition with each other for resources and power within the broader bureaucracy. The second dimension is thinking about who owns the means of production. Is it state ownership or private ownership, or some combination of the two? On the one extreme, state ownership is argued to maximize, again, maximizing efficiency of production because it's eliminating all of that kind of, very slow procurement processes. It's sort of eliminating potentially the ability of private firms to pursue kind of big markups and profits, rendering defense more efficient and also more responsive to the state. If the state owns it and controls it, the state can tell it what to make. Private ownership, on the other hand, is argued to improve the quality of outputs precisely because of the profit motive and the need to sell these things against competitors. It also can maybe leverage private sector human resources and the whole infrastructure and rules around that can lead to more innovation and more efficient management. And the final dimension is about the degree of secrecy versus oversight. So some argue that secrecy can actually be critical in warfare, that you want to keep control over who knows what you're doing, who has and can access the technological innovations, and to prevent outsiders from gaining access to that information. While others argue that too much secrecy is potentially a bad thing, and you do need a level of transparency in order for oversight to prevent waste and corruption within the system. And too much secrecy could actually undermine that defense effort by generating a whole lot of waste. So Russia and Ukraine, prior to 2014, we argue they actually start in a very similar place. And that makes a lot of sense. They come out of the same Soviet system. They have the same structures, right? At the end of the Cold War, Ukraine kind of breaks off. But the way that Ukraine does things, the way that Russia does things look very, very similar. And that's that Soviet heritage. That the defense industries in both countries are dominated by state-owned big conglomerates. These conglomerates have high levels of inefficiency within them. They've got unperforming debt, aged workforces, low levels of labor productivity, people on ghost payrolls, things like that. There's a lot of corruption and suspicions of corruption that are hanging over their procurement infrastructures. But in general, they both look very centralized, very state-owned, and very opaque, right? Secret. And I'll hand over to you.
Thanks a lot. So starting from a relatively similar baseline, Russia and Ukraine have taken very different pathways since 2014 in terms of how they manage their defense industries and how the production of armaments is really organized. In Russia, essentially the state doubled down on its pre-existing institutions. They've funneled more resources into, and they've exaggerated many of the characteristics of Russia's defense industrial base going into the war. So in some ways, Russian defense industrial policy has become more opaque. If you look at the way that the Russian budget is structured and how it's presented to the Duma has now even less oversight than they did before about different categories of spending. If you look at information about production, what we're getting are breadcrumbs that are being fed to us based on what the Kremlin actually wants to convince us they're producing and at what levels of efficiency. At the same time period, the state has also doubled down on mechanisms such as prompting state-controlled banks to offer unperforming loans to the defense industrial sector. And this makes it very difficult to actually assess the cost of weapons because, in a way, state-controlled banks, in offering loans that are never going to be repaid, are basically offering a backdoor subsidy to arms procurement, which is very difficult to quantify. And this also means that state-owned firms or state-adjacent firms are playing the leading role in the production of armaments. Now, as you might expect, pumping more resources into a system that's even more opaque seems to be driving up corruption. Not really that surprising, but just anecdotally, in the few months following Andrei Belousov's appointment as Minister of Defense, 12 senior military officers were arrested between April and September of 2024 purely on corruption cases. And these are not uncompetitive contracting. These are clear old-style corruption of several $100,000 worth of rubles ending up in somebody's bank account in exchange for a procurement deal happening. Now, this system has proven relatively effective at scaling weapons and at making simple defense industrial choices. When Russia decided they were in a long war and needed to prioritize things like the production of artillery ammunition, they were able to funnel resources into that. When the Russian state negotiated an agreement with the Iranians for the IP on Shahed drones in November 2022, it was relatively easy thereafter for the state to then go ask an oligarch, Alexei Florov, to basically set up the factory in Tatarstan that is now producing those UAVs. So the state has been very efficient at directing resources to scaling what they want to, but it's been relatively inefficient at generating innovation. The Russian weapons that we consider innovative of this war all pre-existed the war. The Lancet drone, first prototype came out in 2019. Orlan, first produced in 2011. UMPK, better known as glide bombs, or sometimes referred to as FABs or JDAMSKIs, whatever your favorite name for it is, was trialed as a prototype in 2003. So, and then of course the Shaheds, Geranium-2s, were an Iranian development that has been produced en masse in Russia. So everything that we consider to be innovative in terms of Russian weaponry are things that pre-existed in at least a prototype phase that the government has decided were worthwhile and therefore were able to funnel resources into scaling. So Russia doubled down on opacity, centralization, and that has proven fairly successful at scaling. Ukraine took the opposite approach. So following the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, Ukraine developed a whole set of bodies to increase transparency and oversight. Now, The state-owned Ukroboronprom remained the center point of Ukrainian production until this war broke out. But the current war has fundamentally changed that industrial landscape such that today you have a multitude of consumers and a multitude of producers, most of which are now private sector. Now, the multitude of consumers, that began because of perceptions that the Ukrainian MOD was incapable of managing procurement fit for a war of this scale. So quite early, you got other ministries involved. Mikhail Fedorov's Ministry for Digital Transformation became the key actor in the drone program. The Ministry of Infrastructure stepped in, procuring equipment for frontline brigades for their own innovative science projects. The HUR, military intelligence, and the SBU, foreign intelligence, both acquired their own procurement facilities. So quite rapidly, you end up on the Ukrainian side with multiple different semi-independent procurement actors. And on the other hand, while Alexander Commission was Minister of Strategic Industries, in 2023 there was a real push to both turn Ukroboronprom into a joint stock company, but more importantly, to contract as much as possible with private sector industries that were willing to enter the market. And Ukraine also opened its doors for foreign entrepreneurs, for foreign capital, which has led to a very innovative environment. So in some ways, the Ukrainian system, which has featured more oversight, the privatization of the sector, and more consumers, has been great at innovation. All of the major innovative Ukrainian weapons that we can think of have been developed since 2022. The Pelko cruise missiles, the Palanitsa cruise missile, the Scythe drones, all of the unmanned surface vessels that the Navy's using. All of these are essentially went from paper drawing into production within the scope of this war, and most of them are being produced by private sector entities that were not in defense before the war. Now, the Ukrainian system has in some ways been less effective at scaling. With multiple procurement actors, it's more difficult to set strategic priorities and to simply funnel resources into them. So to bring us to our conclusions, starting from a similar baseline in 2014, Russia and Ukraine's defense economies have diverged along fundamentally different lines. Taking those three categories that we looked at originally, centralization, decentralization, private sector versus state ownership, and secrecy versus oversight, they are diametrically opposed. Now, in terms of preliminary conclusions, the comparative advantages of these two systems seem somewhat different. The Russian system has been very good at setting priorities and at scaling to those priorities. The Ukrainian system, by way of contrast, appears to have been better at rooting out corruption and has also been better at delivering innovation. So that, in a way, is the battle of these two war economies that I think we're seeing played out today. And I guess the question we have to figure out is, as our competition with Russia increases or continues, how do we exploit the weaknesses within Russia's war economy, or how do we identify them and figure out how to play to those weaknesses? And how do we adjust our own defense industrial ecosystems to try to mitigate their deficiencies, which, as our keynote suggested, one major deficiency is the failure to deliver scale? And how do we harness some of the innovation that Ukraine has shown us is possible? So, thank you.
And before the panel, I think we have 5 minutes according to the schedule for questions. And over there we have the first question, and the microphone is going over there.
Thank you. Thank you for interesting presentation. Kasper Wańczyk, War Studies Academy, Poland. 2 questions. What do you think is the reason between these different paths of the development of the sectors? Second question, more on methodology. How did you measure, how did you assess, because it's difficult to measure, as you say, how did you assess that the Ukrainian system is better in terms of fighting corruption than the Russian one? Thank you.
Two very good questions. So on the first question in terms of why did they take these different paths, I think there's multiple reasons. So in terms of why did, and I guess to start with, the question is, why did Ukraine fundamentally change its path? So one of those is the failure to sufficiently reorganize or restructure Ukobranprom between 2014 and 2020 or 2022. So there were efforts following the Revolution of Dignity to gradually improve Ukobranprom. They brought in an outside auditing body. They came up with in 2017 a very impressive sounding reform agenda. In 2020, they appointed Yuri Husev, who was previously a deputy minister of defense and a longstanding member of the Rada and its defense commissions, to head up Ukobranprom and to lead this transformation. He brought in a bunch of people from the private finance and tech sectors. But then you get 2022, and Ukobranprom is still a dysfunctional, oversized, inefficient conglomerate. So the response at that point, under the necessities of war, was stop trying to reform Ukobranprom, but rather try to find civilian industry that can fill the gap. And in parallel, civilian voluntary efforts had been ticking along since 2014. So 2014, you get the creation of some of the registered charities or NGOs like Come Back Alive, Aurora Svidka, and the like, that start their own sort of innovation and procurement efforts with sort of peanuts in financial terms, but at least you get some view of an alternative. And that at least showed an alternative, and then Fedorov in some ways laid the groundwork when he became the central player in the drone initiative of simply not even going to Ukobranprom and also not needing to obey what at that point were the MOD's procurement regulations and being able to work directly with private industry, which helped Ukraine shift its focus. Why did Russia keep this focus despite 30 years of studies and the like pointing to the inefficiencies of Russia's way of producing weaponry? I think part of that is, I think one of the center points of the Russian regime writ large is a desire to control everything. So the idea that they would relinquish or reduce their ability to control the defense industrial sector, I think would be very counterintuitive for somebody with Putin's mindset. Now, if we go to corruption, that's much more of a guess, because obviously with corruption, you only know the cases that you can physically see. Now, on a personal level, with the Ukrainians, I've worked with a lot of anti-corruption activists and NGOs, a lot of whom have rotated into positions in the MOD. But also, if you look at Ukrainian corruption scandals, they're different. you don't get many scandals. There was one early in the war in 2022 where a company in Lviv was given a contract for 100,000 mortar rounds and nothing was ever delivered. But most of the scandals in Ukrainian procurement are for shoddy delivery or for going around the process. The recent to and fro between the head of Ukraine's Defense Procurement Agency and the Minister of Defense are about basically the two of them calling one another names based on a procurement deal that each one did that the other one disagrees with, but neither involve anybody's bank account getting a large infusion of money. On the Russian case, when we're looking at who's being arrested for procurement issues, it is just old-style corruption. It is lots of money ending up in people's bank accounts. So in some ways, what strikes me in the Ukrainian case is we have a lot of visible oversight, and we have a sort of steady drib and drab of cases where usually somebody gets fired as a result. And on the Russian case, we get a new defense minister appointed in March, and between April and September, we have 12 high-level military officers who are arrested. So, but that's all anecdotal, and I'd like to hear other people's views about the corruption discrepancy as well.
So that was rather comprehensive, but I'll just, on the first question, add very quickly on the two different paths. I think Ukraine's in a war of national survival, and that makes a difference to the level of pressure when armaments aren't being delivered. And so there's an extraordinary pressure to do something about Ukroboronprom. What they choose to do, in my personal opinion, and we did happen to arrive at Ukroboronprom for an interview or a meeting with the director on the day he was fired, and sort of saw the internal chaos within Ukroboronprom on that day. But what you get then, when then you're thinking about, okay, so they're going to reform Ukroboronprom, how do they do it? Well, who comes in to do that are people from the Euromaidan generation. And what they're looking at, and you've got quite a large number of young people across ministries. And you've got this kind of internal old Soviet versus revolution of dignity kind of generations. But when they start looking to do things, what's their model? It's looking toward NATO, it's looking toward the West, and it's looking toward Europe and what their systems are like. And so they move more, I think, in that direction as because of that.
Okay, thank you. Certainly were comprehensive answers to the two questions, and I would like now ask Mr. Jalonen to join us for this final, the panel that we still have like 25 minutes time for a few questions. Maybe I'll start myself. I take the opportunity to start myself and ask, I hope short, but you never know. A short question for Mr. Jalonen. You took the 8% there as sort of a kind of a, I don't know, you didn't say it, but I kind of get the understanding of upper limit of this defense spending or something like that. Now, if you take the World War situation, Second World War or something like that, we are closer to 50% of GDP. Well, in Finland a little less, but Finland was an agriculture state, so at that time, somewhat. Now, I checked United States at Vietnam War at the height was, I remember, slightly over 8, and UK around 60 when I still think UK was fighting some, having at least some part of the imperium or the colonies still. So that might have cost some money in wars, but at 8%. And Saudi Arabia, it was is around 8 or something like that, 10, and I checked it was closer to 20. So I would like to know what is your how do you think that this is something, if you go over it or something like that, would be any kind of a limit?
I would say that if you want to make comparisons, the best idea is to make comparisons directly to the time before the Second World War. And it was around 1936 when Germany had 8% devoted to military spending from its GDP. And already that was considerable degree of militarization at the time. Obviously, with a full outbreak or launching of an all-out war against several other Western powers and Soviet Union, it continued to rise further. But what I sought to illustrate is the fact that even this preliminary spending, even this moderate scaling up to 8%, already creates a situation where you're basically faced with imbalances, where you're basically on, should I say, speeding lane towards military conflict, which already is in place, but there is also potential for additional military conflicts. And if we see, for example, a rate rising to 50%, that would be comparable to the USSR in the 1980s, which was, incidentally, share of GDP which proved unsustainable and resulted in systemic collapse, which I would think that the rulers of present-day Russian Federation would like to avoid.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to that, but before that, I'd like to have give the floor to the audience. But anyway, give the opportunity for audience to come up with questions. Well, while the audience is, Stephen, please.
We can ask from each other.
What? Okay, if you insist. This is I don't know, perhaps somewhat controversial, but if you think about the American health expenditure, I think it's used to be 18% of the GDP, maybe today 17, over 16. Finland used to be 7, now I think we're a little over 10. Most European countries are about, to my and well, at least northern countries are somewhere 10 or slightly above of health expenditure. So the gap from Europe to United States is 8. And I just heard a podcast where they stated, and I checked it, I fact-checked it, it checks out that prior to war in Gaza, the life expectancy in Gaza was higher than in Mississippi and Alabama. And the podcasters thought this needs an apology, but I don't know if it does, it's just a fact. So yeah. they apologize to the listeners that it's like that. Anyway, so the point is public spending or dividing the national production in it's sort of a choice that reflects what the nation's values. And to me, I don't see if there's any kind of a clear-cut rules for that, if America actually can spend 18% or 17% of their GDP to healthcare.
Regardless of the limit, you're actually talking the kind of spending which produces something tangible, health, healthy citizens, keeping them actually productive in the workforce. You're not talking about the present-day Russian military spending, which is creating structural imbalances in the society, which is already burdened by sanctions and other exigencies. So I don't really see the parallels in here. I mean, health, spending on health, it's basic need. Spending highly on military, it basically harnesses one part of economy to unproductive activity, which can only be made productive if you're about to wage continuous wars.
Okay, thank you.
Simple as that.
Yeah, we have Stephen. You had a question.
Well, just follow up on that, right?
mean, it is also the case that in the US, these exorbitant defense expenditures are indeed also leading to a situation where the health of the regular citizen in the South is still barely above that, of some of the other parts of the world. So there certainly is a link. But I mean, or I would submit that there is a link. But my question is to you as a military historian. So you made this hypothesis that increasing levels of defense spending may lead to a situation where the leader has almost no alternative but to strike out. And you gave 2 examples for that. But is there any data set where you actually look systematically at those types of cases? Because when I think, well, first of all, you mentioned yourself, right? In the 80s, in the 70s and 80s, Soviet expenditures went up. It didn't lead to, it led to the opposite. If I think of Spain under the Franco regime, a huge increase in defense expenditures and yet not lashing out after that. So surely there must be other cases in which, do you really think there's a sort of iron law whereby the one has to lead to the other? And if so, what evidence is that law based on? Or if not, is there no iron inevitability that this would happen? And, well, yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's an ironclad law, but as I said, it's a risk. Now, to give the examples you mentioned, for example, in the case of Soviet Union, we obviously have to keep in mind that for most of the 1980s, Soviet Union was actually waging full-scale war in Afghanistan, rather rare example actually in post-Second World War history. And in addition, also, basically many of the arms were ending up as exports to sustain proxy wars in other parts of the Third War already in the 1970s. So that's obviously also one option. Now, to take the United States, I would say that the US is in many cases sui generis. For one, the United States military spending is also providing spin-offs to the civilian sector. It's much more interlinked eventually with the civilian sector. I'm not simply talking about Humvees. We also have many other examples. It's very much similar, I would say, for example, to the American spending on space program in the 1960s, which eventually paid off as spin-offs to the civilian sector. I'm not saying that direct investments would, they probably would have been just as effective. But US is a large economy. They can devote considerable part to defense spending. When we are talking about mid-size economies or economies under sanctions or isolated economies cutting off from world trade, we're inevitably seeing these countries boxed in and the military spending basically potentially fueling aggression, which may be, for example, justified by the necessity to break out of the situation. So we have to look this as one larger whole.
If I just have a quick question on Ukraine. And on the corruption issue in Ukraine. I mean, you addressed it. Now, first of all, it's a wonderful story that you tell, and it's almost an inspirational story as to how certain things do work and other things do not work. But there is also this darker side to the Ukrainian story, right, which you hinted at. Ukроборонпром is still around. So the drones are a nice example of where the private sector came in and where it sort of did those things. But there's still the other side of the Ukrainian war economy as well. And all those outfits like Nabu and others who do find corruption may not be at Russian level scale, but it's still to the detriment of their war effort. So frankly, I mean, you go to Ukraine as well. If you talk to people, you still hear a lot of cases of insane corruption, that even in a time of war, people are still engaging in those types of activities. So how can we get better at telling the full story of the Ukrainian thing here? It's very alluring to tell this wonderful story, which I think is partly true, but there's also the other side of it. So how do we tell the full story? And also, how do we get better at finding better indicators for corruption than what we have right now? You say we don't see it, so it's hard to tell. But surely there must be ways to get at some of these things in intelligent ways.
So I do think you're right that there's a complex story to tell, and part of that is a story of transition. It's about where the starting point is, and then the efforts by, and you're right that there is still a lot of the bad stuff going on, but the efforts to reform that during a war of national survival is a difficult struggle, and that leads to some of that leads to things going on where where in the moment you're like, you can't really judge whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. And some of that is in some of the trials and some of the arrests. And that can be done in the name of anti-corruption, or we've seen arrests of battlefield commanders recently for basically dereliction of duty charges. And there's an effort and a struggle between parts of the government, between the old system and the new system and the reformers. And so, yeah, I think telling that complex story is important because it's not all sunshine and rainbows, right?
Now, I would normally say more, and I might afterwards, but I see that Celine has the mic, so I want to hear this question, have adequate time.
Thank you so much for this for these presentations. My name is Céline Maranger, and I am a researcher at the Institute for Strategic Research in Paris. It's an institute that is affiliated with the French Ministry of Armed Forces. I have a follow-up question. I would like to ask you how you assess the role of NGOs and anti-corruption activists in Ukraine within the MOD and in this procurement process. Recently, the Ministry of Defense, UMIRV, fired the procurement agency director because, we suppose that he considered that weapons deliveries were not satisfactory, and that was the reason why this person was fired. But it sparked criticism in Ukraine, and some, as far as I understand, some anti-corruption activists feared that it could impact negatively the progress achieved in procurement transparency and efficiency. So I would like to know what is your assessment of all that? And maybe if you also, say, if you could dwell on the action of the Ministry of Digital Transformation in the UAV's productions. Thank you.
Question, and I could probably go on hours about that particular question, so feel free to talk. Yeah, I'm happy to talk later or on the sidebars. Now, I think the case of the dispute between Minister of Defense Rustem Umerov and the head of the Defense Procurement Agency, Marina Bezrukova, is a very interesting one. I have not looked at it in the past few days, but the last thing I saw on, I think, the 30th of January is that Umerov was forced to take back his efforts to fire Bezrukova. And the story here is to address some of the corruption issues perceived to exist within Ukrainian defense procurement, but also to address what's not corruption, but was just appeared to be bad practice or sloppy practice in defense procurement following the need to procure a lot more under the pressures of full-scale war. The Ukrainian government established two independent agencies. So there was a defense procurement agency run by Marina Bezrukova, who came from whose previous position was on the state-owned energy company, and she'd played a role in reforming that and therefore was quite liked by transparency NGOs. The number two in that agency was the former Ukrainian defense attaché to Washington, so quite competent people. And then they created another agency which was designed for the procurement of non-lethal equipment. Now, both of these were established with independent international supervisory boards. So it was actually supposed to be the International Supervisory Board that decides on a yearly basis whether Bezrukova keeps her job or not, and therefore not the Minister of Defense. And this entire setup was to both make things more transparent and create better oversight. Now, the dispute that led to her temporarily being fired seems to have been kicked off because she criticized the Minister of Defense for having given the Ukrainian Border Guard Agency the ability to procure ammunition, mortar ammunition, from a Polish company. Now, she was criticizing this as uncompetitive and a breach from the way that procurement ought normally to be done. His response was that this was trying to open up new sources and that this Polish company had worked with the Ukrainians on procurement before, and that lots of agencies are procuring, so why can't the border guards procure themselves? So he, on the other hand, criticized her when he fired her for a delivery of 100,000 rounds of ammunition produced by Ukroboronprom that had to be recalled because there was too high of a failure rate. Now, that Ukroboronprom contract was actually initiated before she entered her position heading the Defense Procurement Agency. So both of these are somewhat dubious procurement choices, but there's no evidence that Umerov received a side payment for the Border Guard Agency being able to work with this Polish company to procure ammunition. And Bezrukova seems to have played no role in the defective procurement of 100,000 rounds from Ukroboronprom, which, as we said, Ukroboronprom was a bit of a shit show before the war. But in some ways, the institutions, for the moment, held, because in early January, Umerov tried to just fire Bezrukova and he tried to replace Bezrukova with the person in charge of the other independent agency, but the one that was supposed to procure non-lethal equipment. So he was trying to even stay within some of those bounds, but since the outside International Supervisory Board had basically approved Bezrukova's keeping her contract several days before, and since Umerov was sort of bucking those lines, the last time I looked, he was forced to take that back. So this is actually sort of, for me, a story of the new institutions and that role and that effort actually sort of functioning the way they're supposed to under wartime circumstances. Now, in other areas, the type of things that NACO has been doing in terms of independent transparency work with the MOD, sometimes funded by outside governments' support, the fact that you have anti-corruption activists like Yulia Maroshevska, who's now head of the Ukrainian MOD's reform office, it has sort of injected a certain methodology and mindset to a lot of this that I think has actually been quite helpful that in limiting the scope of corruption. And, we've got to admit also that whenever you inject a lot of money into an urgent need, you always get some level of corruption. I remember uncompetitive contracts that the United States was giving during the war in Iraq. A lot of Western countries with COVID issues. But does that...
Okay, we have over there, we have a question. I don't know where we have the microphone.
Yes, hello. Adam Stolberg from Georgia Tech. I was just wondering on your Ukraine-Russia analysis, if you disaggregated the Russian defense industry a little bit more in terms of across services, or even in the Soviet case, right? You had tensions between, within state-owned industry, you had competition between design bureaus, and the problem was between the design bureaus and the production facilities. What are you seeing when you scratch the surface? Because when you look at your, I guess, 3x3 charts, those were, you took each one of those variables and you just treated them sort of a binary. But in many cases, you could have a state-owned, decentralized situation. And so I'm just wondering, have you played around a little bit with that to see where Russia and in different parts of the Russian defense industrial complex are, the trajectory that they're on?
We've tried to. Obviously, the Russian defense industrial complex has become more opaque. Now, you're completely right that the Soviets had an interesting system of multiple design bureaus that would compete for the design leadership in a new procurement. Now, that was actually largely dismantled in the 1990s, early aughts. So the creation of large, overlapping state-owned corporations, things like, putting most under Rostec, but the fact that you have things like the joint missile corporation that sort of now oversees what used to be all of the independent missile design bureaus, the fact that Ural Zabagan Zavod is the only entity that has a tank type of design bureau. Right now in most individual segments, you have reverted to a situation of basically monopolists. And then even during the Soviet period, that competition mechanism only worked as long as you had a minister who was willing to choose winners and losers. And it sort of breaks down in the 1980s or so, or the 1970s, when oftentimes you end up with everything getting produced. So, the T-72 is sort of in competition with the T-64, which is sort of in competition with the T-80, but ultimately the Soviet Union just solves the issue by buying 3 tanks that are fundamentally identical in their operational characteristics at the same time. So it seems as though those capacities, that mechanism of competition within state-owned corporations, one's not seeing very much of it, which I think is also why one is not seeing much original innovation. Rather, the role that the Defense Ministry is playing is sort of choosing amongst things that are already in production and deciding what are they going to maximize the production of. So the decisions being made are, let's put T-14 Armada onto the back burner, and let's just modernize old tanks. Does that answer the question?
Okay, thank you. It's like 3 minutes to the ending time, and I don't think we have more time for extra questions, especially if we all want to have some coffee, which at least I myself need at this point of time. I'd like to conclude this session by well, we had 2 very interesting presentation, and we had a nice panel with many questions, and we have 2 sessions. The one here will be chaired by Mr. Kukkola, and it'll start 4:30, and it's about Russian military strategy and thought, and we have another one there upstairs. So maybe I'd just like to thank our panelists and presenters. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Associate Professor Major Juha Kukkola, and I will be the moderator of this session number 6 on Russian military thought and strategies. In this session, we have 3 very interesting presentations examining Russian hybrid information and cognitive warfare. Although this is the last session of the first day of the seminar, I hope that we will find this subject matter very stimulating and that we will have a good discussion in the end of the session. We will take the presentations in a row, after which we will have a Q&A with all the presenters here at the front of the audience. Each presenter has 25 minutes to present his or her research. I ask every presenter to stick to his or her allotted time so that everyone has time to give his or her presentation, and that we can have a meaningful 30-minute Q&A in the end of the session. This session will have a hard stop at 18:30, that's 6:30, so that the speakers have time to get back to the hotel and prepare for the dinner. I will give vigorous hand signals to the speakers when they have 5 minutes and 1 minute left. So, let me present the first speaker, Yevgeny Harkavy. After graduating from Military Institute of Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, Yevgeny Harkavy has served as Deputy Company and Battalion Commander, Strategic Communications Officer at the MOD of Ukraine, lecturer at the Military Institute of Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. He currently holds the position of Associate Professor at the Military Academy Kyiv. Evgeny, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a big honor for me to be here. So, my theme of my presentation is the modern method of Russian hybrid warfare. First of all, I want to mention that hybrid warfare is an integral part of Russian armed aggression against Ukraine. The Russian Federation operation suggests an adaptation of its former range of methods to the current technological level with implementation of the majority of subversive action through informational operation. Subversive action that exploits the vulnerabilities of democratic institutions are instead to influence public opinion in target states. There are 3 primary categories of Russian hybrid warfare strategies. First, it's warfare against Ukraine. It means discredit the government institution and law enforcement agencies, destabilize the social political situation, demoralize personnel of Ukrainian security and defense force and Ukrainian public. Second, it's global warfare, which is detailed in related to particular country. It means reform political elites, discredit Ukraine, justify the necessity of the armed aggression, reduce global pressure on Russia, justify Russian actions. And the third one is influence aimed to the domestic audience. Convince Russian action is necessary, shapes attitudes toward other countries. The Russian administration, under the leadership of President Putin, is responsible for managing hybrid aggression. Of course, it's obvious. In the context of hybrid warfare, the administration control can be divided into 3 areas. First, it's Russian media. Second, government structure, the church and special services, including organization under their control. And the third area of control is establishment and promotion of the Russian World Project as a modern variation of Russian imperial ideological tradition. The contemporary war or spheres of activity, whether they pertain to states, society, or individuals, are strictly linked to informational environment. Consequently, the Russian concept of hybrid warfare primarily entails to extent of influence within the informational sphere. The result of such influence may be directed impact on the formation of domestic and foreign policy favorable to the aggressor in the target state. It's important that if it's not achieved, then it will be sufficient to create chaos in which the aggressor state will be allowed to implement its own foreign policy without hindrance. In this context, it is crucial to recognize that the aggressor state is heavily reliant on its own international validation, or more specifically, on its own positional and authority. The President administration serves as a coordination center for hybrid warfare, which required interagency cooperation. However, some departments are also directly involved in their own operation. For example, the foreign political departments work with foreign politicals and movement, and the Presidential Council for Cossack Affairs deals with foreign paramilitary groups, Cossack Association, etc. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is generally regarded as a relevantly weak actor in the Russian system of hybrid warfare. It's often required to provide cover and support for other agencies. However, it has demonstrated its role as a supporter and initiator of disinformational operation, which are considered so-called active measures. The Russian Federation has several specialized services, including the Military Intelligence Service, the Foreign Intelligence Service, and the Federal Security Service. Russian special services are responsible for intelligence, counterintelligence, and special operation abroad. They perform classical security functions and engage in political persecution, arrest of activists and journalists, interference in domestic politics, and excursive of total control over society. These actions are tools used to maintain power in Russia and pursues in aggressive foreign policy. It's important to acknowledge that intense competition among these special services. The state control and domain media definitely play a crucial role in disinformation operation, but it also support and cover for other operation, including magnified the impact of such operation. While there is degree of direct management of media operation from the presidential administration, many activities are generated by TV presenters, journalists, editors, driven not only for patriotic sentiments, but to a great extent by hope of career advancement and the need to keep the authorities happy. The primary functions of the Russian media include shaping public opinion by creation of desired image of the government and its action, discrediting the opposition, justify military aggression by portraying Russia as a victim and liberator, splitting society in other countries by the intensifying international conflict, internal conflict in EU, in the US and Ukraine, distorting fact and creating an alternative reality for the audience. Mainly support activities for other services, journalist cover, dissemination of informational, etc. Russian Words Project and State Foundation, Russian World, include direct state-to-state agreement, culture, art, science, education, scientific and education project, grant-based, promotion of the Russian world ideology in fiction and art, supported and popularization of the project in social media, promotion of the Russian world project by engagement opinion leaders, support for pro-Russian politicals and public organizations, religious activities, cooperation between NGOs. Russian modern hybrid warfare primarily involved the use of multinational dissemination, repeating, and the release of large quantities of information. The main cases of Russian hybrid war are fake information appear on no-name resource and further shared using controlled info networks, multiple versions of cases of the MH17 airplane crash, the Wagnergate special operation case, and the crash of Azerbaijan airplane's flight. So-called denial of rights for Russian speakers people, glorification of desertion, provocation of tension inside Ukraine society between military, civilian, East-West, Kiev, other region, etc. So-called collective West strives for elimination Russian, that's Russian was forced to advance first. This is defense, it's not aggression. The fact of supplying Ukraine weaponry just prolonged war and increased casualties. Besides, it's unprofitable and ineffective. Foreign aid is being smuggled and sold in the conflict areas. Russia is confidentially defined Ukraine as at the battlefield. Ukraine has no positive perspective. Ukraine elite and politicians are totally corrupt. Ukraine authorities are illegitimate. Russia is ready for suspend combat action and sit at the table of negotiation. The West does not allow Ukraine to do that. To start negotiation in the Russian-Ukraine war, NATO member state and Ukraine must fulfill conditions that are primarily unrealizable. So, it's important to note that for the general public, our most dangerous fakes are those who are accompanied by screenshot, videos, fake documents, or links to authority. Modern Russian special services continue to actively use fake documents to achieve their goals, including in the context of the war in Ukraine. It's important to note that the imperfect knowledge of the linguistic features of the countries that is object of information influence has remained a problem for Russian special services when they develop fake documents for a long time. Even today, some these documents contain such mistakes. Russian aggression in Ukraine has proven that some old methods enforced with modern technologies became extremely effective, especially at the beginning of the full-scale war. For example, rumors and fake messages revealing location, routes, and means of transportation of Russian saboteurs confused people, especially those who volunteered to join territorial defense. Primary objective of using fake accounts include undermining the credibility of the armed forces of Ukraine and Ukrainian authorities, demolishing public confidence in West aid, eroding the morale of Ukrainian population, formation internal strife, leveraging global perception of Ukraine, methods of using fake accounts, creating fictions, so-called Ukrainians who criticize the authorities and the army, large-scale dissemination of disinformation via Telegram and Facebook, panic and chaos spread through anonymous Telegram channels, destabilization of West society, intense internal conflict in Ukraine, etc. During the beginning of war, Ukrainians scoured the street and rooftops for tags in the form of crosses or other symbols. Many believe that these tags were needed to guide missiles. These tags were observed in various structures and infrastructure, including pipes, electrical substation, trees, hospitals, and roads. However, an investigation investigation showed us that this was an informational and psychological operation by Russian political strategist Igor Manushev, who may be connected to Russian military intelligence. If you're interested, you can search information about this Russian hero. To implement this operation, an agent network was established and individuals were recruited through social networks for a nominal fee. Google Maps initially displays text in this similar manner. It is at the beginning of Big War, it was hypnotized that there is markers indicate potential missile strikes or Russian landings. I want to mention that this text was very effective in Ukraine. In Ukraine, special blue lamps that stimulate plants growth are quite common. At the beginning of Big War, Russian forced disinformation claims that this lamp position in windows were actually a form of guidance for Russian aircraft. A primary objective of this text and marking was to create this disorganization within the police, counterintelligence, and general society, which was instead looking for enemies among its own rather than maintain more effective resistance against the aggressor. Today it's clear that the affirmation this informational and psychological operation were successful due to an informational vacuum. This absence of official information from state source and misunderstanding of the situation. This intersection of concepts create an informational vacuum. Dear colleagues, I would like to recommend a Ukrainian tool for fact-checking and OSINT called Molfar. In conclusion, I would like to note that effective counteraction to modern methods of Russian hybrid warfare may include the creation of special structure or unit in the government of democratic countries worldwide. This structure would be responsible for countering hybrid threats. This concept is not new, but the expertise of Ukraine and Ukrainian experts can help the free world to be stronger at countering hybrid threats. I would like to emphasize that providing assistance to Ukraine, its effort to counter the Russian military machine, will contribute to ensuring the security of free world at the lower price. In this regard, Ukraine currently serves as a so-called shield of Europe. So, thank you for your attention. Welcome for any question.
Thank you for your comprehensive and highly interesting presentation, Yevgeny. We'll take questions after all the presenters have presented their own representatives, but I think that you will get questions, so don't worry. And next. Not this one, this one. So, the next speaker will be Hanna Mäkinen, who is a senior researcher at the Pan-European Institute. She holds Master of Arts in General History, Political Science and Contemporary History from the University of Turku. She has been working in various research and administrative positions at the Pan-European Institute since 2008. Hanna's research interests include Russia's societal and economic development and the interplay of security and economic and societal issues. Her previous research projects has studied or concentrated on, for instance, the role of foreign companies in Russian energy and maritime industries and the security development of former USSR countries. She has published articles on her research topics and has several years of experience in research projects related to, for instance, energy and maritime sectors. Hanna, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much and good afternoon, everyone. I'm writing this paper together with Kari Liuhto, Professor Kari Liuhto, but unfortunately he couldn't be here due to other engagements. So I'm going to speak about Russia's hybrid operations in the EU and their new news coverage. And because my background is in history and political science, but I'm also have been working in School of Economics for several years. I'm approaching my topic from sort of socio-political and socio-economic perspective. Although you all probably know what hybrid warfare is, I will begin with a short description. It's a blend of conventional military actions and unconventional tactics, such as cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, economic pressure, covert operations, etc. And the goal is to destabilize and undermine an opponent without engaging in full-scale war, often blurring the lines between peace and conflict. Hybrid attacks are also often hard to identify and attribute because deniability is a key characteristic for them, and it's difficult to find appropriate measures to respond to them. Russia's hybrid operations have received increasing media attention in the 21st century, especially since Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014, and in particular during Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine. So the aim of our study is to increase understanding on how Russia is fighting its hybrid war against the EU. And we also aim to describe how some major cases of Russia's hybrid operations have been reported in the media across the EU. We have gone through news material online and searched for news of cases that have been attributed to or suspected of Russia's hybrid operations. Our focus has mostly been on English and Finnish language media outlets, but we have gone through news also, for instance, in Swedish, German, Russian, etc. And this is an inductive data-driven research, so we don't have any theoretical frameworks, for instance, as a basis. So far, we have found about 200 cases of suspected Russia's hybrid operations in the EU in the 21st century from this media material. And they have increased significantly after February 22. The media material reveals the diversity of Russia's toolkit. There are wide range of operation types and tools. There are attacks on critical infrastructure, for instance, sabotage, harassment, and cyber attacks. There is espionage, collection and exploitation of confidential information, for instance. There are influence operations, such as disinformation campaigns and election interference. There is instrumentalization of migrants. There is intimidation, for instance, bomb threats. And there is also violence, such as assassinations. We could say that Russia's hybrid operations described in this news material aim to impact political, social, economic, and military dimensions of the target country. We could also add other dimensions, for instance, technological or cyber, but they can also be considered as sort of instrumental in reaching goals in these 4 dimensions. These aims overlap, as it's typical for these operations to aim to cause damage to several dimensions at the same time. For instance, they may to undermine the stability of the target nation by creating political instability and social unrest, and by deepening polarization both within and between countries. This can be done by, for instance, manipulating public opinion and influencing political decisions through disinformation and propaganda. They may also aim to cause economic disruption by, for instance, weakening the target's economy through cyber attacks, or to gain economic leverage and create dependencies, for instance, by making investments in strategic sectors. They can also aim to gain a strategic military advantage by using unconventional tactics such as terrorism and the use of proxy forces. They can create fear and threaten national security with incidents that have a military component, such as airspace violations with military aircraft. But next I will present 5 case examples of suspected Russia's hybrid operations reported by the media that illustrate different types of hybrid activities. I will describe what kind of aims and consequences these operations have had, and also present some observations about how these cases were reported by the media. So my first case concerns influencing politics and public opinion. Russian troll factory called Social Design Agency orchestrated a massive disinformation campaign in social media just before the EU Parliament elections held in the summer 2024. From Russia's point of view, these elections were seen as central in defining the EU's future stance towards support for Ukraine and sanctions against Russia. Besides spreading disinformation designed to shift public opinion on Ukraine, the campaign also aimed to increase support for far-right parties, especially in France and Germany, and hence their weight in the European Parliament. That was seen as beneficial for Russia because these parties were believed to oppose aid to Ukraine and sanctions against Russia. These kind of operations also aim to undermine the democratic processes and erode trust in them. Regarding the consequences, it's unclear whether this disinformation campaign actually influenced the election results. Far-right parties were able to increase their support in the elections, but they might have done it anyway. This operation was revealed in a document leak and covered widely by Western media outlets. The involvement of Russia seemed quite rather certain in this case. The leaked documents reveal how this social design agency operated as a sort of information warfare unit. It conducted numerous information influence operations in different countries and produced millions of comments and was spreading thousands of propaganda memes, cartoons, and videos in social media. And the representatives of Russian presidential administration were also present in meetings with SDA and giving its orders, so it was clearly dictated by the Kremlin. The next case concerns weaponization of migrants. Weaponized migration is not a new concept. During the recent years, it has been used by the leaders of Russia and Belarus on several occasions when refugees from third countries have been sent especially to Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. The aim has been to put pressure on the EU countries that share a border with them, on their political decision makers and the country's asylum-seeking systems. Weaponized migration is also used for information influencing purposes, to raise anti-immigration sentiments and create divisions in the target country, and also to create reputational damage for the target countries, because by closing their borders, countries may violate international human rights conventions. It's also a financial burden. Intensified border surveillance causes additional expenses and necessitates reallocation of border guard resources, for instance. The countries targeted by instrumentalized migration from Russia and Belarus have taken quite strong countermeasures against it. The border infrastructure has been reinforced and the countries have adopted legislative measures to prevent it. Finland, for instance, has closed its border crossing points on its land border with Russia and restricted the reception of asylum applications to other border crossing points. Weaponized migration is an efficient hybrid weapon because it forces the target countries to respond some way. And it's also a complicated question for Western democracies to deal with because it challenges the country's interests on one hand in protecting national security and on the other hand in protecting human rights and the rules-based international order. Hybrid operations can also be used for creating fear, confusion, and even panic in the target society by, for instance, disrupting the normal functions of society. A good example of this are the email bomb threats against hundreds of schools in the Czech Republic and Slovakia in 2024. No explosives were found, but many schools facing these threats were nevertheless forced to shut down for several days or alter their schedules. Threatening school children was especially sensitive issue for Czechia because it was already on high alert for school safety following a tragical school shooting in Prague in December 2023. The bomb threats have been investigated by the police, and according to Czech Secret Service, Russia is behind the threats, but there's not much more information available of this case in the media. But it's a good example of a hybrid operation that is rather easy to organize and cheap to implement, and the origins of which can be difficult to trace. Still, it can cause significant harm in the target society. The next case example concerns disrupting infrastructure. Russian hybrid operations often aim at causing damage to critical infrastructure, and the GPS interference originating from Russia, for instance from Kaliningrad, Pskov and St. Petersburg regions, has intensified since Russia started the war against Ukraine. So far, GPS interference has mainly disturbed air navigation in Finland and across the Baltic Sea and caused harm to air traffic. For instance, the Finnish airline Finnair had to suspend its flights to Tartu, Estonia for a month due to GPS interference. Several airports in eastern Finland have reverted to radio navigation systems so that flights are able to land when facing GPS interference. If we took a look at the discussion in the media regarding GPS interference, in Finland, various experts have stressed that GPS interference is annoying rather than dangerous because alternative navigation systems are available. However, by disrupting satellite navigation, it would also be possible to paralyze different parts of society that use satellite navigation and time, for instance, logistics, money traffic, data networks, and the actions of various authorities. But so far the media has not reported about this kind of wide disruption in the EU area. As for Russia, GPS interference may serve both offensive and defensive goals. It causes harm to other countries and at the same time enables Russia to protect itself from possible missile and drone attacks. It's also a cheap and rather easy way to create confusion. So this is the last case regarding Russia's hybrid operations with military aims. Explosions at Czech ammunition depots can be counted as such. These explosions took place in October and December in 2014 after Russia's annexation of Crimea. 2 people were killed in these explosions and the surrounding areas evacuated. The involvement of the Russian military intelligence agency GRU was made public by the Czech Prime Minister in 2021 and confirmed in a police investigation that ended in 2024. The motive behind GRU's operation was to prevent delivery of weapons and ammunition to the areas in which Russia is military active. As a response to the incident, several Russian diplomats were expelled from Czechia and also from other EU countries as an expression of solidarity. And it also led to cooling down of the Czech relations with Russia. The Czech police did not press any charges because the suspects were said to be under Russia's protection. Although it happened already in 2014, this case became the target of wider news coverage only in 2021 when the involvement of GRU was made public. And according to media, the ammunition stored in these warehouses was supposed to be delivered either to Ukraine or for the Syrian opposition battling against the al-Assad regime. And according to Bellingcat, the explosions in Czechia were part of a longer-term GRU operation that aimed at disrupting Ukraine's capabilities to procure weapons for its fight against Russia. Explosions in 4 ammunition warehouses in Bulgaria between 2011 and 2020, and also poisoning attempts of a Bulgarian arms dealer are also believed to be part of the same operation. And media has also revealed that the same 2 GRU agents that are accused of poisoning the Skripals in the UK in 2018 were responsible of this sabotage. So this kind of complicated operation was clearly a case that caught the media's attention. I chose these 5 cases to illustrate the diversity of Russia's hybrid operations and the variety of tools and instruments used in them and the different actors involved. The examples also show how it's typical for these operations to aim to cause damage to several dimensions at the same time, exploiting vulnerabilities and creating ambiguity and confusion in the target country, while at the same time avoiding direct military confrontation. Although Russia's involvement was proven in most of them, responses vary, and it's also difficult to hold someone accountable for these operations. So, to conclude, I will present some observations about the media coverage of Russia's hybrid operations in the EU. All in all, this material shows that the media is monitoring closely Russia's espionage, sabotage, and other hybrid operations, although the operations that the media has found out are probably only a tip of the iceberg. These operations often get a lot of media attention at the time of the event, naturally because these kind of headlines catch the interest of the public and sell newspapers. However, when going through the media material, reporting on the consequences of these incidents are harder to find. That may partly be because investigation and legal processes are long. Media might lose interest along the way. There are also many examples how suspects have defected to Russia if they were allowed to wait for the trial on the loose, which is quite common, and there's no information about them after that. About 1/3 of the cases reported by the media are cases of espionage, and long prison sentences have been given, especially in connection to them. All in all, clearly the awareness of Russia's hybrid war has increased during the recent years, and it has become a matter of public knowledge, as has also the perception of Russia as a security threat, especially after February 22. And Russia is also held publicly responsible more often. On the other hand, Russia's modes of operation have become more diverse, and they are often hard to attribute to Russia. This is also reflected in this media material. Suspicions of Russia's involvement are often published, but without the absolute certainty. As several hundreds of Russian diplomatic spies have been expelled from Europe after February 22, and at the same time, Russia's need for espionage, sabotage, and influence operations has increased, for instance, due to the war in Ukraine and the NATO expansion. Therefore, Russia also needs to turn to other modes of operation. And I wanted to mention an interesting example of this. It's about using platform economy and social media for recruitment of saboteurs that Russia has reportedly been doing. This has been studied by Richterova et al. In their recent article on Russian sabotage in the gig economy era. Using these kind of gig workers in sabotage operations is much harder to detect in advance than traditional intelligence operations. And it's also a low cost and flexible way to carry out these activities. And they can also be very difficult to connect to Russia, which further complicates the proving of Russia's involvement in the sabotage operations. And I think this kind of activity using online platforms for outsourcing sabotage operations reflects well this shadow war Russia is waging against the West. But that's all I wanted to say in my presentation, and this is a work in progress. These are just preliminary observations from the material, so I would be very happy to hear your comments and questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
All right. And then to our last but not least presentation by Ksenia Pidubna. Ksenia Pidubna's academic foundation includes Master of Science degree from the Department of Peace and Conflict Research at Uppsala University, where she concentrated on NATO-related relations, the conflict in Ukraine, and the broader strategic environment in Eastern Europe. Ksenia's thesis centered on nonviolent resistance, exploring civilian motivations and dynamics in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. Ksenia has previously worked in the Political Advisor's Office at Joint Forces Command Brunssum, where her focus was on Russian strategic behavior and its implications for NATO operations. Ksenia Pidubna currently serves as the subject matter expert on Russian communications, providing analysis within the information assessment team at the InfoOps branch in Comsdir at Joint Forces Command Brunssum. Ksenia, the floor is yours.
Thank you for such a great introduction. So I'm very excited to be the last speaker. I know that it's been a long day, so I hope the attention is still in the room. My topic of today is Russia's TTPs, or tactics, techniques, and procedures in achieving cognitive effects through media. But before I jump into discussing Russia and media behavior, I will try to set the scene of where we actually place expertise on that, and I will do that by uncovering a bit the concept of cognitive warfare and connecting it to information warfare, to information dimension, stratcom practices, and information environment. So it's very interesting that observing a lot of presentations today, I hear that those topics, they come back and again and again, talking about audiences and the perceptions and information, media, Russian media, hybrid tactics, influence operations. So there are a lot of those definitions that are kind of flying around, but what is the effective way of kind of placing them together and operationalizing them? And if we are talking of, okay, let's advise this to the military structure, how should we really operationalize it and include it in our daily operations? So it's not an easy job, and this is obviously also not a perfect solution, but we all try to develop the concept more. First, a disclaimer that although I'm a NATO representative, I am not particularly communicating any NATO statement, and all sources I use are publicly available. Yeah, let's start with cognitive warfare. So when I sat down to prepare for this seminar, and like I told you, what I was planning to do is start with cognitive warfare and then connect it to Russia. And I tried to consult available NATO literature and academic literature on this topic. And I wanted to visualize kind of a framework or, how all the concepts fit together. And when I tried to do that, it looked a bit like this. So I gave up a bit on trying to make it comprehensive and clear. So instead, I actually demonstrate how complicated it is still and how many open questions there are still. And if you think about it, even the things that we mentioned today, like what Hannah just mentioned, some influence campaigns, and even that is treated very differently. We can look at the EU that has FIMI concept, the foreign information interference, manipulation. We can talk about hostile media TTPs. We can talk about disinformation, propaganda, misinformation, AI, and kind of fakes, and all of that. How do we all describe it? How can we? Do we need all of those concepts, or we can just use? Can we use one kind of umbrella for all of this? How do we study this? How do we operationalize it? How do we develop countermeasures? How to deal with all of this? And then you, of course, have the emerging technologies like AI and data. And when you play with this dimension of perceptions and the information, attitudes, there's a lot of this psychology that is present, because it's not just the information that is out there, it's how people perceive it. It's how people change their attitudes because of it. And do we really know enough about this process? How does it really happen in our brain that we start to suddenly believe something more? And when we talk about military structure, it's even less, this capability, it's even less present. So basically my contribution is to try to define this field a bit more. And before I try to sound confident about it, I just wanted to show how many open questions there are still. So I will try to discover or discuss some of the Russian TTPs and to influence perceptions and attitudes, and what lessons we can learn from it as NATO and as the community of interest. So to start with the definition, I don't need you to read any of them, but I try to kind of put them together. And what I noticed is that most of them are actually, so this is like NATO definitions and some academia, but if you really look at what the source is and what the source is, what is cited, it's mostly affiliated to NATO. And there's limited academic discussion on it. And when I try to summarize what is the common thread, between those definitions, it's basically the three things. First, the use of non-kinetic tools, such as cyber, psyops, technologies, influence campaigns. Second, the use of these tools is aimed at altering the cognition of human targets, often without their awareness. And third, it is done to achieve a certain cognitive effect. And what is interesting, in my opinion, is that the current cognitive warfare concept developed by NATO ACT kind of treats cognitive warfare as an offensive tactic that is used by Russia towards Western societies, for example. But there's more and more work being done and discussed that cognitive warfare is a broader concept. And if you just take a basic definition of it, it doesn't really define who the target is in the end. It just says that it is basically certain patterns of behavior or tactics that aim to create cognitive effects on certain audiences in a time of a standoff, in a time of competition. So that's my argument as well. So I argued that cognitive warfare is also a tool of domestic control to maintain the stability of the regime during the standoff. And then, of course, cognitive warfare discussion cannot be isolated from information warfare, because there's a lot of overlap. While information warfare is more defined as a flow of information, cognitive warfare goes deeper to define how this information is received and perceived. And of course, the emergence of data, AI, and social media blurs this even more because it becomes kind of a battlefield where certain tactics are used to change the behavior of certain audiences. And we treat it like trying to kind of make sense of it. We study information environment, and that's also what my team and branch is called. This kind of study of information environment is so far at this moment well defined and in strategic communications framework. And here are some definitions that I use just to make sure that there are many definitions out there. So information environment, I heard many speakers mention it today, but do we sometimes really know what we're talking about? Because like again, there's so many concepts. We understand with information environment, the information itself, the receivers and producers of information, and the spaces where this occurs, which can be cognitive, physical, and virtual. And the cognitive effects, something I refer to a lot today, are the changes in perceptions, beliefs, and behaviors that result from coordinated information activities. And information activities are not just media behavior, so it can be anything that that is focused on creating cognitive effects, like certain activity. And audiences are kind of the targets of this because their interpretation and their behavior matters for the achievement of the end state. And now I will zoom into TTPs, which are patterns of behavior by the threat actors to manipulate the information environment with intention to deceive. So now that I presented this kind of framework that we use in the West, try to make sense of things, but can we really say that Russia uses the same kind of way of defining things? And obviously, we cannot infer all of our concepts and all of our definitions to Russia and say that they use the same ones. They don't even have a cognitive warfare kind of concept in their foreign policy or in their doctrines, but they do have hybrid warfare. But we can generally say that the process that we observe is similar, or it is matching this operationalization. Also based on the leaked documents on how Russia conducts information operations and psychological operations, we can see that they identify desired cognitive effects by studying the audiences. This is a very known fact that they know their audiences really well and they study them. And they analyze also foreign audiences and public opinion polls, and they detect vulnerability, or they look at the scale and they see where they want to shift it. And then they also do monitoring and assessment of information environment. And that's a whole different topic too. Information environment is huge. How do you really collect all this information and assess it? But they do that, and they also detect the trends, evaluate how their own campaign performed. And they also conduct campaign plans, or they write them down with very clear measures of performance and measures of effects, the tools that will be used, the content types, media products, dissemination methods, frequency, and volume. So it is really interesting to see how, for example, always to check, do we really understand how the adversary is working? And now to jump to Russia's TTPs. Obviously, there are many different TTPs that can be discussed and ways to group them. I chose a few that I observe as an analyst working with it every day, and also that relate to some lessons learned. First, of course, it's important to present the challenge that this presents, because we see how this information confrontation in a way is growing, and Russia invests more and more money for state propaganda. They invest more and more money for information operations and psyops. We also know that they control their media environment really well, and all this money and all this investment goes into influencing information environment and influencing sometimes our audiences as well. so this is the challenge that we have in front of us. The first TTP refers to the isolation of audiences from alternative information to control the narrative consumed by these audiences. So this is not a secret to anyone that Russia is controlling its information space. We all know that. They also push any alternative voices out. A lot of news agencies that have independent research or they are independent in their views were forced to operate from exile, and Meta was banned, and also some of the social media platforms were bought by oligarchs like VK, and also alternative voices are suppressed. And all of that actually facilitates the narrative control, because if you control your media environment like a chain that you just have in your hand, and you can put any narrative there and really control all the channels that will report on it. That's quite an advantage, of course, that they have. And the audiences are kind of more isolated, and I would come back in lessons learned that, of course, there are still gaps that we should be aware of. But also this media infrastructure that is controlled also doesn't stop at the borders. It spreads to the West and outside of Russia with a lot of proxy channels, with also some of the state media like RT and Sputnik operating in different languages in different countries like Germany and Latvia and etc. So this narrative control spreads and tries to influence people. And then this this tactic a bit, I think, referred to, Evgeny referred to it a little bit. But also it refers to this mass kind of understanding that we discussed today a lot. But what we see quite often is that one narrative would be not only kind of spread through many channels and will be repeated a lot, but it will also be told from very different angles and sometimes very creative means. So this is a very good tactic in a way to kind of present a varied content, and even if people might not even expect that this is a state narrative, but and they would listen to it. For example, if they employ influencers and artists, public figures, different channels, cartoons, and stuff like that. And this this mass quantity can create perceived credibility and consume the attention as well. And the multi-channel also refers to not just using like the official channels for your official communication, but using actually all the channels that you have, because you also control them. And then there are, of course, the troll factories that add to this, creating like a huge amount of content that supports and reinforces Kremlin narrative. And the cognitive effect that can be created on the target audiences is that the alternative ideas can be drowned, suppressed. Also, it increases the chance that target audience will be exposed, and maybe even beyond the target audience, a bigger chunk of audience will be exposed. And especially when people see this kind of story coming from maybe their favorite artist or influencer or food blogger, they feel affiliated to this person or group, or they like this person or group, then this credibility of the narrative also increases. And here's some example from FBI dossier that was leaked and published by Politico on how those psychological warfare plans are written down, for example. And here you can see the very different type of content, from memes to different quotes and songs and cartoons, delivered through different channels, from influencers to Telegram, some of the video materials. And that kind of illustrates how creative, like really creative means they use for spreading this message. And one example is here, for example, Shaman used to be a political, more or less hopeless romantic rapper, but now he's like the central artist, the central kind of propagandistic artist that writes patriotic songs and performs from the front lines, and the tragedies that kids love him, the youth, younger populations, they find him cool, they like his songs. And this is just an illustration how effective it can be to influence the perceptions of audiences that otherwise they wouldn't, the kids wouldn't maybe watch the news or consume any other sources. But this way they will just sing those patriotic songs and reinforce Kremlin ideas. Then the third TTP relates to the pre-planned nature of communications, continuity and repeatability. This pre-planned nature kind of refers to metodički or guidelines, basically to develop a response or even reaction to a certain event that didn't happen yet before it happens, so that state media can be first to report on something, and also so that the state media can be coherent on how a certain event will be introduced. And even they write down what emotions should be evoked, what audiences should see it first. And looking at the effect of this technique, first of all, it's a very interesting indicator for analysts as well, because we know that media environment is not organic in Russia. But what effect it creates on people is that even from the opinion polls, for example, research, it was found that people most of the people answer within those like propagandistic, like narrative answers. We of course know that we cannot trust that the people said what they actually think because they are afraid, but at least what it shows is that they are very well aware of what the state wants them to say. And that was pre-planned kind of in the communication, this idea of how one should view the event. And that indicates the success of like planting the story. And of course, you can encounter then also confirmation bias if Russian state media has reported about certain event as the first one, and then this kind of sticks, even if there are alternative explanations later on. And then the repetition reinforces the messaging. This fourth TTP is about shifting narratives and narrative testing. I find this one quite interesting, but there's very limited research on it. I couldn't find much, but so far I have relied on the TTPs that are, for example, you control your environment, you have this one narrative that you spread through multi-channel in mass quantity, you pre-plan it, and you execute it. But this one kind of breaks all the logic by bringing in the inconsistency and conflicting messages. Because we often see that the Russian narrative suddenly changes, suddenly, or even at the same time, different channels contradict each other on what is happening and trying to explain that, or even Russian officials, they contradict themselves. However, the core themes still remain more or less the same, that Russia is defensive, West is always the aggressor. So at least there is some logic there, but otherwise, and I think it's very interesting how to explain that, how this inconsistency is still there, and it grants them a lot of adaptability and flexibility in a way, because if something doesn't work, if some information comes to the media, they can just say whatever without really risking public outrage. And why that happens, like psychologically, why do people not react to that? Why do they still like believe what they're being told? Some of the explanations from psychology that people try to come up with are that the contradictions can prompt people to think about the matter a bit more, and also think that the speaker considered the matter more, maybe got more information, maybe more evidence, and changed the opinion. But still, there's no clear explanation why, for example, Putin doesn't lose its legitimacy, because he says one day that Russia will not have a mobilization, and then he says it's partial mobilization. And why does it not hurt his image in a way? And that could be because there's a low baseline expectation from what politicians say, or disengagement. But I think it's a very interesting area for research. And the last tactic is whataboutism. I hear more and more that people start talking about it. It's quite an old tactic, but it's used a lot by Russia everywhere in its own affairs, in the West and in Africa and Latin America. This strategy is kind of a way to respond to an accusation with a counter-accusation instead of the defense. And they would say, if they are faced with accusation, they would just turn the arrows and say, what about you? And what about the West doing this there? What about NATO? And this tactic creates actually great psychological effect on people, which is first to distract from the original accusation. So suddenly they forget that Russia was accused about committing atrocities, and they think about, oh yeah, that's true, there was this very controversial thing that America did or NATO did ever. So the distraction, and also some form of a conscious relief that people think like, okay, both sides are guilty, everyone, both sides are to blame and no one is perfect, and okay, Russia is not great, but also the US has done some weird stuff. And so it's a way of like consciously relieving yourself and way to move on with your life. And we see that based on like kind of public opinion and behavior of like Russian audiences, they are quite affected by that. And now jumping to lessons learned, some of them maybe I mentioned already, but first I think primary goal of my branch in GFC Brunssum is actually to understand. And I think it's very important. That's why all of us are here. All of us have something to contribute to this understanding, which I think is a great goal already. And by understanding how Russia operates, how it achieves cognitive effects on audiences, on their own audiences and on our audiences, we can plan more effectively on how we should counteract them. And then the second point, that Russia's media control, yes, it's great. It's so powerful that they can control their media so much. But at the same time, we should remember that the gaps still exist. And we are sometimes too fast to say that Russians are just very isolated and they have no access to anything, and poor them. But if you look also at the recent, every year there is a study by TG Stat and Mediazona, I think, on the use of Russians, use of platforms by Russians. And the top 5 most used platforms, they will be YouTube among them, they will be Telegram among them, and even Meta platforms are of course dropping in places, but they're still used. So we should not forget about those Western platforms that Russians can still access, and there are also VPN that is used to access anything. So if we think in this logic, they have access to alternative information, but do they perceive it? Do they actually let this information go through them? And no. Probably not, because those tactics that are used by Russia created certain cognitive effect within them, and we should think in this realm of how we treat that, instead of just saying, oh, this was fake news, so just everyone now stop believing this. And other TTPs that I mentioned, such as pre-planned character, narrative shifts, and narrative testing, they are very important indicators for analysis. Because pre-planned character can indicate Russia's involvement. If something happened like Wagner mutiny and Russia immediately, first second, said something, commented on this and explained what's happening, they probably knew about it and planned it. But in that case, I believe there was a bit of a silence of Russian state media indicating that they were caught by surprise. So all of those things that can indicate interesting things. Narrative shifts indicate strategy changes, like special military operation, a 3-day operation, and then suddenly they talk about it as a eternal war with the West and a prolonged conflict. So that also tells us that they changed the narrative, so it means something. And narrative testing is an advantage that they have, because we, in the West, we cannot be communicators that say one thing and overnight change their opinion and say something else. We will lose the trust of our audiences. But they can do that, and they do that very effectively to test different narratives, see what sticks, and that confuses also analysts that look at it and try to interpret what is serious, what is not. So we should look into that a bit more. And then whataboutism, I mentioned that it's used more and more. Researchers that research like Russia's TTPs in Africa also concluded that whataboutism is one of the most used tactics because they try to point out the hypocrisy of the West and completely ignore the fact that they are invading their neighbor. And those audiences really are affected by this tactic, and they just follow this. So we should know how to counteract this technique in global affairs. And then, like I mentioned, it might be hard to achieve an effect on affected audiences, might there be in Russia or abroad, by just telling them that you have been lied to, this was fake, and we will tell you the truth. Instead, it might be more productive to highlight exactly how Russian propagandists manipulate public opinion, rather than just fight specific manipulations. And that's also why kind of in the military world, we would look more into not just counter what Russia just said and say that this was wrong, this was fake, but more on countering the effect that they're trying to create. If they are targeting German youth, for example, trying to decrease their trust in the government, I just say something random, we should not say that Russia is this was wrong, this is fake information or whatever, but we can try to communicate to the same audience to improve their trust in the government. So going after the effect instead of battling kind of who is right and who is wrong, in my assessment, is more useful. And to conclude, so cognitive warfare and its connection to all other things that we talked about is debated. It's a debate every day, and then think about 32 nations trying to agree, should we use this or should we use that word? It's a nightmare, really. But there's also not much academic discussion on it. So I also want to encourage all of you to look into it, and because we have been looking into hybrid stuff for like a decade or something, but the cognitive domain is very much discussed among military because we deal with this information that is harmful because it affects people that we care about. And to understand how to include it properly in military art, and we need capabilities to understand audiences, understand their cultural beliefs, their psychology, how exactly their cognition is affected. And we need people, and those capabilities are a bit alien in military domains. We don't have like psychologists or social psychologists, social analysts, or cultural advisors. We start having them, which is great. Or AI, think about data scientists and AI experts. Like, these things are evolving, they're very new, and we need this capability to understand how cognition is weaponized, and including media. We need, including academia, I mean, we need more contribution in this field. So that's all I have. Yeah, I hope I'm within time. Thank you.
Okay, we heard 3 excellent presentations, thought-provoking, how Russia organizes and conducts hybrid warfare, and especially in the case of Ukraine, how Russian hybrid operations have been reported in media concerning election interference, weaponization of immigration, bomb threats, GPS interference, disrupting arms deliveries, and then about cognitive warfare and Russian TTPs. We will open the floor for questions now. We have a roaming microphone there, which I kindly ask you to use so that your questions go also online and we hear them. And if you have a question, please raise your hand and introduce yourselves when asking your question. But before I give the floor to the audience, I start with a couple of my own questions for each of the presenters. So, Yevgeny, you mentioned these networks that Russia uses as a tool of its hybrid operations. So I would ask you to, if it's possible, to dig a little bit deeper and tell us about how Russia uses these networks, how they are organized, how they are led, what kind of missions they conduct as part of Russian hybrid warfare. And then Hanna, when you were doing your research and going through all these media sources, did you find any differences between medias of different countries, how they reported on Russian hybrid activities? Was there like significant differences in reporting? And Ksenia, you mentioned that Russia does evaluate its operations, the effect of its operations. Can you tell us, do you have any examples of where you have noticed this evaluation leading to some change in Russian actions? So do they evaluate and then change their cognitive warfare procedures and conduct based on that running evaluation? So in the order of questions presented, I would give you the microphone. So
Yevgeny. Thank you for your questions. So first of all, I want to mention that Russians always tries to find vulnerabilities in any country or structure, etc. For this, when we're talking about democratic state, they try to understand the audience and the public opinion, as my colleague mentioned. How can they understand it? The most important instrument in this case is sociological resources. In democratic state, they could provide any sociological resource from themselves or from a third country or a third person. And the main task is to find vulnerabilities. It could be corruption, it could be some local problems, etc. And after they understand the vulnerability, they try to hit to the most problem things. For example, if they understand that some politicals could be corrupt, they try to pay them. If they understand, then, for example, in some country it will be elections, they try to manipulate about results, a result of this election, or manipulate in other things to provoke and help became conflict in this country or this city, etc. So yes, it's complex complex things, and they always tries to find vulnerabilities. Yes, sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Han.
Yes, there are differences between the countries in reporting these cases, and also they differ a lot in the number of the cases. So this affects a lot what kind of reporting there is in the media. We found these cases in all EU countries, but more of them, these cases, I mean hybrid operation cases, but more in the ones that are close to Russia, of course, such as Finland, the Baltic states and Poland, and also, for instance, Germany and Sweden. And the geographical location and the historic and political reasons affect a lot on how these countries, what kind of, or how these cases are reported. The ones, for instance, in Baltic states and in Finland, they are more familiar with these hybrid operations, and they are also condemned more publicly in the media.
Okay, thank you. Senja.
Yes, I've been thinking about your question, great question, about how Russia evaluates and monitors its operations. I wish I knew how exactly they do that, but I don't work for them, so I don't know exactly the tools they use and the method they use. But based from observations, we do see that first they are highly reactive to the information that is out there. So if for example, NATO conducts an activity and there is a little tiny information available about this activity, they will see it, and it is like that for also events and certain things that happen in the world. It can be anything, but they will see it, which means that they monitor it, that there is someone or a team, or how big this team is, I don't know, but that they do monitor the information environment with some means that they have. So they can track the trends, see what is becoming a topic of their strategic interest in some of the countries in the West. They also monitor public opinion polls very closely. We have always known for many years that they know their audiences really well, but they also study Western audiences and other continents as well. They study it quite well as well. So based on kind of behavior that we see, their reaction, that there will be immediately some military blogger talking about a tiny step that NATO troops have done somewhere, that they really monitor closely. And by, for example, studying public opinion, public polling results, they evaluate what effects they want to achieve. Do they want to increase pro-nationalistic sentiments in some country, or destabilize certain societies? We've seen a lot of attempts like that in Slovakia and Hungary, for example, that those places are vulnerable towards Russian manipulation. And means that they really study those audiences well, and they know what they want to achieve there, and then how they evaluate their own campaigns. So based on this documents that were leaked to the press, we see that they literally design a certain number that they want to achieve with their campaign, that they want this X amount of views and X amount of shares and disseminated by X amount of channels. And then it's easy for them to control on these numbers, did they achieve this or not? And if they achieve this, then they can shift towards some other goal. And if they did not achieve it, they can choose to try different means and different approach. So yeah, it's interesting to kind of try to understand how they do it, but at the same time, Russia is such a closed environment. It's not transparent whatsoever, so it's very hard to, like I said, assume that the frameworks we know, they also have them, or the methods that we use, that they use the same method. So we can only observe and make those assumptions that are at least useful for us to develop countermeasures. So.
Okay, thank you, Ksenia. All right, now questions from the audience. Let's take at least a couple first. So first one there in the back, then second one there, and third one here.
Thank you very much. Margarete Klein, German Institute for International Security Affairs. My question goes to Ksenia. Could you elaborate a bit on the role of artificial intelligence in cognitive warfare from both angles? So the targeting country, how far can it enhance, for example, its capabilities to shape narratives, belief systems? But also when it comes to the targeted country, how could artificial intelligence help us to counter cognitive warfare?
Okay, thank you. Then I think the second one was there. Yep.
Thanks. So 2 questions. First question is for anyone. What evidence are we seeing of Russian-Chinese cooperation on cognitive warfare? I was quite struck during the recent Romanian presidential elections that TikTok and the way in which TikTok was promoting Georgescu, the sort of populist right candidate, was a key aspect in that campaign, and presumably that would involve the PRC. So are we seeing other evidence of that? And the second thing I think also goes on the back of the question that the chair posed, which is, how does Russia evaluate the success or failure of its actions? Because listening to a lot of the things, particularly that Hanna was talking about, they seem pretty stupid. I mean, the GPS jamming, it hasn't led to any crashes, but it leads to everybody in Eastern Europe hating the Russians even more. The weaponization of migrants, the bomb threats at Czech schools, these certainly produce activity, but they seem to be counterproductive for any long-term objective. So how do the Russians actually evaluate this, and do they systematically overvalue the successes and undervalue the negative consequences of their hybrid actions?
Okay, thank you. And the third one was here. He's giving you time to write your responses.
And with respect to that question, we should also not forget that both China and Russia are accumulating a huge amount of data from their own citizens, right? On whom they're also conducting cognitive warfare, and where they actually have a lot of evidence of what works and what doesn't work. And they seem to have been much more successful there, at least at first glance, than maybe in some other parts. But the question I wanted to ask to the panel is about the method that you use, because I didn't hear much about it. And so to all three of you, for instance, you, Evgeny, if you, when you make those charts of like how the Russian government uses different parts to do this type of activity, when you make overviews of the topics that you claim that they were targeting, when you, so everything in your presentation seems very plausible, but how exactly do you get there? I mean, how do you know that those are the right ones to look at? Anna, in yours, you talked about having done like you find 200 cases, which seems implausibly low to me. So how exactly did you find those 200 cases? You said you looked at the media. Could you say a little bit more about how you actually got there? And then to Ksenia, same thing, and you were honest about it, right? You say, that's what I do. I see a lot of things coming by, and based on my observations, this is how I categorize it. Have you tried to do something more with the stuff that you have? And by the way, I mean, the literature on cognitive warfare, I have to be involved in a EU Horizon project on this. There are about 5,000 academic articles on this topic, which is indeed a low number by comparison, by comparison to other topics. But it's still a sizable literature that can easily be mined and stuff. So it'd be great if you could also tell us a bit more about the tooling that you also use at in Bronsum to do some of this work, the sources, the tools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have three questions. One about AI, then China. Basically 4 questions. One about AI, one about China-Russia effects, then evaluation of success and failure, and methods that you used in your research. And because basically all the panelists can answer these, let's give everybody a possibility and go in order of Ksenia, Yevgeny, Hanna. Ksenia.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to answer all of the questions shortly. So the first question about AI, very interesting question. We literally have conferences about it. I think it's super interesting topic to see how enemy uses AI and what effect it creates. Should we be really concerned about it? How can we leverage AI to help us? So all of those questions are actively discussed by NATO. And in short, how enemy uses AI, we know, of course, the deep fakes, the different disinformation that is pushed. So AI, of course, plays the role in fabricating content and stuff like that. It's endless possibilities you can do. But at least in my observation, we conclude that the effect that it creates, it's never too large to really be concerned about it. And I think there's a lot is being done already to counter this. A lot of companies that are fact-checking, a lot of organizations that are directly communicating from like a national level and EU level on certain disinformation. So there's a big body of experts and professionals that are working in this field, constantly monitoring those cases and fact-checking them. And how we can use AI, I think AI is a great thing that happened in this at least in this information kind of century, you could say, or because it also helps us to make our processes more efficient. You can never have enough people to evaluate all the information that is out there. You do need AI tools, you do need algorithms and LLMs and etc. You do need AI to help every single worker in the public sphere to process large quantity of information and make the most accurate assessment on the situation. And right now, this initiative of a data-driven policy in NATO and on national level and in the EU is a big thing. And that's also what we strive for, because we cannot just rely on reading some things and make an assessment that will influence military posture and decision making. So AI currently is helping us, and that's the second question about the tools and methods. So we do use different AI tools in the information environment assessment teams, in Stratcom, and different tools kind of serve different purposes. We have social listening tools that are kind of detecting coverage based on Boolean queries, and different like keywords, different topic modeling systems, and we can see the coverage projected and visualized in very different ways. We can also detect the authors that are talking about it, the sentiment, although the sentiment, of course, is difficult. We can detect the main themes, and yeah, so there are a lot of things that can be kind of detected from this coverage that we can access with those tools. And then we also have some tools that are constructing like networks of actors that talk about certain topic in a certain country. And yeah, I mean, there are endless tools, and we work with maybe a good amount of them, and always searching for new And I think that these tools, they can create reports within like a few minutes. They can automatize a lot of processes. So they help us to be more efficient. And I think that's great for us. On the, I think, last question about China and Russia cooperation and TikTok. So like also was mentioned that we observe China separately because they have cognitive warfare kind of ideology or conceptualization in their own way, and they control their own society really well and in their own way. So we don't really draw a lot of parallels. However, for the cognitive warfare concept, of course, though China and Russia are considered together. But what is interesting is that we do see China, for example, helping to propagate some of the Russian narratives, helping to disseminate them across their own channels, but also across channels outside of its own information space. But still, we would consider the Chinese media environment would be a separate thing. And yeah, and we in Brandsum at least look at Russia, not in China that much because of our interests. So I think I addressed all of them.
Jürgen?
Thank you. So about Russia-Chinese cooperation, from my perspective, I don't think that Chinese help Russian in hybrid warfare. I think that Chinese study the lessons learned in Russia. How did they use TikTok and other social media? How did they do the informational psychological operation, etc. They study because they need expertise in this area for themselves. About their operation, when you think that some operation is stupid, it means that you is not audience of this operation. They try to choose right audience with for those for their narratives and messages. And when we think what did they said? It's like balderdash or something like that. But it means that target of these messages it's not you, probably I don't know. Maybe it's could be another audience. And about methods, it's like my own and my colleagues' understanding of this hybrid warfare and my own expertise as a researcher. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna.
I don't have anything to add to Russian-Chinese cooperation, but about how does Russia evaluate the success or failure, this is partly related to it. So this media reporting, of course, it increases public awareness of these Russia's actions, and it's important as such, but it can also create, if it's reported a lot in the media, it can also create fear and confusion among the public. So that way this media writing can also advance Russia's goals. So it's a bit of a, yeah, it's difficult. About the methods, we have searched for news by a search engine with several keywords, like, for instance, Russia, espionage, or sabotage, and the name of some EU country. We've gone through all the countries that way. Also, it's sort of snowballing if we find some news, there might be links to other news concerning other operations, and we've been following those links. So I'm not claiming that it's comprehensive. We haven't gone through, for instance, national news outlets systematically or in every national language, because like our language skills don't allow that. So that's why I'm not presenting any numerical data on these operations, for instance, per country. We have listed everything we've found in a table, and then we've tried to define, for instance, goals, tools, actors, consequences, etc. And as I mentioned, this is a work in progress, so it's not a comprehensive collection of all the operations. I'm not claiming that.
Okay, thank you. Let's take the second round of questions. There's one there. And then one in the back.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank Sonia for your first slide that showed the blurred vision of all of this, because I find myself, the more I study this, the more I get confused, because there seems to be people tend to focus on one aspect, either the organization, the strategy, the TTPs, the audience, the variation response of the audience to ultimately the change in policy behavior. And it seems like there's a long causal chain there that we never really get at. But my question has to do with the responses, the counter to this. In our research, we presented it earlier today, we saw that the Russians themselves see their vulnerability to narratives, especially at the tactical, operational, and strategic level, as one of concern and of a long-term concern. So I'm wondering, to what extent have you studied how the Russian TTP is directed towards the Russian population to get an understanding of how, in an offensive way, we could exploit their concerns about their own vulnerabilities to narratives? And on the defensive side, I was wondering if you've looked at a strategy of pre-bunking and what you think about that in the context of the cognitive dimension.
Okay, thank you. And there was a second one in the back.
Julian Waller, CNA, and George Washington University. Thank you very much. These are great presentations, super interesting, very comprehensive. One of the, I guess, problems with this literature, this broader academic research agenda, is it often just becomes like a litany of things that have happened in a given time. It's sort of Russia did this bad thing, Russia did that bad thing, Russia did this bad thing. And the question is always, for what purpose? And I think you all got to this to some degree, but I wonder if there's something more than just the sowing chaos. So I was interested that none of you brought up the idea of information operations or cognitive warfare as a deterrence mechanism. This is something that Dima Adamski writes about. He has a book that came out last year, and he talks extensively about the idea of digital, technological, and cognitive psychological approaches to strategic deterrence, and that essentially by manipulating the adversary, and the adversary here being the United States or the EU or NATO countries, but by manipulating the adversary's picture of reality, you can then interfere in decision making and otherwise achieve various strategic goals, which is perhaps an overly sophisticated way to understand Russian strategic thought on this. But I'm wondering if that's helpful to try to square the circle on all these disparate activities that are emanating towards Ukraine, emanating towards European countries. And so I was just wondering if you'd thought about these particular aspects of Russian cognitive warfare, information operations, and so on, from the perspective of a long-term Russian strategic effort to keep the adversary unbalanced and to, in fact, prevent cohesion more than just in a sowing chaos sort of sense. I'm just wondering on your thoughts on that. Thanks.
All right, let's take these two questions. The first was for Xenia, and then the second one was for the whole panel, I think, so everybody can chime in. So, Xenia, we start from you again.
Right. So the first question on this Russian TTPs on their domestic audiences and how this could be used in offensive operation. Well, I cannot really disclose how NATO plans offensive operations. But like I said in my presentation, that gaps still exist. So we should not forget about them, that Russians still on Telegram, they still watch YouTube. YouTube is #1 platform used in Russia, and there's no equivalent, and they try to slow it down, but people find certain tools, programs, how to avoid this slowing down. VPNs, they try to block them, they try to slow them down, they're still there. So this is the window, in a way, for the Western narrative, for the Western worldview, basically in Russia's fake reality, if you see that way. So, and that's kind of what can be used if you want to reach Russian audiences. During the offensive operation, I don't see like why this would be the case now, why we would do that, but in terms of learning, like what the opportunities are, learning about that society, that definitely informs planning. And the pre-bunking, if I understand correctly, you mean kind of like media literacy, or kind of like educating the people about disinformation and like fake information? That's what you mean?
Right. Well, there's a strategy in information warfare of, rather than waiting and responding as you laid out, which is very difficult. It's sort of a whack-a-mole problem. To when you sense an information campaign, you prepare. It's sort of like preventive medicine, preventive action. You prepare your audience with the narrative, just like was presented earlier. There's more credibility to the first narrative that gets out there. So this would be a way of inoculating, if you will, the target audience. So
Okay.
There's a strategy about it.
Okay, yeah, that's, I think it's something that is done on a national level. So as working in NATO, I cannot really give a certain example of that. So of course, there's a lot of responsibilities that nations have to take care of, such as media literacy, such as kind of explaining certain reality to their nation, and kind of preparing maybe like how they will perceive certain things. So I cannot really give certain example of such action, but it's obviously promoted and encouraged to constantly develop this understanding. Just in my terms, I would just see it as communication, just like as strategic communication that any organization has towards audience, just to maintain legitimacy with this audience, maintain transparency, and clearly communicate what we are, what we do. So that, in a way, is kind of our way to then talk about it. So I think in that way, it's very important to be, if something happens in the West, that nations should respond to things first, immediately, before Russia starts saying, oh, something that happened in that country, and this is what happened. So this absolutely cannot happen, that their media gets an advantage to talk about something, what happened to our audiences. And on the last question about the purpose of info-ops and cognitive warfare as a deterrence mechanism, so I would again understand it basically from my information environment bubble, that of course we don't assume that cognitive warfare is done just to create chaos. That's absolutely not the case. We do see that it is done to achieve a certain desired effect, strategic effect, political effect, desired advantage. So nothing is done just, out of the blue. So we try to see it in a way that by affecting certain audiences with certain tactics, Russia tries to shift certain attitudes and certain, maybe like election behavior or something like that, that will actually affect the cohesion of the society, polarization of it, and affect decision making and the kind of how this country and the government of this country will look like or what challenges it will have to face. So of course there can be strategic effects, and that is kind of beyond this information environment assessment, but that's the exact reason why we are connected to planning, to political level, to strategic level, to understand what's happening, communicate what we're dealing with, and then it can be treated on different levels. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Yevgeny?
Thank you. I want to add to first question. As we know, Russians also try to find vulnerabilities in their own society. For example, they try to find some tensions in the region, etc. As you remember, in September 2022, Putin proclaimed and start mobilization, partly mobilization. But after that, they don't prolong this mobilization. They start to pay for future soldiers, pay some big money for sign first contract, and it is more expensive way, but they understand that if they prolong mobilization, it could prolong some tensions in the society, etc. So they always try to understand their own domestic audience and try to push them down, something like that. And about second question, we have two main options. First options is that if we thinking about a long future, first option is that we could help Russia to become as a democratic state. If it happens, so probably most of our problems could disappear. Second option is, of course, effective deterrence of this hybrid warfare. And I'm fully agree with Ksenia, but also want to add that, of course, it's important to educate our children and to understand what is propaganda, disinformation, etc. And also we need to fight with anonymous social media, because when they anonymous, so it means that it's very difficult to understand who is provide those news, etc. And we cannot invite to the court this media about fake news, disinformation, etc. So anonymous in social media is our current challenge from my perspective.
Okay, thank you. We are running out of time, so I want to give Hanna the last word. 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah, very briefly about Russia's long-term operation to undermine cohesion. Of course, Russia's goal is not just to create chaos. It's to create divisions both within and between countries, for instance, in the EU, and this way undermine the EU. So that's why some kind of unified response would be very important. For instance, one acute goal of Russia is to get the EU to decrease or stop supporting Ukraine, and this is done by manipulating public opinion or political discussion by disinformation, etc. So, yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, join me in thanking our presenters for excellent presentations and panel. Session 6 has now ended, and so has Russia seminar's first day, but we will continue tomorrow at 8:30 for coffee, And then sessions 8 and 10 will begin at 9 in Itälinnake Auditorium and Riviera classroom upstairs. So thank you and have a nice evening, and the bus leaves in 4 minutes.